Buongiorno tutti! Hello everybody and welcome to the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in the heart of the Italian countryside, just a few miles from the foot of Mount Vesuvius. We are not far from the city of Naples and it is time to go racing for the biggest prize in direct drive karting, the FIA Karting World Championship. For OK and OK Junior drivers, this is the pinnacle. This is their Indy 500, and to win this puts you into an amazing catalogue of Hall of Famers, both in karting and in motorsport worldwide. I'm Jake Stanson, beside me is Guillaume Alvarez. It's already been a bit of a crazy day at the races so far, a massive thunderstorm that hit the circuit just as we arrived, which has definitely made things interesting through timed qualifying, but it's a Friday, which makes a nice change for us to go racing.
Yes, indeed. Buongiorno a tutti. Good morning. Bonjour à toutes et tous. Always a pleasure to be with you, Jake, as we're back in Sarno for the World Championship event for both the OK and the OK Junior classes. And as you said, this morning was quite epic, in the best way to put it, because as we came to the track, there was a massive thunderstorm and pouring rain all over the area, and the rain kept on coming and really giving the mechanics and the drivers a hard time, because it was about jungling with the tires. It was about trying to find the best setup, trying to find the best tire choice to go through the free practice and the qualifying practice that we had this morning. But as you can see now, the track is fully dry. The sun is back with us. It's pretty hot, 27 degrees in the air. And as you can see, we have a busy schedule ahead of us with 17 races throughout the afternoon, starting with the G against H group. This is the junior class, as we have the OK and the OKJ. A lot of races, close to 200 competitors, one of the best attended events for the past few seasons in the FIA Karting World Championship for direct drive classes, as we're back in Sarno. That has been part of the FIA Karting calendar for more than 2 decades, every season apart from one. So this is definitely one of the temples of not only the Italian karting, but of the world of karting. A few changes made through the years on this layout of Sarno. The last one last year in 2021, as the track layout was reduced to 1.5 kilometer, which still makes it one of the longest that we have on the FIA Karting calendar. So plenty of action, plenty of excitement to see in the next minutes, as the drivers are already lining up themselves on the pre-grid by the far side of our speaking booth. As you might actually be able to see it on the left side of your picture, as we have a perfect position on the start-finish straight. This is where the drivers will start all the qualifying races. A rolling start, not quite unlike what we had 2 weeks ago in Le Mans. If you were with us for the first of the 2 World Championship events, this was for the gearbox. This time around, it's going to be a rolling start, and we can expect so many battles in both classes. We're going to have in total a distance of 7 laps for the juniors, 10 laps for the OK. You know the drill. The qualifying has been done this morning, and now it's all about trying to find your way through the fields, trying to resist the attacks, trying to be as aggressive as possible, but in a good way to fight for positions and hopefully make it all the way to the Sunday.
What a fantastic moment this is for this young Belgian talent. Dries van Langendonk, in his first ever weekend in FIA Karting, he is in pole position for his first qualifying heat. Talk about pressure on the shoulders of this young Belgian, but what an amazing performance he made in qualifying. And alongside him on the front row of the grid, it's another new boy, the British talent Noah Wolf, who is in the Leclerc by Lennox chassis this weekend in the Ricardo brand. So he is there. Look at the young British driver. He's come straight in. No pressure, no holds barred. And he's come straight to the front row of the starting grid for his debut race. That is an amazing moment for young Noah Wolf. He will never have had so much pressure put on him, but he has handled it so beautifully thus far this weekend. It's a lot of the regular contenders up towards the sharp end. Andres Cardenas, who is now in the Castrol Racing colours. He has just signed that deal. He will remain, of course, with the DPK Racing team, but now in Castrol colours. Peter Agiv is on the second row of the grid for this heat as well. Very impressive run from him in qualifying, as well as Enzo Nienkotter, the Brazilian, alongside Tame Saleh, the German. So already there's going to be some very exciting battles as OK Junior qualifying heat, G versus H, is going to get underway. Now we have 199 drivers in total here this weekend, and there's 109 of those alone in junior. So here is the grid. Dries van Langendonk and Noah Wolf from Andres Cardenas and Peter Agiv. Enzo Nienkotter and Tame Saleh from Clement Outram and Alex O'Grady. Dimitri Matviv and Joel Pajola from Emanuele Olivieri, Tiziano Monza, Adrian Ferra and Lewis Werrell.
Then we have Francisco Macedo, Simon Reckenmacher, Jakub Kamenik, Gabriel Sano, Louis Levaux, Kimitani, Miguel Costa, Sebastiano Capwing, Jackson Burns, Jindrich Pezel, Mark Brovko, and Maria Neto. In total, 26 young drivers making their way onto the track. This is the first of 49 races to go through. Don't be afraid, not all of them today. We have plenty of more coming our way tomorrow, Saturday, and the last 6, but the most important ones, the super heat and the finals on Sunday. A long way to go for the drivers in the OK or the OK Junior category, and it all starts right now. Qualifying is done, the time is set, the grids are set, and now let's go for racing.
It's the second running of the Sarno circuit in this configuration after last year when we had the European Championship round in the summer of last year. Many people will remember, of course, how thrilling the OK Junior final was when we had our closest ever finish to a final. Freddie Slater versus Harley Keeble, 0.02 of a second separating them as they came across the line. This is the same cathedral of speed. It's a little bit more damp than usual, but now we're going to go racing for the first of 7 laps in this first qualifying heat. Next time round, it is a false start to the first corner, so we're not going racing this time by. Gives us an opportunity to inform you that of the 109 drivers, we have all 6 continents represented, North and South America, as well as all over Europe, all over Africa, all over Asia and Australasia. They have come far and wide on this circuit, and it is going to be an amazing spectacle for these youngsters, many of whom are trying to climb the ladder of motorsport. It looks like the only driver that has not made it to the start of this race is Mark Brovko, the Ukrainian driver, who is sadly not on the starting grid for this one. Not sure what has happened or whether he has had a mechanical problem on the formation lap. Can't see his kart parked up at the side of the road, but that doesn't mean he hasn't had some kind of technical difficulty. So unfortunately, Mark Brovko, who is the second Ukrainian to compete in OK Junior this year, after Alexander Bondarev, who I'm delighted to say is recovering very quickly. He's actually on his feet and walking again after his incident at Zuera earlier this year, and I wonder if he is watching along. If he is, good luck on your recovery, Alexander. We can't wait to see you back in FIA Karting 2023. It's going to be an interesting one. Dries van Langendonk and Noah Wolf, their first ever FIA Karting race, and they're on the front row of the grid. Here we go. Let's see how they handle the pressure. It is green, 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 and we're away racing. Van Langendonk into the first corner, no problems at all. Cardenas slots on his second position, and a good start too from Peter Regiv and Enzo Nienkotter. Nienkotter going to dive in for second position as they run through the hairpin. A few drivers out of position in this field after the wet weather qualifying session earlier on. So there's going to be quite a few overtakes. As you can see, it's already started in earnest as up to the lead has come Enzo Nienkotter, the Brazilian, who is out in front of the VDK driver Clement Outran, who has made a terrific start. In fact, this is the battle for second place because out in front, Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian, has held on to his early advantage.
And here we go for the first heat. Dries van Langendonk indeed able to build a bit of a gap already. Oh, is someone going off? This is actually Enzo Nienkotter, who went wide outside of the hairpin over there. Not quite easy, but he actually managed to stay on the track. But he lost a couple of positions in the process and the pressure. Oh, and one of the Parolin drivers out of this race just before the first lap completed. Let's try to see who that is, but there's going to be yellow flag. This is actually at the hairpin on the other side of the track.
I'm afraid it's the Australian, it's Jackson Burns, who had the spin there at the hairpin up at the top end, making his FIA Karting debut this weekend. A big slide there from Tame Soleil, the German, who's managed to get through past Noah Wolf on the opening tour. As the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships kick off in earnest here. But Dries van Langendonk, his first lap in the season, and he's got 2.2 seconds on Peter Regiv. He must think Christmas has come early.
Yes, indeed. No one actually quite able to attack him at the moment, but quite surprisingly as well. But good for him. Enzo Nienkotter, despite going off at the hairpin on the opening lap, managed to stay up in front, but he's going to lose a position to Tame Sally. Going on the inside. Oh, and there's a contact, and he goes around in the same corner, but still manages to stay on track. But this time around, unfortunately for the CRJ driver, is not one position that he has lost, but a pile of it, and he's tumbling down the order already. What a disaster that is. It's such a bad luck as 2 incidents in the same corner in 2 laps.
And now Outran is losing ground to Dimitri Matveev. Matveev has gone through, and Alex O'Grady found his way through on the inside as well. The track is still drying after the rain earlier on, so it's not easy to predict how things are going to play out as Tame Soleil is all over the back of the Leclerc by Lennox driver Peter Regiv. So Peter Regiv is going to try and hold on to this second position for the time being. Still making good work of things as they pop up. Tame Soleil in third. Clement Outran is in fourth, or was in fourth position, is now down to ninth. Noah Wolf is given the warning flag. Now that kind of started the fraternization between Enzo Nienkotter and I didn't see who else it was that tagged him. I think it might have been Tiziano Monza that hopped over the top of him. On the inside, here comes Tame Soleil. The German gets through then into second position. Emanuele Olivieri. Actually, it was Olivieri, I think, who went over the top in the Praga chassis, the Formula K brand. So he's come through in fourth position. How did he get away with that? Because Noah Wolf drifted out wide and Olivieri just hopped over the top of Nienkotter.
Maybe this warning flag might have to do with the incident that we saw in the second lap. We'll see about that, but he's going to have to be careful as we're back to 181. Peter Hagev down in third place. Tame Salem up into second. This is battle for second as far ahead, 2.9 seconds at the moment. Dries van Langenhoek is having the best time of his life at the moment as Emanuele Olivieri, the 1-2-1, is coming close as well. Jakub Kamenik is the second driver in this race with a warning flag. He's currently down in 23rd place, I'm afraid, for Jakub Kamenik. We'll get back to that. Emanuele Olivieri, the man in fourth place, with the fastest lap at the moment in minutes and 1.3 seconds. Then we have Noah Wolf down in fifth. He's on his own pretty much at the moment, the 209. Dimitri Matveev down in sixth, followed by Clément Outron. Then we have Adrian Ferrer, Lewis Harrell, and Miguel Costa running up the top 10. What a recovery that is for Lewis Harrell as well. Both him and Adrian Ferrer managed 5 places gain, but Miguel Costa, he was 21st on the grid and is already knocking on the doors of the top 10. 11 places recovered in the space of 3 laps, not even.
This is exactly what we're talking about with drivers out of position from time qualifying. They would charge their way forward, and that's exactly what's happening. Tiziano Monza all over the back of Miguel Costa on that lap. Costa is now 9th, Monza in 10th position, waiting to see if Peter Hagev can hold off the charge from Emanuele Olivieri, but they've managed to pull out a decent gap over Noah Wolf and Dimitri Matveev. Then Lewis Harrell in front of Clément Outron, Miguel Costa and Tiziano Monza. Then it is Adrian Ferrer, I believe, in 11th position in front of Alex O'Grady and Joel Pajola. Jindra Pazel has come up 10 places, the Czech, and then Kimi Tani of Finland has worked his way through. Andres Cardenas and Enzo Nienkotter have had terrible luck. Oh! That's up the inside. Olivieri tries to get a clean move there on Peter Hagev, and he ends up banging wheels with him. This is an opportunity now for Noah Wolf to take on his teammate as they go through the S's. An opportunity now for Noah Wolf to dive in on the inside, and he's going to get there. Very nicely handled. So Noah Wolf manages to get through. Dimitri Matveev is going to try and make the move on the inside of Hagev as well into the final bend, and he has managed to make that work. So Wolf and Matveev have both got past Peter Hagev, and with 2 laps to go, Dries van Langenhoek still leads the race, but his lead has been cut in half by Tame Soleil. The gap is down to 1.2 seconds. Can he hold on to it with 2 laps to go?
Yeah, it's about time to focus again for Dries van Langenhoek. He's doing what he needs, staying at the front and not watching over his shoulder. But Tame Soleil once again pulling on the fastest lap in the race. 1.2 seconds was the gap. I think it might be a bit too late for the recovery. That might come later. But as we keep focus on the battle with the 104, Dimitri Matveev and Noah Wolf. This is raging for 4th place at the moment. Let's see if one of the two can actually attack the other before the end of this race. He just tried to run the inside of the hairpin. Didn't go through quite well, I think, as the sun is back here in Sarno. Good news.
The sun is back, but out of the race is Lewis Harrell. Harrell's had an issue, and there's Dimitri Matveev having got his way past Noah Wolf. So Wolf and Matveev are having a terrific duel. Noah Wolf is trying to make his play now. Here's Dries van Langenhoek. Look back, there's Tame Soleil. He has dropped that gap to a second, but he was at a relatively quick lap there, so I don't think he's got too much of an issue to worry about there on that particular run. But certainly for Dries van Langenhoek, he will have come into this race not really knowing what to expect. From pole position, Dries van Langenhoek will be thinking, well, this is easy. I've come into FIA Karting as a novice, pole position, and now I'm going to take my first win. Very simple in the end for the Belgian as he goes onto the back straight. But Tame Soleil and Emanuele Olivieri are not far away, so he can't afford to ease up too much. But certainly going well indeed for Dries van Langenhoek, the Belgian for the Energy Course team. Good progress made by several in the field. Matveev doing well to make up 5 places. Miguel Costa has come all the way to 7th, so he can be very happy with that. But certainly for the man up front on pole position, I don't think he would ever have expected to take a victory this early on in his FIA karting journey. His first race from pole position, his first race is a victory. Dries van Langenhoek joins the FIA Karting winners list in 2022 in his first ever race in FIA Karting. That is an extraordinary achievement for Dries van Langenhoek. I'm not entirely sure what he thought he was going to get from this one, but a victory was probably not on anybody's mind with the contenders that are in this race. But after all the pressure, after all of the potential for this man to come in and do a good job, That is astonishing work for the Belgian. Dries van Langendonk. First race, first victory. He currently has a 100% winning record in FIA Karting, something that nobody else in this paddock has ever managed. What an amazing performance from Dries van Langendonk to start his career in FIA Karting in the World Championship week as well. What a shock that would be for an absolute novice to come in and show the world how it's done. That would be an astonishing turn and evidence that Dries van Langendonk is a star of the future. I think he's proved that enough with his first win from his first attempt. So Dries van Langendonk in front of Tame Soleil and Emanuele Olivieri. Then Dimitri Matviv ahead of Noah Wolf, also on his debut in the top 5. Miguel Costa and Tiziano Monza from Peter Aguiv, Alex O'Grady and Adrian Ferrer. Kimi Tani in front of Jindra Pazel and Joel Pajola. Clement Outran in 14th in front of Sebastian Kaupeng. Very unfortunate luck for Enzo Nienkotter and Andres Cardenas, who tumbled down the order. Simon Reckenmacher, the German for the TB Racing team, ending up in 18th place. 19th was Francisco Macedo, the Portuguese, in front of Jacob Kamenik, and then Mario Giamonanito in front of Louis Leveau, Mark Brovko and Gabriel Sarno. The retirements, Lewis Werrell a few laps ago, and Jackson Burns, the Australian, who ended up crashing on the first lap of the race up at the hairpin. So, a big, big moment then for the Belgian Dries van Langendonk. What an opportunity that is for him now for the rest of this weekend. Starting from the pole, he now knows how to win with all the pressure underneath him. And they've got 7 races each so far this week for the juniors. The OK Seniors only have the usual 5, but the juniors have 7. So it's going to be a very tough battle for them. So down in the pits, hopefully with the newest winner in FIA Karting, Dries van Langendonk, is my colleague Guillaume Alvarez.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in the Parc Fermé, the middle of the action, as we are here with Dries van Langendonk. Dries, good to see you. Fantastic start to your World Championship, your first event at this stage. From pole, you went absolutely bonkers. You were dominant over there.
I'm very surprised. It was in the quali also. I found a good line because it was like half wet, half dry. I found a good line and made it into a second position. Then I started on pole position here, and I saw in the start I looked behind and I saw already I had a good gap, and from then I just controlled the pace. At the end it was a little bit difficult because there was a little bit of spots of rain on the track, but kept it on track, and I'm very happy about the result.
Yeah, you must be happy indeed. That's a good start indeed to your weekend. Tell us a bit about your start, because we saw that you had to go one more time around, starting from pole position at this stage. I guess that comes with a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I had a little pretty much pressure. I already noted from the first time that I was going on the throttle too early. So I actually went on the throttle after, and yeah, that was a good start.
Fantastic, good stuff. Thank you very much, Dries. Hartelijk bedankt, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Off you go. We'll leave you to your business. Thank you very much for talking to us, Dries van Langendonk. Very positive thoughts from the young Belgian driver, and such a young age. Already you can feel, you can hear the maturity in his words, and his racing analysis was quite accurate and interesting to hear as always. If we got a bit of time before we go back to racing, because we still have a lot of races to go through indeed, let's try to catch up with maybe some of the names that we have here. As for instance, the driver in 10th place just in front of us from the DPK racing team, Adrian Ferrer, might have a few words to say. I see that this front bumper is actually not in the best place. I think it's not bumped, but it definitely had a shock. So let's try to get a word with Adrian Ferrer. Adrian, could we have a quick word? All right, with me here, the camera is here. You can come by my side. So let's talk a bit about your race. In the end, you finished in the top 10, 10th position for you, 3 places up. So the good feeling to start a World Championship?
Yes, a good feeling. Yeah, because on the quali I was 7, but they overtake me on that. But I think that I'm fast and I can be up on the race.
You can be up indeed. I saw a little bump on your front fairing, nothing to worry about, but it shows how aggressive and competitive the racing can be.
Yeah, they are all are very competitive, and that's that's the problem. I don't know.
That's the way it is indeed, the World Championship. All right, gracias. Thank you very much for talking to us. And again, further, that we'll certainly hear more throughout the weekend. This was the first bit of insight that we were able to give you guys live from the Parc Fermé. This is actually next to the scale. As you can see, this is part of the official procedure as part of the FIA Karting Championship. All the drivers need to go through this stage of the race, and as you can see, this is quite busy as we have cars all over the place with the mechanics and the drivers queuing up under the roof of the Parc Fermé. So we'll hear more from the drivers after the next few races. We'll try to give you as much insight as possible live from the heart of the action.
Thanks, Guillaume. Always good to hear from the drivers down there, but Dries van Langendonk opening his account with a victory in incredible fashion. Great to start his week the winning way, but there's a lot of drivers who have opened their account in a positive fashion. Tame Slay and Emanuele Olivieri in particular really looking strong in OK Junior. A grand total, as I mentioned, of 199 races over the course of this week. Over 200 registrations, but not all of them were able to make the qualifying run. So it's obviously going to be very, very busy across the OK Junior category with 109 drivers total. There are 90 across OK Senior, and our attention will turn to them now as we gear ourselves up. It's going to be a bit of a mix of classes over the course of today until we get to a certain point in the day, at which point it will become OK Junior only for the remainder of the day. But there are still going to be a good 5 races from the OK categories, which will take place over the course of today. And then the remaining 12 races will all be from OK Junior, because obviously there are more races this week for OK Juniors than there are for the seniors. And it's been an interesting one after time qualifying. Pole position for the first qualifying heat in groups E versus F is the way of Maxim Orlov. So Maxim Orlov has come out of the blocks for a top spot alongside the Brazilian talent Matheus Morgato. And they will share the front row of the starting grid together with 2 men who have already graced the podium a couple of times in FIA karting over the years. Alex Powell, the Jamaican star, and alongside him on the starting grid will be Harvey Lindblad, who returns to the OK fold for the first time since the beginning of the year. He's been focusing on KZ2 over the course of the 2022 season, and of course he became the first British driver ever to get onto the podium in a World Cup event. It's looking pretty quiet on the old start-finish straight. You can see that a few mechanics and fans have gone over there to the old grandstand. That's where we used to have the start-finish straight. And that grandstand always used to be packed full of people, but that is now very much the case on the grandstands and the bar at turn 1. And you can see that everybody's gaining as much of a decent vantage point as they can on the top of the CRG awning. They're trying to get themselves the best possible view. There is the busiest of the grandstands today, but it's obviously going to get busier over the next 2 days. You've got to remember that this is a Friday afternoon, and an awful lot of the spectators are going to be coming tomorrow when they have finished work for the week. It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? As Lando Norris once sang in his Grand Prix car. And of course, he is a former world champion at this particular battle in the World Championship 8 years ago in this very competition. He became the youngest man ever to become world champion. Tuka Tarpanen was not far away from his age when he won last year's title, though. So it will be fascinating to see what he can do as he comes out a little bit later on in the afternoon. But Maxim Orlov and Matheus Morgato on the front row of the grid is very significant, because that's 2 drivers who have threatened to take a podium in the overall rankings of senior this year, but have not quite managed to do so. Maxim Orlov placed 9th in the overall, Maxim Orlov placed 8th, I should say, in the overall championship rankings, only scoring at 2 of this year's events. Whereas Matheus Morgato, he actually won the warm-up event at Kristianstad earlier in the year, as there is Pasquale Lupoli getting his moment of superstardom, the assistant race director out on the circuit. He doesn't want to upstage Nigel Edwards too often, but our race director on the top of the gantry has the best vantage point. And no doubt Pasquale Lupoli just keeping an eye on the timing screens, which you can do, of course, on your mobile device, which everyone is choosing to do. If you go to FIAKarting.com and hit live timing, you'll be able to do it from the comfort of wherever you're watching from. So the OK qualifying heat for groups E versus F heading out onto the circuit, and it is going to be a very busy starting grid, this one. Maxim Orlov and Matheus Morgato on the front row of the starting grid, from Alex Powell and Harvey Lindblad, then Thomas Stolchemanis and Lucas Samalisto, Ronnie Stefani and Evan Gilter, from Arthur Rojon and Keanu Blum. Then Simone Bianco and Olin Galli from Bruno Mulders and Sebastiano Pavan. Then Due De Decker and Giovanni Trentin.
Followed by Emily Covisto, Alvar Sismevara, James Egozzi, Adrian Malero, Massimiliano Alosa, Rian Vincent, Karl Pasevic, Maximilian Obst, Carmen Krave, Oscar Wurz, Sofia Kotala, Anne Harris, Harry Harnett and Jiri Bessica. Ferry drivers onto the grid. Do we have everybody in? As surprisingly, still cloudy, a bit of sun, and still very hot in not only in the speaker booth we find ourselves in, but as well on the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. So
I should point out it is an absolute greenhouse in our commentary box, as it always is at Sarno, isn't it?
Yeah, at some point through the afternoon we might actually start taking clothes off, but I didn't tell you anything.
After you. Definitely after you on that one. It's going to be interesting. You pointed out that Dries was telling you after the race that he actually had some spots of rain at the closing stages of his first heat. It is going to be a bit like that today. There are still some heavy clouds hanging over in the mountains just off to our left. So there could still be some problems in terms of weather returning over the course of the day. But the drivers are coming off the final corner. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are to the first corner. Maxim Orlov hanging on and he drifts out a little bit wide. Alex Powell is already trying to make his presence felt into the first couple of corners. Can he dive in on the inside of Matthias Morgato? It's a little bit greasy still after the earlier rain. He slots in third position after all of that. Decides not to go for the big gamble. Holds on to third position just in front of the Latvian, Tomas Stolchamanis, who makes a better start than Harvey Lindblad, who has ended up dropping down to fifth position, but he is still there in the hunt, and there is some good battles down the back straight, but certainly for the moment, Maxim Orlov is holding on to the advantage, but Matthias Morgato getting very heated in behind him as they run through the hairpin, everybody trying to stay out of harm's way. It's getting a little bit tricky as one of the Paralins drifts off on the far side of the hairpin and trying to make the move for the lead. Morgato has got through, and here comes Stolchamanis going through. So Morgato leads, Stolchamanis second, Alex Powell is trying to make his bid for third, up on the inside of Orlov, and he's there.
Yeah, beautifully made from the young American, who loses a position as well to Lucas Amalisto. He was going
no,
through.
That's Lindblad.
That's Lindblad, my apologies, as Lindblad is up to third, Powell is fourth, Maxim Orlov is coming down to fifth. What a great battle that is to start this race. Look at them all five in the same picture as it goes the way of Matthias Morgato while they're fighting. He's actually pulling away as much as he can, already half of a second. And we see Evan Gilter, the 21st on your picture, trying to get as close as possible to Maxim Orlov. Disastrous opening lap for the pole sitter all the way down to fifth. And it could be even more worse with the VDK driver just behind. On the way to the hairpin, Matthias Morgato, Tomas Stolchamanis, your two leader. The Lithuanian driver being very close indeed. He's going to try something to go for the lead. And there he goes going through. Tomas Stolchamanis just outside of the picture, but there's a switch for the leadership. As there you can see, the Energy Corsa driver is up in the lead at the end of the second lap. So it's all over again for Matthias Morgato, who's going to have to hold on in front of Harvey Lindblad, Powell. These are your leaders coming across the start-finish straight. Fifth place for Simone Bianco, Maxim Orlov. What happened to Arthur Rojon and Evan Gilter?
And if I know
Evan Gilter is ninth. Sorry, my apologies.
I was just going to say, if I know Stolchamanis' pace, now that he's got into the lead of the race, the other drivers might not see him again in this one. He is already starting to stretch out a bit of an advantage over Matthias Morgato. Third, though, is Arvid Lindblad, and he started this race down in about fifth position and has managed to work his way through into third place by being patient on the opening lap. Now he's got those tyres up to temperature, he can start to chip away at Matthias Morgato. Watch out for Alex Powell in fourth place, though. He ended the European Championship as the race winner, but also the vice champion. He has an opportunity here to really start to open his World Championship account in the same sort of fighting fashion. And I did speak to him. I said, you just need to do exactly what you did at Franciacorta, essentially. He said, well, yes and no, because I kind of built the week as I went. I didn't really bring the best out of myself until the bitter end. So as long as I stay in the hunt, I still have a good chance to make something count. So Alex Powell is trying to do this the right way. Stolchamanis drifts a little wide through the hairpin. Got to be very careful there for Tomas Stolchamanis. And look at Simone Bianco. Bianco in the CRG, right up there in fifth position. And there's the chance for Lindblad. Got very close to Morgato as they went through the S's. Now they're going to get onto the back straight again. Watch for Lindblad into the hairpin. He's going to have Morgato on the ropes here, up on the inside, and Lindblad will take the advantage, no problem. Into second position then for the Red Bull Junior.
right on the inside for the driver of Car Republic. MP2 seconds. Dalstrom is going to have to start worrying a little bit as Matheus Morgado is running at the top 3, trying to keep Alex Powell and Simone Bianco at bay just behind, as Maximolov is still in the mix. And there he goes through. Beautifully made Maximolov in front of Simone Bianco. That was in the last corner just before the start-finish straight. Maximolov back in 5th. It's still a good performance for Simone Bianco down in 6th as he managed to climb 5 places. We didn't see it on the stream, but it seems to me that something happened between Evan Gilter and Arthur Ronjon, because Gilter lost a couple of positions and is now on 11 actually. He had lost a couple of positions down to 9, lost 2 more positions, but Arthur Ronjon tumbled down the order. So I wouldn't be surprised if the 2 Frenchmen actually came together at some point in the race in the 2nd lap, I think it was. But there was definitely something wrong going on with those 2.
Well, Samalisto has just banged in the fastest lap of the race to continue his great development in FIA Karting in 2022. The Finn looking so much stronger in the second half of this year. But still, we have all 29 drivers that started the race continuing on. Harry Arnett, the Australian, having problems getting onto the starting grid for this one, so he has missed the opening heat of the day. Watch Powell now really starting to take on Matheus Morgado. Stalchemanis in the energy course still running well, but Harvey Lindblad seems to have pure motivation and determination coming into this week. He said, the only thing I haven't done in FIA Karting is win a title. I've come so close. I've been vice champion, I've been sub-vice champion. Now I've got to win, and I want to bow out of karting as the world champion. He is so determined to get it done, and he is here in 2nd position now behind Thomas Stalchemanis. The gap coming down all the time. Simone Bianco putting pressure on Max Orlov now as he has managed to get in another fastest lap. Look how close Lindblad is getting to Stalchemanis. He may even get the move through the S's as he comes through, and that is a retirement. That is one of the CRGs. I'm afraid it's game over for Adrian Malheiro, the Portuguese driver who is under Spanish license. And here comes the move potentially from Lindblad into the final bend on Stalchemanis. Textbook. Lovely from Lindblad, and the door is still open. Morgado will get there, and Alex Powell's got a good exit. Powell is going to get through in a 3rd position as well. No, he's not. Stalchemanis chops across on him, and so now Powell is going to have a go again into turn 2, but the door is firmly shut by Stalchemanis. This isn't over yet, folks. These 4 are still absolutely at it with Max Orlov closing in.
Yeah, fantastic piece of driving and defensive driving from Matheus Morgado, who had nothing to do but closing the door on his opponent. Maximolov just behind Alex Powell, who's still in 4th place, the young Jamaican vice champion of Europe. And there he goes again, this time on Thomas Stalchemanis for 3rd. And it's going through, yes indeed, for the Car Republic driver up into 3rd. So switch of position as we keep our focus on Harvey Lindblad, Matheus Morgado as well.
He's got him back again. Stalchemanis got him on the exit, so Powell made the move initially, but then it looked like he just ran a little bit too wide. So Stalchemanis got him back. Powell will try again into the final hairpin. This time you've got to shut the door, Alex. That's better. That's what you needed to do the first time. Down the main straight, up towards turn 1, and now Max Orlov will be sensing that Stalchemanis is vulnerable. The Paralymp going strong. He almost goes off on the grass there through turn 1. He is pushing so hard to get past Stalchemanis. But Lindblad in the lead is not done yet here, because Morgado in the DPK machine behind him is still all over the back of him. The Kart Republic chassis in 1st, 2nd and 3rd at the moment, with 3 different paint schemes, but they're all in the same awning. Lindblad, Morgado and Powell. Well, actually, technically speaking, Morgado is in a separate awning because he's in the DPK racing squad, which is a satellite team to the factory Kart Republic effort. But they're still on the same equipment as Emilico Visto has picked up a warning flag from the officials, so not entirely sure what he's supposed to have done there, but certainly it hasn't gone according to plan from his point of view as the drivers continue. But this is a big pressure cooker building.
And you can see that Harvey Lindblad is able to pull away just a tiny bit from 4/10. The gap just went almost half of a second on Matheus Morgado, who's losing momentum on Alex Powell down in 3rd. So that could be the first opportunity to try to grab on for the Jamaican in 3rd, as we have with the 22nd, Maxim Orlov under the pressure from Simone Bianco. Lucas Samalisto not far behind. Watch out for the charge from the CRG driver. Simone Bianco, who climbed 5 places from 11 on the grid. Carmen Carve is being warned by the officials. Watch out for the move. Watch out for the move to on the hairpin. He's trying around the outside, crosses the line, and it goes through beautifully. It was neat and clean, and watch out because it opens the door as well for Lucas Samalisto, who went for it too. So Samalisto and Bianco up a place, and Maxim Orlov goes from 5th to 7th, I'm afraid. So it's going to have to be all done all over again, unfortunately. But the time is running out, and watch out for Lucas Samalisto. He's on the charge, and he just tried his bit on Simone Bianco, who was having none of it and shut the door in the last corner. It was almost open door again for Maximorov, but he didn't have quite enough space to make his charge as well. This is the last lap, ladies and gentlemen. Half of a second. Will it be enough for Harvey Lindblad?
Well, this race has very much been a test of what Harvey Lindblad has learnt over these last 2 to 3 seasons in European karting. It was all about patience for Harvey Lindblad. He got a difficult start, but he read the situation well, did not overcook his tyres, got himself into the right frame of mind, managed to get good rhythm into the tyres as well. So Lindblad still able to hold this half-second advantage over the Brazilian Matheus Morgado. Didn't push too hard when the pressure was against him. So now he has been able to control this pace. Morgado is there in second. The Mercedes F1 Junior, Alex Powell, is going to make one final bid for second in the final hairpin. Came from a long way back to try it. Hasn't quite been able to make it work. So Harvey Lindblad will open his account this week with a victory in the World Championship week. Great start from Harvey Lindblad. That'll do nicely as far as he's concerned. As you mean to go on, as far as he is aware. Morgado did everything he could to try and overhaul him once more, but the Brazilian just wasn't quite able to hold a candle to the Brit Harvey Lindblad. First British driver ever to be on the World Cup podium 2 weeks ago at Le Mans in 3rd place. But this is where he has a great chance to become world champion. He knows it, Red Bull know it, so does Dino Chiesa and the Kart Republic squad. So this is his opportunity to take control of the situation and win going away. He is so fired up, he is so motivated. And there is an opportunity really starting to knock now. He could become the first British driver to win the World Championship title since Danny Curl in 2017 in the senior category at least. Well, obviously Callum Bradshaw as well, of course. I do apologise. Bradshaw got the job done 2 years ago in the wet at Portimao. So a fabulous situation and a great opportunity there, knocking for Harvey Lindblad. He takes the opening win of the week from Matheus Morgado, Alex Powell and Thomas Stolchemanis, ahead of Simone Bianco and Luca Samalisto. And then, of course, we had great runs from Evan Gilter, Maxim Orlov and Olin Galli. Keanu Blum starting off the week, rounding off the top 10 from Sebastiano Pavan and James Egozzi. Then Max Obst and Ronnie Stefani. Karol Pazovic in front of Douay de Decker, Arthur Rojon and Alva Simasvara. In front of the man in 19th, Emili Koivisto. Then the Malaysian Amir Harris. Good to see him back in Europe again. Bruno Mulders in front of Oscar Wurz. Then Jiri Bicichka and Giovanni Trentin. It is Massimiliano Alossa in front of Carmen Krav and the American Ryan Vincent ahead of the Finn Sofia Kotala. She was the last finisher. Adrian Mariero was a non-finisher. And Harry Arnett did not manage to start this race. So, big challenges already after 10 laps, and we have 3 different nations from 3 different parts of the world. Great Britain, Brazil, and Jamaica represented in the top 3. A very good start to proceedings. So down in pit lane, Guillaume Alvarez should have the reactions with the men that count from this first heat.
Let's come back here from the Parc Fermé with another winner, Harvey Lindblad. Last time we talked in Le Mans, you were 3rd of your first ever World Championship in KZ. Now we're back in Sarno. That's quite a good start indeed, you know, from 4th, you win your first heat. Way to go.
Yeah, good start. You know, have to keep it going from here now. But anyway, yeah, like you say, it was a good start to the weekend. Qualifying was tricky. It was really difficult conditions. Was drying all throughout the session, and the team do an incredible job to give me a package good enough to be close enough to the front that we start, you know, in a good position that we can fight throughout the week. So really grateful for the team for that. And then now again, they give me a really good kart for the race now, and we do a good job. It's really difficult conditions now. I think the rain take away all the rubber, so it's really slippery the track. And I was just super focused to save the tire. From what I see, the look of my tire looks very good compared to the guys who are coming now, which is obviously positive considering we have to make 4 heats more and the super heat. So save the tire bit will be very important. But yeah, was a good start to the week, good speed, and yeah.
You have big plans, obviously, for next year in the car world, but is Sarno the track that fits you to maybe finish your karting career on a high, at least the one you expect and you've been chasing for quite a while?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, the speed's been really good so far in both dry and wet. I mean, all the other guys have been here testing for the last few weeks now. They've done a lot of days preparation, whereas for me, I've been busy in various other categories, racing in Le Mans, a lot with the F4 as well. So we knew going into this week we were on a bit on the back foot. But yesterday, but luckily, yeah, we had lots of good running in the dry. So we were able to find a good way with the setup. And yeah, I'm really happy with my job and me and my mechanic and the team have done, because we're really far behind everyone, and to be able to fight and win the first heat, I'm really happy. So yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you very much for talking to us, Harvey, and good luck for the 4 more heats to come before the big day on Sunday. So watch out for Harvey Lindblad, of course, more than ambitious to finish, as we said, his karting career on a high before other plans in F4 for next season. As we can have a quick word with James Agodi. All right, thanks for joining us here live from the Parc Fermé, James. So let's talk a bit about your start at the championship this weekend. We've had all sorts of conditions. Yesterday was pretty much dry. This morning it was nightmare, I guess, in the Parc Fermé with your mechanic, thinking about what tire to put on.
Yeah, especially on the Parc Fermé just now for the start of the heat race. It was starting to drizzle. We were all deciding whether to stay with the slicks or to change on to the wets. In the end, the drizzle stopped, so we still cut to the slicks. And yeah, qualifying just didn't go our way, unfortunately, so we had to start from the back. And now the start was a little bit poor going into turn 1. I tried to pick the outside because I didn't want to struggle on the inside. And it worked, but then on turn 2 I was stuck on the outside, which made me lose some ground. But after that I was happy with the pace we had, and I made up a lot of ground, so I'm happy with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of you within the Tony Kart tent. I think like about 17 drivers competing this weekend in both classes. This is pretty much, and it is actually a World Championship on home soil for your team. So does that add any sort of pressure on your shoulders and of your colleagues to, put the best that you have?
It definitely makes every good result worth more, because you can just see the passion in everybody when they're here on home soil. So yeah, every good result is just worth a little bit more. Just you feel proud for the team.
Fantastic, good stuff, and good luck, James Agodi, for the rest of your championship. I can hear the whistle. We have still a bit of time ahead of us, less than 3 minutes. Let's see if we can have a couple of more words with Oli Galli, maybe from CRG. Let's Oli Galli, if he's available, once he's picked up his chassis. Let's try to see if the Brazilian is up for a quick talk. Oli, maybe a quick word? No, I think he's tired. This will be for later, Oli Galli, after this race. This has been, you can see the drivers are quite sweating just a little bit, so watch out not to be in the way. But you can see that there's a lot to put out there for the drivers, and Oli Galli wasn't up for interview as for now. So I think we're going to get back to you, Jake Sanson, as the next heat is upon us. A lot of them, as we said today, 17 in total, 49 to go through. So let's get back to you, Jake Sanson, for some more racing, and then we will come back to talk to some more drivers in the heat of the Parc Fermé.
Merci bien, Guillaume Alvarez. Yes, very exciting stuff so far, and Harvey Lindblad still not really in the most charismatic mode. So he's obviously keeping himself very much calm and collected at the moment. You don't want to start jinxing these things by saying, well, we're doing well. Just controlling it one race at a time is very much the only pace that these drivers know. But it'll be fascinating to see how things continue to evolve and develop as the race battles continue. Qualifying heat E versus F for the juniors is up next. And once again, it's another mixture of talent up at the sharp end. Pole position for the Chinese talent, Chi Newman. He's going to be there in the front end of the field. Good to see him put on a good show. His official title, of course, is Chi Jinru, but everybody knows him as Newman. So it'll be in to see him there on the front row of the grid. Alongside the returning Finnish talent, Alexander Dalstrom, who we haven't seen in FIA Karting since his terrible accident at Zuera in the European Championships in the summer, where he ended up running into the back of Alexander Bondarev's kart. And fortunately, Alexander Dalstrom has been able to return. For those wanting an update on Alexander Bondarev's condition, by the way, he has started walking. So it is great to see that both young men are returning to what they do best. There is Newman Chi getting himself ready for his first race of the week. From pole position, the talented Chinese ace, looking to follow in the footsteps of Zhou Guanyu as a talented Chinaman who has worked his way through FIA Karting at the front end. So good performances from him so far. And the Kart Republic driver will be there in pole position, looking very neat and tidy in his current position. But this man on the front row of the grid, what a year he has had. Not all of it positive, but what a return to form. Alexander Dalstrom, the Finnish driver in the Energy course. This is his first race weekend back after his injury at Zuera, and he's on the front row of the grid. That is absolutely sensational. and an amazing return to form for him. We're going to have Leo Nilsson of Sweden and Alparslan Aksoy of Turkey on the second row of the grid. So good opportunities for them to showcase what they can do as well. So here we are, Newman Chi and Alexander Dalstrom on the front row from Leo Nilsson and Alparslan Aksoy. Nathan Tai and Mattia Kolnagi from Stefan Antonov and Gabriel Mura. Alexander Bogunovic and Maxime Verbruge. Ariman Bansal and Hugo Martiniello from Kirill Ditiev and Tom Kalenda.
From Zach Drummond and Toby Drovak, Armando Quintiri and Paneta Santino, Edu Ramenson and Sebastiano Garzan, David Kosema Christopher and Matilda Paz, Michael Eder and Alfredo Ibiapina, Jenson Burns, Varis Ampus and Jules Caranta. Total of 27 drivers onto the track, hopefully, as the sun is all over the track right now, so drying conditions as it is, and hopefully for the rest of the day. This is qualifying heat opposing Group E versus F.
Now, of course, that's a big problem for Jules Caranta, going to be starting right from the back of the grid. One of the surprise talents of the motorsport scene here in Europe this year. Well, actually won a European title last month. So he's come off the fresh back of success. It wasn't in the FIA, it was in another championship, but Jules Caranta has been riding the crest of success, and now he's going to have to learn about the World Championship the hard way from the back end of every grid. But how about this for the Beyond Race team, to find them in pole position for the first time in FIA Karting? That's a big moment for them. So Newman Chi, the Chinese driver, will line up at the start, and here comes Alexander Dalstrom alongside him. We're not going racing this time, it's another false start. This is the thing, we've got drivers who are not used to being at the front end of the field in OK Junior, thanks to a little bit of good fortune, but also a lot of interesting pace that they've unlocked here at Sarno. So it's different from how the European Championships looked on the grid in various places. So these guys under pressure on the front row of the grid are going to make that mistake on the rolling start procedure.
Yeah, absolutely. Dries Van Langendonk was the first one to admit that you know, it puts a little bit more pressure on your shoulders to find yourself in that position for the first time at this level, because you know at this point that you're in the best position you can find to maximize your performance and get a strong result, but you don't have to screw up. You can't screw that up in the starting procedure, which is very easy to, you know, mess it up quite because of the pressure from behind as well. And you want to do good, you want to accelerate a bit too soon. That's what he did. That's what happens once again here. But the rule book is clear, you know. It's down to the pole sitter to pace everybody onto the line, and at some point past the line on the way to the start finish straight, he can accelerate from that point on, but not before.
Well, for the next hour or so, Dries Van Langendonk is a driver who has done something in FIA Karting that no other driver has ever done. Win 100% of the races that they've ever started in FIA Karting. So he's got to hold on to that record for just a little bit longer. But that is an amazing accolade for the Belgian. Nobody in history has ever managed to do that and sustain it. So here we go. Let's see if Chi Newman can get it done. That's more like it. Down to the first corner. The field works its way through. A little bit of a twitch, and off the road goes one of the Car Republics. That is Max Verbruge. He has gone skating off at turn one. Big disaster for the Frenchman. So as Maxime Verbruge recovers, he's now going to have to watch as the rest of his opponents have gone through. There's problems in the S's. Problems in the S's. Several karts going off there, I'm afraid. So big problems, disaster. That is one of the VDKs having spun out into retirement. Now that, I think, is Hugo Martiniello who has gone around. Toby Vorak was involved in it, but managed to get going again. Hugo Martiniello has not, and up to third position through all of that has come Nathan Tyres, dropping it on the curbs. A little bit of a run wide there from Alex Dalstrom, who has had a bit of a tricky start, having obviously gone from the outside of the grid and now having to try and fight his way forward. He has learnt how tricky it is on his return the hard way. Here comes Nathan Ty up the inside. Second place is his. Next target, Newman Chi.
Yeah, Nilsson is going to try to fight back at the end of this opening lap. Watch out for the World Racing driver. Can he put his Tony Cat machine just in front? Not quite yet, as Nathan Tai is resisting. In the lead, Chi Jianyu, 4/10 of a second, the Beyond Racing team driver. And Nathan Tai is going defensive at the moment against Leo Nilsson. The Swedish driver is putting everything he has in his book, but it's not happening quite yet. Fourth place for Alp Aksoy. Then we have Alexander Bogunovic climbing up fourth place into the top five. Stefan Antonov, Mattia Kolnagi, Zach Drummond, Tom Kalenda, and Alexander Dalstrom. That's for your top 10. Watch out on the way to the hairpin, but Leo Nilsson is having to stay behind. You can see a bit of dust on the outside of the hairpin exit due to some of the drivers going off in previous races, but nothing to worry about as for now. Nathan Tai is actually forgetting about the pressure from Leo Nilsson, because he's actually coming close to Chi Jianyu, the Chinese driver, in the lead. And watch out, there he goes for the move, the same on the lap before. And Nathan Tai takes the lead of his first qualifying heat of the weekend here in Sarno. Nathan Tai, a name to keep an eye on. Third in this year's European Championship. He won in Spain, in Zuera, the final. He's been one of the protagonists in this year's championship and is not here to make the numbers. Nathan Tai with the Sony Kart factory that has been so dominant as well, performant in the gearbox class 2 weeks ago on home soil in Le Mans, and they're more than willing to had a couple of accolades this time around in the direct drive categories. And Nathan Tai might be one of those young drivers who can achieve that sort of thing at this level. But first of all, he needs to keep both Leon Nielsen and Chi Zhenju behind him, the top 3 drivers in the lead. Alexander Bogdanovic 1.7 seconds behind. He is leading the second wagon. Is pretty much on his own, Begunovic, at the moment, with the top 10 remaining unchanged as we keep our focus in lap number 3 on the battle for the lead. Nathan Tai, Chi Zhenyu close together, glued pretty much together for tiny tenths of a second. To watch out for the Chinese, is watching over his shoulder, and in the meantime it seems that Leo Nielsen is losing momentum. I'm afraid he just lost 4 tenths of a second on the top 2. Oh, and one driver from CRG off the 212, I'm afraid. Tumbling down the order, that's Michael Eider, the driver from Italy. Alexander Bogdanovic, the fastest on track from DPK, as Michael Eiger, as you saw, was able to get back onto the track. There was a big off, and he's actually driving at the back end of the grid. As we come back with the leaders, still behind, still no move, as Nathan Tai is doing a great job at defending himself against the attack from his opponent. So the more laps we go, the less time, of course, Chan Yu-Zhu will have to try to fight back. It's going to be a tricky one. But as you can see, and keep in mind that what you see on the left side of your screen is not accurate, because we seem to have a bit of a problem with the timings. Keep in mind that those 2 drivers are very close to each other, and back to normal.
Well, I'll tell you why it happened, because when Michael Lider went off the road on the main straight, he actually missed the timing beacon. He went off on the green, on the grass, and ended up missing the timing beacon as he went by, because he came off the line. So a bit of a problem there for Michael Lider, but he has obviously recovered and got back into the race, albeit down at the back. So unfortunate indeed for the CRG driver. Everybody else, other than the 2 we lost earlier on, well, the 1 we lost earlier on, Hugo Martiniello, has gone out of the race, but everybody else has managed to continue. So tricky races so far, but Nathan Tai certainly hanging on from Chi Newman and Leo Nielsen as they continue to try and make good work of things at this early phase. But obviously the Sony Kart driver trying to stretch away out front. The British talent has still got Chi Newman right in behind him. Leo Nielsen and Alexander Bogdanovic. Bogdanovic is doing well, the Slovenian, running in 4th position for the DPK Racing team. Then Stefan Antonov, he's had a very successful start to his week. Alpassan Aksoy in front of Mattia Kolnagi, and then Zach Drummond, Santino Panetta and Tom Calenda from Gabriel Mora, Emmanuel Quintieri, Jules Caranto, who has come up to 13th, so has worked his way past 14 karts. Then Sebastian Garzon, Edward Robinson and Kirill Ditiev, who is having a nightmare weekend so far. Alexander Dalstrom, well, he's come crashing back to reality, unfortunately, hasn't he? 17th position for the Energy Course driver so far. And that doesn't mean he can't come back, because he's obviously got time over the course of the weekend. And right in front of us, we've had 2 drivers come together. That is Varis Hampus and Ariman Bansal, who have tangled in the S's right in front of our commentary box position. So very unfortunate for those 2 who have ended up just tangling off the racetrack.
And we're back with the leaders as well. Nathan Tai trying to hold on to the pressure from Chi Zhenyu. The Chinese driver just behind him for 2 little tenths of a second as we enter what will be the final lap. 1.5 kilometer to hold for the British driver with Sony Kart. Less than a lap to try to counter attack and reverse the final grid order, final race order. Then we have Leo Nielsen, Bogdanovic. You can see the drivers being recovered by the officials on the sideline. There's going to be yellow flag for just a brief period, just a couple of meters into the corner number 5, but no overtaking done, as you're not allowed to. But you can see the top 4 drivers getting close. Leo Nielsen, Bogdanovic, can they actually try to do something? Look at Nathan Tai holding the door and shutting it. Oh, he's going wide, and he lost position. He lost the position going wide in the hairpin. What a disaster that is. That could be even worse for Nathan Tai. He shut the door on the inside of the hairpin, but while doing that, he actually couldn't hold it long enough.
He's got one last chance to get the lead back again here. Chi is absolutely glued to the inside line. Nielsen's going to try and get in alongside. Nathan Tai still holding it. Oh my goodness, stealing it from everybody. Alexander Bogdanovic snatches it from 4th in the final bend. That is incredible. Alexander Bogdanovic, the Slovenian, snatches the win from everybody. Chi Newman was so busy defending from Nathan Tai that he manages to sneak up the inside of every driver. Thanks very much, I'll take the win instead. Alexander Bogunovic takes a brilliant victory. The Slovenian for DPK Racing sneaks in and takes it all. That is brilliant.
Wow, wow, wow. We got our breath almost taken out, but this fantastic move into the last 3 meters, into the last corner. Not the first time it happens, and it won't certainly be the last. But what a beautiful turn of event from this young man, Alexander Bogunovic, from DPK, all the way down from 4th to 1st in a matter of meters. And as we say, we say that pretty much every weekend, but a race is never finished before crossing the checkered flag. And that's another demonstration of the ambition and the aggressivity, but the determination of those young drivers. But Alexander Bogunovic, he was only 9th on the grid, and he managed his way through lap after lap, and he was calm enough, passionate enough to watch from behind, from a distance, getting close but not too close. But it was quite sufficient for him to dive inside and really take the win at the end of a fierceful battle.
A very mature and controlled drive from the Slovenian. Alexander Bogunovic taking the win then from Chi Newman and Nathan Tai. Stefan Antonov from Leo Nilsson, Alp Aksoy and Zach Drummond, Gabriel Mora and Tom Calenda from Hermano Quintieri. Jules Caranta up to 11th place in the end there. Very good comeback from him. In 12th was Alfredo Ebiapina, who made up 12 places as well, the Brazilian. Then Sebastian Garzon and Santino Panetta.
Then we have Edu Robinson down in 15 from Mattia Kolnagi, Alexander Dalstrom, Maxence Verbrugge, who still managed to climb back to 18 after his incident in the opening lap. From Kirill Ditsiev, Mathilde Lapaz, David Kosma Christopher, Toby Dvorak, Jensen Bruns, Michael Eider, and 3 drivers missing. Ugo Martiniello from VDK, Vary Sampus, and Ariamen Bansal, who went together 2 laps before the end. So what a race that was. Mobile Falcons, one of the new partners since last time out, the World Championship in Le Mans, along with Mondo Kart, our 2 main partners for the World Championship events, as well as with us for next season 2023. A beautiful calendar available to you on FIAKarting.com. So as you can see, we're back to summer mode here in the south of Italy, which wasn't really the case this morning. Almost felt like being in autumn or in the winter time in Belgium or in Britain. No offense taken. These are the countries Jake and I are from, so we're quite used to joke about it from time to time, so don't be offended. But it's fair to say that those countries have a particular common point with weather not being so kind, even though the past few months have been, kinder than usual. Unusually kind, shall I say. But we're back to what we're used to here in Sarno, and hopefully this will remain as dry as possible for the drivers. You could hear talking to them in the Parc Fermé that this morning was indeed a bit of head scratching coming to when it comes to the tire strategy, because sometimes we could see pouring rain just seconds or minutes before the start of qualifying heats. As you can see, we're back here with the action, and there's a lot of work happening behind the scene. You've seen that, guys, ever since we got down there talking to some of the drivers. But it's really there that sometimes a race can be won or lost. Here, this is the scale, the time for the drivers to cool down a little bit, to start giving feedback to the mechanics. But it's freezing with activity, as the marshal and official is quite funny actually, but made it quite narrow because they want to control the flow of mechanics and drivers, because each of them has 2 trolleys and 2 cars to maneuver into that space, which doesn't make things always easy. But I have to say they're used to that kind of thing, but they manage the space quite well, and it makes things actually go quite efficiently.
Well, what this tells us, these first 2 heats of the week so far, is that this World Championship is not going to be easy to predict. Some of the big names over the course of the European Championship have not quite been able to raise their game to the table in the World Championship. You kind of need to almost disregard what has happened so far in the European Championship. It is a completely new ball game, a completely different contest, and certain drivers have come out of the blocks fighting fit. Others are actually trying to make progress through the course of the week. So it's a very different challenge for the drivers compared to what we saw from them in the European Championships. More great racing to come. OK, qualifying heat C versus D is up next, which will have the OK Seniors racing for the MundoKart.com World Championship of FIA Karting as they continue their journey here at Sarno. The heat is already climbing and growing in big style here at Sarno, the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, just a stone's throw away from the ancient city of Pompeii. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic week here for the FIA Karting World Championship. There is your man who'll be starting this next race from the front end of the starting grid, the very talented youngster for the Koski Motorsport team, Max Popov, who was very strong indeed in time qualifying, was able to make good use of his pace through the early part of proceedings. But it's definitely been an interesting one for him. He will line up on the front row of the grid beside the pole sitter for Sweden, Oscar Patterson of the Ward Racing team, who really has been an exceptional talent over the early part of this season. And Oscar Patterson in a very strong frame of mind. A couple of interesting competitors just behind them on the second row of the starting grid. We obviously have the Swede Oscar Patterson, who has been a prolific runner at the front end of the category. There he is, getting himself ready. Directly behind him, you've got the Mercedes Junior there, Chuyan Pu, who has really been coming alive this second half of the season. A lot of people were not entirely sure what we would really get to see from him this year, but he's definitely stepped up his own A-game and is really starting to prove himself to be another Zhou Guanyu, who of course was here in FIA Karting a few years ago before he ended up moving on to the world of Formula One. Alongside Chuyan Pu on that second row of the starting grid is Paolo Ippolito, the reigning European champion in the KZ category. So Paolo Ippolito clearly fancying his chances of winning another FIA title in his home country.
Yeah, the momentum for Paolo Ippolito has been quite significant since last year. On your picture, Chu Yampu indeed from China, and you can see the Argentine motorsport colors from the junior team of Mercedes in karting. Yampu Chu, let's see what he can do from third on the grid, but Paolo Ippolito by his side will be certainly one of the names to keep an eye on, having had indeed a momentum quite strong ever since he won the last round of the European Championship in Adria. It was in 2021, and he went on to win this year's European title. 1 minute left. Thank you, Ross. Responsible for the good order of the pre-grid down there, down our speaker box in between the Parc Fermé and the race director Nigel Edwards, keeping both eyes open on what's happening in front of and on track.
I absolutely love it when drivers decide to do two disciplines in one season. Paolo Ippolito, the king of gearbox in Europe earlier this season, has very much stepped out of the shadows and into the limelight in 2022. Great to see the work he has done with the Kart Republic team. They have been on the ascension all the way through this season. But what if he could make an amazing transformation? What if he could win the European KZ title and the OK World Championship in the same season? It's been a long time since we've talked about drivers winning a European and a World Championship across two disciplines. That's an amazing opportunity. I think the last one to have done that might well have been Max Verstappen back in 2013. So it could be very interesting to see what he can achieve as we gear ourselves up ready for the qualifying heat, C versus D. So will be an opportunity knocking for the drivers as they gear themselves out onto the circuit once again. Oscar Patterson and Max Popov on the front row of the grid from Chuyan Pu and Paolo Ippolito. Then Arthur Poulain and Ian Eichmans, Marlo Polier and Joel Bergstrom from Gabriel Gomez and Freddie Slater, Yvan David and Rintaro Sato from Kevin Quevedo, David Walter, Enea Frey and Jace Matthews.
From Gustav Linevski, Francesco Marenghi, Alvise Rondela, Jokubas Bagnovicius, Juan Cota Alonso, Filippo Fiorentino, Valisius Makeldis, Arle Kiebel, Peter Stiller, Jan Kolle, Mario Schettino, Fuji Shota, Yoda Yu, and Joe Turney. 30 drivers, and you might be surprised to hear the name of Joe Turney all the way down in 30th and last position, which is unusual indeed for the young British driver. Third in this year's European Championship, third in the 2020 World Championship in Portimao. One of the strong names for the past few seasons ever since he joined the direct drive class in the OK Karting Championship. It was back in 2019. But Joe Turney has been always a strong contender, and he pretty much won everything there was to win this year, with 2 wins under his name in Portugal and in Spain in Zuera. 2 wins, but unfortunately he missed out on this year's European Championship for 3 little points. So there might be revenge in the air. but it's not the first time that Joe Turney is actually struggling in qualifying, isn't it?
Yeah, he and Harry Arnott were both excluded from their session for a technical non-conformity, so they've got to go from the back. Green and away! Up to the first corner, Oscar Patterson making a good charge forward, and into second place comes Chu Yan Pu. Good start from him on the inside line, watching out to see who joins them into the first corner. That is one of the Koskis, so that is going to be Max Popov holding on to his position in the top 4, and then that's Paolo Ippolito. So other than the switch between Chu and Popov, everything is as it was in the leading 4. There's a spinner further back in the pack. 2, 3, 4 karts going around. 5 karts involved in the end, so that is Keeble. Also in there is Fiorentino. We've also got Scatino, Shota and Yu all involved in that one. A big problem there. 5 karts involved in that one incident, and it looks as though pretty much all 5 of them are done and dusted for this opening qualifying heat. That really causes big problems, particularly for the Birolart driver Harley Keeble, who won here last year in the European Championship final for Tony Kart. Now he's here at Birolart, and it's all gone wrong in his first race in senior in Sarno.
One lap completed as the drivers make their way onto the start finish straight. Oscar Patterson, 0.3 of a second from Jan Puciu, Maximilian Popov putting the pressure already. Popov's going through for the second place, yes indeed. Beautifully made into turn number 2 for the Koski Motorsport driver, up to second in front of Jan Puciu, who is protecting his position from Paolo Ippolito, the 42 from Car Republic, and himself. Intense pressure, intense attention from the VDK driver Arthur Poulain. I think that Poulain is going to go for the move. He was very close indeed. Watch out for the way to the hairpin. Might see a couple of moves coming up. Popov is fights back, and unfortunately this goes all the way wrong for Maximilian Popov. Popov under investigation, warning flag for him, and in the process he lost 2 positions, going for 2nd to 4th in the process. Popov indeed, Jan Puciu, Patterson, Poulain. A good mix of drivers, as you can see. Arthur Poulain doing wonders up with his VDK, with his Car Republic machine, with the VDK colors. This is lap number 2 complete. Popov in the lead, Jan Puciu, Patterson, Poulain, Paolo Ippolito, Freddie Slater up to 6th place. So it seems like Maximilian Popov is back into contention. There he goes, beautifully made by Arthur Poulain, who actually goes around Oscar Patterson for 3rd place.
So Arthur Poulain making his way further forward. That's a 3rd place run for him as he tries to close up on Chu Yan Pu. But Max Popov having taken the lead, receiving a warning flag in the same breath. Paolo Ippolito running in 4th position. Then it is Patterson in front of Freddie Slater, trying to hold that inside line. All going well for Chu, and there goes Ippolito and Patterson and potentially Slater as well. All getting through past Arthur Poulain. That is how quickly things can change in this OK Senior field. So many star-class drivers and big talents. So you've got Ippolito, Patterson and Slater. Slater already trying to have a think of a move on the Swede. Gets very close behind the Ward Racing driver. I think there might have been a little nerf as they came through. But along the straight, Popov has Chu breathing down his neck. Ippolito, Patterson, Slater. Here comes Slater trying to make his bid on the inside line. Will he go for the inside line? He can't quite get close enough until the inside apex. Then he dives through. Late as you like for Freddie Slater, but that is a perfectly clean overtake. Up into 4th position. Now has his sights firmly set on the European KZ champion.
Yeah, beautifully made from Freddie Slater. We haven't heard as much as for the past seasons. This year for Freddie Slater, his first ever season in the OK class after winning pretty much everything in the junior category. But is back into the mix, more than willing to shine for the end of the season. And what better way to start doing that by fighting your way through up to the front. Here it is, 38 on your picture. This is Jan Puciu back here in the fight against Maximilian Popov. This is for the lead. And the end of lap number 4 into the last corner. And there is a switch. Freddie Slater keeps on coming back, but opens the door for Oscar Patterson. Patterson takes not 1, but 2 positions ahead of Slater. Paolo Ippolito climbing down as well, but is losing momentum. Oh, Slater making a mistake. Slater just went wide, and in the meantime, Jan Puciu and Popov fights back. And we have the Chinese driver up in the lead. Popov's gonna try to fight back. There's battles all over the place into this qualifying heat as Joe Turney is trying to find his way through as well. But Jan Puciu is back in the lead. Popov very much in 2nd. He has plenty of time to fight back, but watch out for further back as well because Patterson is all the way.
Slater so nearly threw this race away. You've got to be so careful that your eyes aren't wider than your stomach in this particular battle. He got very hungry there trying to make the move on Ippolito and ended up running wide and then trying desperately to catch it back. Drifted off onto the curb on the first corner. Now Patterson's going to make his bid on the inside of Max Popov. That'll do nicely. Popov tries to get the switcheroo, can't make the bid, so he has to slot back in behind the Swede. So Chu Yan Pu now leads. Patterson in 2nd, Popov in 3rd. Then Slater, Eichmans and Ippolito. So Ian Eichmans, the Belgian, has worked his way through past Paolo Ippolito. That's a nice feather in the cap as far as he's concerned, getting through past this year's European KZ champion. But is Popov going to get his bid on the inside of Patterson? Can't quite make it stick. Still trying to make it work. Of course, both of the gearbox champions this year in Europe and the world are in the paddock this weekend. Ippolito trying to win the world title as a driver, and Victor Gustafsson helping to mentor his young proteges at CRG. But Chu Yanpu still in front of Pedersen. Pedersen really starting to reel him in now. The Ward Racing driver has looked after the tyres well and built them up to good temperature in the first couple of laps. Now he's got a real chance to go for the young Mercedes Junior. He'll come in from a long way back, dives in. That'll do, stops it nicely on the apex, but he's still going to have Chu alongside him. Chops across just in the nick of time. That was well read by Pedersen. Left Chu the space until he knew he was far enough alongside him to come back across. Another driver might have done that a little bit haphazardly, chopped across, and there might have been contact. But that was well read by Pedersen, and also Eichmanns, who has got his way up to 4th position. Still plenty of time for things to change.
Yeah, I got to say, it was a bit ambitious from Yanpu Chu trying to go over the exit on the last corner, because he should have waited a little bit longer to take advantage of the slipstream, as he's going to try to do now, but the door is shut into the hairpin. So Yanpu Chu actually might have lost a bit of momentum trying to go around the outside into that first straight. And let's see on the next lap if this time around he might be able to actually get over the leader past turn number 1. We shall see about that. We're about to conclude lap number 7 out of 10. Oscar Pedersen, Yanpu Chu, your battle for the lead. Maximilian Popov trying to hold on from 3rd. He still have half of a second to catch up. As we have further back, Jan Eijkmans and Freddy Slater still very much in explanation for 4th place. Paolo Ippolito down in 6th. Arthur Poula in 7th. Joel Bergström, Gabriele Gomez and Rintaro Sato. Oh, and we have a retirement, unfortunately, for the 58. That will be Enea Frey, the Swiss driver, unfortunately having to retire from this qualifying heat. We're back with the leader, Oscar Pedersen, augmenting his gap at the moment, 4/10 of a second. Yanpu Chu losing a bit of momentum on the way to the hairpin. That could be it for Maximilian Popov. If the Korsky driver is fast enough, he's got good tires in his, he's got good temperature in his tires, shall I say, and he's very much on Yanpu Chu for 2nd place. Watch out for the move coming up from this man. Watch out for Maximilian Popov, still a bit far off to try to destabilize Yanpu Chu this time around. He will have 2 laps to do so. Just right now, as Freddy Slater is still observing Jan Eijkmans, the Belgian watching over his shoulder. At the moment, the top 5 remains unchanged. It's lap number 9. This is the penultimate of those 10 that we have. But Maximilian Popov still watching very much Yanpu Chu. He might wait for the best moment to make his move. And sometimes it all goes down to the last lap. Look at how close they are, and it could actually go the way of Eijkmans and Freddy Slater. We've seen that earlier today, that it's never done until the checkered flag and until the last corner. That could actually go the way of the British driver further back, if he can manage to stay close enough and maybe find a bit of a gap, but that's going to be difficult, certainly.
Well, Pedersen has certainly been controlling the pace of this one from the outset as he gets himself into a position. There is Mario Schettino watching on from the sidelines, along with Fuji Shota, the Japanese driver. But the leader, Oscar Pedersen, is going to go through and start the final lap. There he is. Chu, 2nd, 3rd, Popov, 4th, Eijkmans. Slater has dropped back a little bit in 5th place, but Eijkmans has a chance here to break through to the podium places, all over the back of Max Popov. Is he going to get his opportunity for the Ward Racing team, running in the Swedish awning? But there is an opportunity here now for Jan Eijkmans to get through on Max Popov. Hoping to get through into 3rd position before the end of this race. Chu Yanpu going well in the Mercedes Junior Kart in 2nd place. But Oscar Pedersen controlling in the Ward. Look, defensive driving from Popov. Here comes the move from Jan Eijkmans. He'll try and get the undercut maneuver. Tries to get alongside, can't quite get there. So Jan Eijkmans in the 11 against Popov in the 8, and Freddy Slater in the 27 has crept up behind them as well. Joe Turney bangs in the fastest lap of the race as he tries to get closer to the top 10, but it isn't quite going to happen. He's going to run out of time. Here comes Oscar Pedersen, the Swedish driver, doing a great job to start the week. Oscar Pedersen with the victory. 2nd place for Chu Yanpu. 3rd for Popov in front of Slater and Eijkmans. As Ippolito has to settle for P6, the Italian doing a grand job. Not a bad way to start the week. Obviously, the championship title will be played out on Sunday afternoon in both OK Junior and OK. But what a terrific battle it has been. And Oscar Pedersen, the Swedish talent, going very well indeed in this one. just got himself into position, didn't really rush it, made sure the tyres were up to temperature at the right moment, and has now managed to make it work. So, good positioning so far from Oscar Patterson. And certainly in a good frame of mind as far as the team is concerned. They've got plenty to be positive about at this early stage. So, Oscar Patterson, Jan Puchu, and Max Popov. That's your top three. And boy, has it been competitive from the outset, as everyone has been making good work of things and good speed and good pace. But it hasn't gone the way of everybody. Mario Schettino having to walk his way back into the pits after a very short race that only lasted 4 corners. So, qualifying heat C versus D, Oscar Patterson and Chuyan Pu from Max Popov and Freddie Slater. Ian Eichmann's in P5 from Paolo Ippolito, then Arthur Poulain, Joel Bergstrom, Rentaro Sato and Gabriel Gomez. Then Gustav Wisniewski and Juan Alonso. Then David Walter, Jace Matthews and Kevin Quevedo. Joe Turney in 16th in front of Francesco Marenghi. The Greek star Vasilios Michailidis is in 18th position in front of Alvis Rodella and Peter Stiller, the 2 Italians. Then it is the Lithuanian star Jokubas Bogdanavicius in front of Jan Koller. Then Harley Keeble after his that one incident. And then the retirements. Oda Yu, who eventually pulled it in. Marlo Bollier, Anea Frey and Yvan David, who ended up off the road together, unfortunately. Very short races for them. And then Filippo Fiorentino, Mario Schettino, and Fuji Shota were out of the race on the opening tour. So big battles so far then here at Sarno on the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, just a few miles from the foot of Mount Vesuvius in the heart of Italy. This is a very tough race week, and it's already been very changeable conditions in terms of temperatures and wet weather. So it's obviously going to be a very tricky day at the races again, leading into Saturday and Sunday. Down to the pit lane, Guillaume Alvarez will hopefully have found our race winner.
Welcome back from the Parc Fermé, ladies and gentlemen. Oscar Patterson, winner of the qualifying heat. It's been a strong battle, Oscar, but a good start for you in this World Championship, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been great. It started off with P1 in my group in qualifying and now P1 in the first heat, so I'm confident.
Yeah, confident. We showed that with your pace, 7/10 on the line. Was pretty much, was it as easy as it looked from the inside with the others battling behind you, or was there still pressure?
It was always pressure. I didn't know where I had them behind me, so just keep pushing all the time.
All right, good stuff indeed. With World Racing, using Tony Kart machinery, you're still one of the independent teams against the big factories. So it's pretty much David against Goliath, isn't it? So there's all to go.
Thank you. Yeah, we have done a lot of preparation before this race and just put in hours in the kart and tried the maximum to everything we have.
Fantastic, good stuff. Thank you for talking to us, and good luck, Oscar Patterson, one of the strong names from World Racing, and he is waiting. Thank you very much, Freddie Slater. Good to see you back. So it's been a busy season for you. Here we are, the World Championship, and pretty good start. We thought for a moment that we're going to stay behind, but you managed that last lap move on Ian Aikmans.
Yeah, like it's a hard race, like 10 laps, and especially with the rain has affected the track load. So, and the MG tyre wears out a lot quicker, so we have to look after it a lot through 6 heats. I think we're doing so. It's going to be interesting at the end, especially. So now you have to think, do I go for this position or do you just wait? So at the moment, I'm just trying not to chase it too much and relax, and yeah, just keep working hard.
Keep working hard, that's indeed the spirit. Let's talk about briefly your first season in this class. You've run pretty much the was to win in junior. Stepping up to OK, how was it this year for you?
This year's been a lot harder. The experience we haven't had like in the team and in the engine development. So we've always been developing through the year. We've definitely got better. We've made progress, but MG Tyre has made it a little bit more difficult to progress as quicker than others and stuff. But overall, we're still pushing hard, and I know I can get it on Sunday.
Fantastic, good stuff. Thank you for talking to us. Good luck, Freddie Slater, as we'll keep following your progress through this World Championship. Maybe a quick word with Arthur Poulain, if he's available. Arthur, 7th on the road. Let's see if we can have a quick word. Arthur, est-ce qu'on peut avoir un petit mot de ta part? Yeah, just wait for a tiny second, the time for Arthur Poulain to pick up his cart on his trolley with the help of his mechanic. And I think he needs to actually go back on the scale. And as we said, this is the procedure. You need to go through, as always. Each driver needs to be on the scale. And Arthur Poulain, something actually didn't go according to plan. So he needs to get back and sit himself in the chassis, because every time the driver and the chassis with his equipment has to be weighted. And as part of of course, the rule book, each of the driver has to go through that procedure. It takes a bit of time as we keep watching and keep waiting in the middle of all these drivers. Very busy time indeed at the scale. I can see Joe Turney further back on your picture. You can see him, the Tony car driver, who managed his way up to 16 in his race, collecting 14 places in what has been a difficult race so far after his disqualification for the qualifying series earlier, meaning he's going to have to start all of his qualifying races from the back end of the grid. So not an easy start for Joe Turney, but still he has the pace to fight his way through. Let's see if Arthur can talk to us just after, but there seems to be a bit of a trouble when it comes to the scale. Arthur, tu es disponible? Still waiting for the car to be in conformity, as maybe we'll get back to you, Jake. The time for our official colleagues to actually fix the scale, because as you can see, they're putting weights on the scale. So in order to fix it, apparently, because that happens sometimes, that there might be sometimes a bit of a trouble when it comes to the scaling, and it's not something that the drivers want to see indeed. But I think we'll get back to Arthur Poulain VDK in just a moment, as we have some more racing coming our way. In a couple of minutes, let's get back to Wake.
Challenging week ahead for everybody then, by the look of things. So it's not just on the driving side, but also on the technical side. Going to be interesting here at Sarno as we continue. The recovery truck is just getting into its reset position now that it has recovered the drivers involved in the previous shenanigans in qualifying heat C versus D. Now it's going to be those two groups that go to battle again, but this time in OK Junior, the drivers from 11 to 14 years of age. And it is Anatoly Kavalkin, this year's European champion, who will go off the front end of the starting grid, alongside the Leclerc by Lennox youngster Gerasim Skulanov, who has been very impressive from the outset. Now, obviously, the drivers in pole position are allowed to choose which side of the starting grid they will start the races from. They obviously have to go onto the first corner, the same as everybody else, but only the front row can choose which side of the grid they go off, and they're given that choice to go left or right. On this occasion, it looks as though Anatoly Kavalkin has decided to go for the outside line rather than the coveted inside position that many drivers take. So it's an interesting decision. He obviously feels that he can get a fast start and then hold the speed around the outside to try and get a better start. It's a high risk, actually, at this phase of the race. But Anatoly Kavalkin is doing just that from the outside line of the grid. There is your pole sitter as he runs there in position, actually. So that is Kavalkin. No, he is on the correct side of the grid. I wasn't entirely sure who we were looking at there from that side, but Anatoly Kavalkin is there. European champion from this year in the junior category. It's been a very strong year for him competitively so far. He lines up alongside Gerasim Skulanov in the Birolart, which is in the Leclerc by Lennox colours. Third on the grid, you better watch out for him, the Polish star Maciej Gladys, who has already had a very successful time in 2022. It's not quite been as strong a campaign as he would have liked, but certainly he's had the pace on several occasions to win. And let's not forget that he was last year's winner of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. So he does have a very good chance to work his way forward for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. And alongside him on the grid is the Hungarian Adam Hideg, who lines up in the Sodi car. Alfie Slater and Nicholas Schaufler are just in tow. So the drivers heading out onto the grid once again then here in the OK Junior qualifying heat C versus D. Anatoly Kavalkin and Gerasim Skulanov from Maciej Gladys and Adam Hideg. Alfie Slater and Nicholas Schaufler from Ivo Besterda and Jimmy Chelias. Kilian Josseron and Marcel Kaspricki from Marcus Sater and Salim Hanar. Thomas Straven, Tibor Ramakas, Andy Consani, Leon Brunner, Lucas Flusha and Kypros Yosa. Arthur Dorisson and Nicolas Roos from Dino Sturescu, Len Nyes, Emilio Ertalani, Renaud Franco, Zoe Florescu, Giacomo Petrini, Falden Papafilippou and Guillaume Bouzard, who had a wheel come off in qualifying, and it has ruined his week. The man who was the vice champion in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy just 2 weeks ago at Le Mans. Unfortunately for him, he now has to start all of his races from the back of the grid. I managed to grab a quick word with him after qualifying. The devastation, you would not believe in that young man, but we know the talent of Guillaume Bouzard of Luxembourg. We know he can fight his way back through the field in difficult circumstances, so there's every opportunity that the Koski driver will be able to reclaim his position towards the front. Now, this is going to be tricky off the start. Kavalkin and Skulanov with a bit of pressure from Matej Gladic and Alfie Slater, the Ricky Flynn twins, in 3rd and 5th on the grid. Watch for Adam Hideg. He's been mighty quick all week. And a lot of people talking up the chances of the DPK driver, Niklas Schaufler, the Austrian, in 6th position in the BWT colours. Easily the smallest driver in the sport. But I tell you what, he has got an incredible right foot. Are we going to go racing? No, next time around. So that takes the pressure off a little bit, but obviously it just shows you that even the European champion, Anatoly Kavalkin, is feeling the heat here in Sarno.
Feeling the heat indeed, as much as we do, my dear Jake, in our commentary box. Everybody in the Parc Fermé as well, trackside. The heat is in the air, and Kavalkin and Joachim Skulanov are going to have to go around for another time and an extra attempt to make it work.
Yeah, it's when you find out that it's 27 degrees Celsius in the air, but in our commentary box it's currently 32 at that. We've actually got a temperature gauge behind us to tell us so. So it is pretty intense at the moment. All around Sarno, very hot and very sticky as well, because that high pressure, that high humidity is still very much in the air over the mountain range here. Just down the road is the city of Napoli, and of course we're not that far from the ancient town of Pompeii, where so many travesties have happened obviously over the centuries. But this time it is going to play spectacle to an incredible crescendo of a showdown in FIA Karting, as so many drivers are hoping to emulate some amazing and impeccable superstars that have raced here over the years. OK champions in recent times include Tuka Tarpanen, Callum Bradshaw, Lorenzo Travasanuto, Danny Curl and Pedro Hilbrand. The senior category is one thing, the junior title very much up for grabs as well. And here we go. Up to the first corner, good start from Kavalkin and Gladic. They work their way through perfectly. Hideg gets a good run on Skulanov as well to get into 3rd position. So Matej Gladic already hunting down Anatoly Kavalkin. Patience on the first lap needed as he just slots in behind the Paralin. Perfect start. Everybody getting through without too much drama, but are they going to fit through in the lower stages of the grid? Because they've got a lot of karts to try and fit through in the S's. Everybody getting through without incident. That is good news. And Matej Gladic, who is very quick around this circuit and certainly recently has been able to demonstrate it more than once, is already taking on Kavalkin for the offensive as Skulanov goes wheel to wheel with Hideg, and it's nearly 3 wide further back as the hard-charging Jimmy Helias tries to break into the top 5.
And we saw here Bester at the 152 as well, going a bit wide into the hairpin, trying to go around the outside of Harvey Slater. At the lead of the second wagon, the younger brother of Freddie Slater that we just talked to in the Parc Fermé. Lap 1 completed out of 7. Let's have a look at the gaps as Anatoly Kavalkin is leading in front of Matej Gladic for 0.3 of a second. Adam Hideg up to 3rd. 4th race for Skulanov. Watch out for the battle for 3rd with Skulanov very much under pressure for the Sodical driver. As you can see further back, Jimmy Helias was able to make his way through past Alfie Slater for 5th place. Niklas Schaufler follows in 7. Then we have in 8 Iwa Besterda, Marcus Slater, Thomas Stroven running up top 10 with 3 positions gained for the young Belgian driver in the course of 1 lap. Watch out for the battle for the lead as Matej Gladic is very much on the inside and takes the lead. Beautifully made them fight back. Oh, they almost touched between Kavalkin and Gladic. Gladic just took the lead for a brief second before, and Anatoly Kavalkin was able to fight back. You can feel the experience. He's not the European champion for nothing. He just took the lead back, Anatoly Kavalkin, and is keen on keeping it.
You can feel the tension building for this one. Matej Gladic has not really been able to show what he can actually do in FIA Karting in 2022 because he's had so much bad luck, but he's been consistently one of the 3 fastest drivers in OK Junior all season long. He had nothing but bad luck in the European Championships, but here recently he has channeled all of that frustration and he's decided to make Sarno his own playing field over the last few weeks. But he's going up against the man who has won the European Championship, quite rightly actually, at Franciacorta a couple of months ago. So he does not want to lose his stranglehold on the top spot. But Matej Gladic is definitely one of the feistiest contenders you're going to see all weekend. So he wants to win this World Championship title. And I've got a good feeling about him. The Ricky Flynn driver definitely looks like he could emulate his performance from last year's Academy Trophy when he became the first Polish driver to win that title. Now he's here a year later. He has really grown as a contender. These two going well as well. Hideg and Skulanov. Skulanov gets his run on the Hungarian and moves up into 3rd place. A good performance so far this weekend from Skulanov. Very strong in qualifying. And there's a warning flag gone out in the midfield. That is the 113 picking up a warning. Now that is Thomas Strauven the Belgian, who has obviously come a cropper of the officials in some way. Not quite sure what it is he's supposed to have done, but there is the confirmation as Gladish sets the fastest lap of the race, heading on to take on Anatoly Kavalkin. They come onto the back straight once again, and Gladish may try the same move that he tried on Kavalkin a lap ago. Kavalkin hanging on to that inside line. Now, he didn't really need to defend there. This could be a chance for Gladish to go a little bit quicker through the hairpin, nail him up to the S's, and then make a challenge into the final bend at the end of the lap.
Yeah, that's what happens between those two. Indeed, in the meantime, I think that Jimmy Elias lost a bit of momentum all the way down to 7th, with Alfie Slater still in 5th. Nicolas Schlosser getting past Jimmy Elias for 6th as well. So a bit of a change as well in the top 10 as we're back with the leaders. Lap number 4 completed. Kavalkin, Gladys, split by less than 0.2 of a second. The Polish driver is waiting for the good moment to attack. Not in turn number 2. Maybe in the SS of turn number 3 and 4, still quite tricky as well. We've seen that in this part of turn number 5. This could be possible, even though this new part of the track that has been added to the layout of Sarno last year is not the easiest when it comes to overtaking. What's important? Keeping the momentum for that part of the track all the way down to the hairpin. If you get the pace, and there it is, going through the inside. Matis Gladys takes the lead, and the door is open for Sherazim Skulanov. Adam Aidek as well. They're gonna go side by side, and he takes second place as well. Beautifully made. Kavalkin keeping in second, trying to fight back on Gladys. They're side by side. Watch out for the contact, but Anatoly Kavalkin fights back and take what is his. Leadership for Kavalkin. Gladys is back in second. Adam Aidek, is in third place, and Sherazim Skulanov lost the positions in the process.
Kavalkin is relentless in this race. You are not going to get past me. Try every trick in the book, and I will still have a response for you. The Paralin driver, absolutely determined, but Gladish definitely has the straight line speed advantage on Kavalkin. In the tow, he is able to gain so much ground on the Paralin. He's going to have to try again. He got the move done perfectly well, but he just drifted wide in the process, and that opened the door for Skulanov to try and creep in. Skulanov now, as a result of the chain reaction, has now dropped back to 6th position behind Adam Hideg and Nicolas Schaufler, with Jimmy Elias moving up into 5th position. Now, if this is going to work for Gladish, he needs to work with Hideg.
Yeah, absolutely. Those two need to keep on working together, because the gap has been extended to almost 0.3 of a second. If those two keep on battling, well, this is done and dusted for Anatoly Kavalkin. But Gladys still hold on to 3rd position as we're further back to 1:30. This is Jimmy Elias.
Hideg has gone on the inside of Gladish. He's got him into 2nd position. So the Hungarian has moved his way through on the final bend. Maciej Gladish running in 3rd position, trying to come back at him. He can't afford to rush this, but the Sodi looking so strong in junior here at Sarno. So now Maciej Gladish needs to make his overtaking come back. Needs to have a look for it. Anatoly Kavalkin's resolute determination got him back into the lead at the right time, but watch for Nicolas Schaufler. He's going to try and make his way through as well. Up in 4th position, the young Austrian. He really is showcasing incredible speed. Now Hideg is going defensive on Gladish. Gladish is going to try and snake through on the inside line, but it's well held on the apex from the Hungarian, Adam Hideg. Further back, we've got Elias versus Saita, 2 Tony Karts in 2 different teams. The Works team versus the Ward Racing outfit. But Anatoly Kavalkin, what a start to his World Championship week in the opportunity to move forward. Cannot be underestimated. The very talented Paralin driver comes fresh out of the blocks, takes the win. 2nd place is going to go the way of Hideg, just in front of Schaufler and Gladish. So Nicolas Schaufler fought his way to 3rd position on the final lap there. But still, great pace from Hideg, Schaufler and Gladish. All 4 drivers in the top 4 with a great chance to win this world title. But Anatoly Kavalkin channeling the same pressure, the same resolution, the same resolve that he had in the European Championship. He wants to get the job done again here in OK Junior at Sarno. This is a good opener for Anatoly Kavalkin. Won the European Championship title, of course, after a fantastic win in Sweden in the final, and then staying on the podium for each of the other races he competed in. He didn't get the chance at Zuera, of course, but Anatoly Kavalkin doing an amazing job. And there's Maciej Gladish just making the point felt. He can overtake Anatoly Kavalkin on this circuit, and he certainly did it at one point, but Kavalkin was absolutely determined to get him back again. So now it's going to be very much about the momentum and also the mind games that these drivers will play on each other. Anatoly Kavalkin takes the win in front of Adam Hideg and Nicolas Schaufler. Maciej Gladish right there at the line. 5th for Marcus Saita, in front of Jimmy Helias and Salim Hanna. Then Gerasim Skudanov in front of Lucas Flusha and Andy Consani. Thomas Strauven is ahead of Ivo Basterda and Tibor Ramakes. Marcel Kaspricki, Renaud Francote, and then Alfie Slater ahead of Kilian Josserun and Guillaume Bouzard, who worked his way through from the back of the field into 18th place. Leon Brunner is in front of Len Nige, and then Giacomo Petrini ahead of Dino Struescu. Emilio Ottolani and Nicolas Roos from Kypros Yus, Zoe Florescu, Falden Papafilippou and Arta Dorisson. All drivers managing to come through despite the difficulties in that race, and they were all covered by 15 seconds. What a difficult race that was, though, for Arta Dorisson to cross the line at the back just 2 weeks after dominating at Le Mans in the Academy Trophy. Just shows you what a difference a fortnight can make. Not always on the top spot. So a very tricky scenario and a tough race battle for all of the drivers in OK Junior. As you can see, it's still pretty hot and still pretty sticky here at Sarno. And it's obviously going to increase the challenge as the day goes on. So down in pit lane, Anatoly Kavalkin has wrapped up the first race. Guillaume Alvarez is going to try and find him.
Welcome back live from the Parc Fermé, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk to Anatoly Kavalkin in a second. But first, Masses Gladys, one of the protagonists of this race. Masses, we can read on your face that there's a bit of disappointment. But what a race this has been. But in the end, it was very, very close on the line.
Yeah, I don't know why he was defending. It doesn't make any sense. I wanted to push with him, but every corner he was just defending. For me, it was a bit silly. But yeah, it's still 6 more hits, so I would do my best in this 6 other more. But yeah, I think I could finish first, but too much defending.
It's still very early in the championship, as you said. There's a lot of races coming up, so happy about your pace so far. You've demonstrated that you're very fast, ready to fight in the mix, so plenty of time to recover.
Yeah, I will do my best in another hit because I think we had really good pace in this hit, and yeah, I think if it starts rain, it would be really good because I think I'm faster in the rain than in dry. Yeah, I will do my best in this 6 more hits.
Absolutely. Good spirit. Thank you, young man, for talking to us, and good luck as we switch already. Thank you for waiting, Anatoly Kavalkin. Quick word. Well, first race, what a win. I would say that it has been pretty much like your European Championship. You up front and the others unable to catch. What do you think?
I think this race wasn't good for me because I hadn't the grip on my rear tires. So we need a little bit improve that. And I think that next hits will be better than this one. Yeah.
Still, you showed a lot of confidence, taking advantage of the fact that the others were fighting behind. You were able to pull enough of a gap to feel comfortable. So a first good sign of good things to come.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Thanks.
All right, thank you for talking to us, Anatoly Kavalkin, and good luck for this World Championship in Sarno. Let's try to see if we can talk to some others, as Thomas Stroven, maybe? Thomas, a quick word? Quick word with you, talking about your race? He's not willing to talk right now. As you can see, the driver is always busy. It's always, we can easily understand sometimes when the race doesn't go according to plan and there's a bit of frustration and the drivers are not willing, just outside of the car to share their thoughts with us. That's all right. That's part of the game, isn't it? And we'll see. We can have maybe a quick word with one of my fellow countrymen, Thibaut. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir un petit mot de ta part? Une petite réaction à chaud? You can come with me. And the camera is here. You can be by my side, Thibaut. Alors, ici, la manche qui vient de se terminer, mon cher Thibaut. Comment ça s'est passé derrière le volant?
J'ai pris beaucoup de mauvais choix. J'ai fait le spoiler et du coup, c'est vraiment une mauvaise manche et j'espère que ça ira à la prochaine.
Quel effet ça fait après le trophée Académie de disputer ici un mondial à Sarno en Italie avec autant de pilotes compétitifs comme ça?
C'est vrai qu'on est vraiment beaucoup, on a 7 manches et j'aime bien parce que c'est compétitif et c'est chouette à rouler. Mais voilà.
Ok, merci beaucoup Thibaut et bonne chance. Thank you very much, Tibor Ramakers, saying that he enjoys his time very much. A lot of competitive drivers, which puts a lot of pressure, but a lot of a lot of determination to do good. And he wasn't particularly happy, as you could maybe read on his face, about the heat that we've just seen. Too many wrong choices, unfortunately, for him, and he didn't manage to finish the race as high as he can. Maybe Arthur, a quick word with us. Arthur, est-ce qu'on peut avoir un petit mot de ta part? Arthur Dorisson, the winner of the Academy Trophy, not willing to talk to us just yet. And you could feel that there's a bit of frustration as well towards Arthur Dorisson, who won brilliantly the Academy Trophy and the last round in Le Mans 2 weeks ago. So again, this is part of the game. This is part of those young drivers. You know, a lot of temper, a lot of emotions going through the minds of those young drivers, fresh from a heat that sometimes didn't go according to plan. So we'll have to make do with that. But it's always nice to try to get as much insight as possible from those young competitors between 12 and 14 years of age in the OK Junior class, and from 14 years old in the OK category. So the average age of the competitors here in Sarno is much smaller, much younger than the one he had in Le Mans for the World Championship of the gearbox class. So different sort of vibe, but still very nice to talk to some of the drivers. Maybe one last before we get back to racing with Alfie Slater. Let's try to see if we can have a quick word. Alfie, maybe a quick word, fresh from your race. Didn't go according to plan, unfortunately. You made it in 16 after starting from the upper part of the grid. Talk us through it.
Well, I thought I had a teammate, but I guess not. I guess he just has to take me off the track at the top. But I wasn't going to finish well anyway. I mean, we were slow, but we'll be better next time, I hope. Yeah.
Better next time, indeed. And a lot of races remaining, so the pace is there, nevertheless. So a lot of positive things coming your way, certainly.
Yeah, there definitely is. I mean, there's 111 drivers here this weekend, and it's my first World Champ, so I've just got to show them what I can do.
Absolutely, that's the spirit. Thank you very much, Alpha Slater, and good luck to you. Back to you, Jake.
Wow, feisty conversation from Alfie Slater. I thought I had a teammate. Perhaps I don't. Goodness me, they're feeling the pressure, aren't they? And interesting there that you have the psychological games already starting between Maciej Gladish and Anatoly Kavalkin. Kavalkin actually explaining why he had to go defensive in his heat, because they couldn't get the rear tyres to the temperature they needed. So obviously having a bit of struggles on the rear end for the grip. And Maciej Gladish very much, you know, I don't know why he was defending. It's just silly at this early stage. At least we have an explanation, but I don't think he's going to be too satisfied with it. That's how high pressure, how intense this week is for the drivers at this level. It's the World Championship. It's one weekend. You've got to get it right. You've got to bring the best that you possibly can to the table. And that's why a lot of this emotion, a lot of drivers saying, I'm not going to talk to anybody. They don't want to get a word with myself and Guillaume. And yeah, that's high pressure. There's a lot of emotion running around this particular week. It's the World Championship. Everybody knows that 8 years ago, this title was won by Lando Norris in the senior category. So obviously there's big shoes to fill on that score. And of course, it won't be lost on anybody either that the winner of this title in 2016 is Victor Martin, the man who has only just recently, last week, won the FIA Formula 3 Championship title. So obviously a lot of drivers looking at that and wanting to emulate him. Just 6 years ago, a title winner. Now he is in Formula 3 winning the championship. There is the pole sitter for this race. It is another contender from the fold at Ricky Flynn. So it's obviously going to be a very interesting challenge for Maxime Rem, the man who got the ultimate pole position from time qualifying in the senior category. It's going to be a very interesting challenge forward for him, that is for sure. Matthias Ferreira on the front row of the starting grid alongside him, having done a fair job in his qualifying run. There is the kart that is running on the front row of the starting grid, although Matthias Ferreira moving across from Kart Republic to Energy for this race weekend. Wanting to do a good job there for the front row of the grid. And that's the first time I have ever seen an Energy course looking anything other than its stereotypical pale blue, red and white colours. Maxime Rem and Matthias Ferreira on the front row from Zachary David and Rashid Al-Daheri. Juho Valtonen and Akshay Bora from Tuka Tapanen and Ruben Moya, Kia Nakamura Berta, Menahed Troja, Enzo Deligny, Christian Bertuka, Jacob Rashki and Caspian Hagman from Hiro Yamakoshi and Rafael Modanese.
From Nicolas Coman, Maximilian Angelar, Nacho Tunen, Leonardo Cesaretti, Ella Stevens, Shimo Zhang, Emma Feldbeimer, Jorge Hernandez, Ada Turpenen, Luigi Coluccio, Nico Lemberg, Kino Azari, Dante Vinci, and Daniel Valberg. 30 drivers once again, and Luigi Coluccio, another big name at the back end of the grid, pretty much like Joe Tony in the past race, and he managed to fight his way through. But Coluccio, another strong name from Tony Kart, not having a good start at all.
Well, 2 Tony Kart drivers at the back of this particular field. You've got Luigi Coluccio and Keanu Alazzardi, the German talent, who is based out in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Not the kind of pace we expect to see from either of them. Usually they are knocking on the door of top 10 overall in terms of one-lap pace. Keanu Alazzardi, you've got to remember, is only 14 years of age. He's one of the youngest in the field and has had a very tough season coming into the OK Senior category, but next year he is likely to be one of the contenders for the title. You have to look at that as a potential. His speed has been immaculate when the opportunity has allowed. It's also worth bearing in mind that you've got a couple of drivers in the middle of this pack that is going to be trying to make a bit of progress. Caspian Hagman a little out of position. Rafael Modenese and Nicolo Kuman likewise. Some good performances otherwise, and it's a false start. So they will go round again. Now, Matheus Ferreira lining up on the front row of the starting grid. This is the first time we've ever seen him in an energy course, obviously deciding he wanted to try something a little bit different for the World Championship week. But look in the middle of this pack. The wet weather qualifying really has taken an interesting fly through the field. You've got Hugh Yamakoshi is right up the mix. Nacho Tunion and Max Angelard. Ella Stevens did a fair job in time qualifying. That's the best we've seen from her in FIA Karting. This is still only her first season in Europe, never mind in FIA Karting, and straight in as a senior. Can't be easy for her. Emma Felbermeyer, the other lady in this particular field, along with Ada Turpinen. They've done a fair job in this particular gaggle and ahead of quite a few people. Dante Vinci on the back row of the grid. He was the first driver to take the gamble for slick tyres in time qualifying, and he found out that it didn't work. So he's going to be one to charge through in the parallel.
Absolutely, that's what we like about this one event competition, that it allows some of the drivers that we haven't seen actually all throughout the year as successful to really give it a go to shine on the international stage. And a couple of Finnish fans in the grandstands, always nice to see, you know, those tabards and flags and a lot of signs of support to the drivers. We've seen a lot of them in Le Mans, for instance, and I'm sure there will be much more here in Sarno.
Well, you would be amazed how many Finns have made the trip over to Sarno for this one. The Tukka Tarpanen fan club is in massive form here because he obviously won the World Championship last year. I think completely unexpectedly for a lot of people. They might have thought that someone else would get the chance. But now we know how good a driver Tukka Tarpanen really is on the world stage. The expectation is for the Finn to go for another World Championship title. He's on the 4th row of the grid for every heat, so it will be tough. But if anyone can, Tarpanen can. Here we go. Up to the first corner, Maxim Rem holds the lead as they go through. Tricky start from Matheus Ferreira, has already slipped back behind the inside line men. So it's already a great start from Rem, David, Valtonen and Tarpanen. They have skated through to the top 4 positions. Look at Juho Valtonen, already starting to take his mind on Zachary David. Wants to try and get past the Sauber Academy driver as soon as possible. The rest of the OK seniors getting through the S's without too much difficulty through the hairpin and going well. Maxim Rem holding on from Zachary David. Valtonen is not going to wait around. It is second place. Dives through. No issues there. Tukka Tarpanen will get his opportunity very shortly.
And beautifully made by Juho Valtonen, indeed, up into second place as the field is stretching out in this opening lap of the OK qualifying heat. But let's try to see any other move coming out as we conclude this opening lap. Beautifully made for second place. This is a battle further back is indeed is 36. Zachary David fighting back against Juho Valtonen, but Valtonen is going around the inside. I'm actually got away of Tukka Tarpanen further back. Oh, we have one of the Czech Republic drivers actually out of this race. This is Chimo Zhang, unfortunately, who is going to have to watch from the sideline as we have 2 Tony Car drivers in the mix, in the lead. Not quite in the lead yet.
That's Caspian Hagman. That's Caspian Hagman, who was running up at the sharp end of qualifying in the initial stages, then fell away on pace. But Tarpanen, as you said, Guillaume, through into 3rd position there on Zachary David, but it doesn't look like David is quite done yet.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. And this is a race between teammates. They're going to have to play it wisely and not to lose too much momentum to the opposition. That's what Zachary David has been expecting. Certainly, he's going to put the pressure on Tukka Tarpanen. Let's see which of the 2 Tony Car drivers will be faster than the others. At the moment, we have Juho Valtonen in front of Tukka Tarpanen, but he's going to have to take the tow. He's going to have to be able, Juho Valtonen, to take his teammate to the chase of Maxim Rem. But if actually it doesn't function that way, they might need actually to switch position, because in the meantime you can see that Zachary David, as well as the rest of the queue, with Kinnaker Roberta, the number 4, Matheus Ferreira, his teammate, the 35, as well as Jakub Rapski, are very much in the mix. So we could see actually a lot of switching positions. as Jo Valtanen is getting close to the leader. Maxime Valtanen, this is your battle for the lead already on lap number 3. On the way to the hairpin, the Tony car driver not quite as close. And for the back, watch out for Kin Nakamura taking Matheus Ferreira as well on the charge. On what the Tony car drivers it was. Zachary David still in front. A bit of a mix in there, but the Alpine drivers, so to speak, are very much on the charge, helping each other through the field. Matheus Ferreira, Zachary David still ahead of the pack as he lost the position. My apologies to Kin Nakamura, with Matheus Ferreira trying his bit as well.
Yeah, it's Jacob Raschke that got himself involved in that mix of drivers as Enzo Deligny and Ruben Moya have now managed to get past Raschke. Menahert Kroja, the Hungarian, in P10 at the moment. And then it is Pertuca, Aldeheri, Bora, Tugnon and Angelard. Coluccio's already up to 16th place ahead of Modenese and Ella Stevens. She's doing brilliantly here so far this week. Really starting to step up the attack now. And after a season of frustration, it looks as though Sarno seems to be working in her favour. Certainly at the moment in the cooler conditions. She actually said she didn't want the rain. She wanted to get a real opportunity to showcase her skills in the dry. And fair play to her, she is knocking on the door of the top 15. Which in European Championship form would of course be championship points in a final, so she's doing a fair job. But look at Tarpanen all over the back of his countryman. Juho Valtanen out of the final hairpin. Tarpanen looking to make his bid, but Valtanen is in the best frame he has been since 2019. So this is an opportunity for him now. He couldn't quite make the move on Maxime Rem. Now he's got to hope that Tarpanen doesn't storm by, and that's exactly what Tuukka Tarpanen is going to do. Dives through on the inside of Juho Valtanen up to second position. Now the Sorcerer has got to follow the apprentice as they run through. So Valtanen watches Tarpanen go by.
And let's see how it's going to play out as Nacho Tugnon is the fastest on track from DPK. As Tarpanen is in second, the last lap 55.2, 55.5 for Juho Valtanen. So there's your difference. And Tuukka Tarpanen could no longer take it and had to go for the second place, which he did brilliantly. So Juho Valtanen is going to have to keep up, because for the back we have the reigning world champion and European champion as well, Kin Nakamura in fourth place. He didn't have the best of qualifying practice, starting from 9th, and there he goes, at least trying to go against Juho Valtanen, Kin Nakamura, but it didn't go his way quite yet. Watch out for the young Japanese driver. Is all over the back of Juho Valtanen, and those two are going to have another fight, that's for certain.
Nice try, Kian. You're not going to get through that easy, says Juho Valtanen. And Kin Nakamura. Oh, Tarpanen's in the lead. Tarpanen's got Maxime Rem. Well, that was a beautiful move from Tarpanen. Totally took Maxime Rem by surprise. And Tuukka Tarpanen, the reigning world champion in senior, has hit the front. Now he's going to have an interesting battle, because in fourth place, Kin Nakamura, the junior champion from last year's world title, trying to get his way through into the top 3. Valtanen trying to resist as much as possible. There is the other Alpine driver in 5th position, that is Matheus Ferreira. They were teammates last round, but now of course they are two drivers in different outfits. Kart Republic for Kin Nakamura, Energy Course for Matheus Ferreira. They come off the final turn, and Tarpanen has not only got past Maxime Rem, he's starting to leave him for dead.
Yeah, good move indeed as we enter lap number 7. The battle for the back, Kin Nakamura as well as Juho Valtanen, but at the moment, oh, and there he went through. Kin Nakamura just went through Juho Valtanen for 3rd place. There's confirmation, and watch out for Matheus Ferreira. He's going to try to emulate maybe the move of his teammate, but for now he has to stay behind. Juho Valtanen being taken in sandwich, not the easiest position for Juho Valtanen, the Finnish driver, having to defend against Matheus Ferreira, but at least trying as well to fight back on Kin Nakamura. But oh, and a bit of a sliding, going through the inside, and by the look of it, it looked like actually Matheus Ferreira was able to make his bid. It didn't happen quite yet, but I think that for Juho Valtanen, he's not having the pace that he wants. The Finnish driver is losing position after position, and you can see that Ferreira going for the move around the inside of the last corner, and he made that bid beautifully. Ferreira up to 4th place, trying to get close to Kin Nakamura.
Collision between teammates there, unfortunately. That is Ada Turpinen and Daniel Valberg. So the Ward Racing teammates have collided with each other, and that is going to be an uncomfortable warning for Joachim Ward to try and diffuse, because obviously the one rule they have in motor racing is do not take your teammate out, and unfortunately Ada Turpinen and Daniel Valberg have broken the cardinal sin of motorsport.
It's the third race in a row, isn't it, that we see that thing happening, because we had Marcel Gladys and Harvey Slater having a bit of an argument in the last lap of the previous OK Junior race, and you could actually feel and see the disappointment on the face of both Alfie Slater and Maciej Gladys after what happened. But that's definitely not what you want to see in the motor racing of any form, when two teammates take each other out or lose each other momentum. In the meantime, those two teammates are doing quite a decent job as for now. Kim Nakamura at number 4, Matheus Ferreira just behind, holding on to their positions, and they need to work together because time, unfortunately, is running out, and Tuka Taponen and Maxim Rem. And there he goes, Matheus Ferreira on Kim Nakamura taking 3rd place.
So Ferreira and Nakamura Berta, former teammates. Of course, they're in the same academy fold. They're both Alpine Academy youngsters, but they are racing in separate teams now because they were Kart Republic teammates. But Matheus Ferreira took the decision coming into this week to switch across to the Energy Course team. The only way you can actually tell those two apart, interestingly, is the fact that the Nassau panel on the Energy Course is slightly different to that of the Kart Republic. The Kart Republic is the traditional curvature, whereas the Energy Course has that air hole that basically collects through. You can see it on the Pantano car. Now this is quite an important story. The Pantano, in its first ever race in FIA Karting, losing a position there. Nacho Tunion getting past Ruben Moya as we go into the final lap. But Tuka Tarpanen, look at the pace he's on. This is a world champion looking to get himself back to the top spot again, as Maxim Rem is being caught by Matheus Ferreira. Now, Ferreira has had his opportunities in the past and he's missed out on all of them, but the Brazilian really looks strong. He could have been the junior world champion last year, of course, Matheus Ferreira, had it all not gone horribly wrong in the final phase of the week. Now he's going to get his chance on Maxim Rem in a second. Nice move.
Nice move indeed, as Maxim Rem is going to have to try to fight back, but this is the last lap already of this qualifying heat, A versus B, as Tuka Taponen, the young man on your picture, is managing to stay ahead for 0.4 of a second. This will be the last few meters as Tuka Taponen takes his first win of the weekend for the Tony Kart driver. Tuka Taponen for just 0.3 of a second on the line in front of Matheus Ferreira, Maxim Rem, Kim Nakamura Berta in 4th, and Jo Valtanen down in 5th. For quite an interesting performance already, and it shows that Tuka Taponen is here for the taking.
I mean, he's obviously opened his account with a brilliant victory, but I can't help but wonder if that race had had one more lap, Matheus Ferreira might have beaten him to it. He was catching him big time towards the end there. So Matheus Ferreira able to take another 0.2 of a second out of him per lap. If he'd have got in the slipstream on the back straight, Ferreira might have been able to get him had this race gone one lap longer. So it's worth keeping an eye on the Brazilian. I don't think this is quite the full story yet. Nakamura Berta not quite able to get into that top 3. That'll be frustrating for him. Luigi Coluccio, the hard charger though, started 26th, worked his way up to 13th. Literally went through half of the opponents in front of him, so a very interesting challenge there from the OK Seniors once again. So now we've had 3 races in each class, and our winners have been Patterson, Lindblad and Tuka Tarpanen, the reigning world champion from 2021 at Campios. Comes back and starts his World Championship week with a win. Matheus Ferreira in second from Maxim Rem and Kim Nakamura Berta. Juho Valtanen in front of Enzo De Ligny, then Zachary David, Rashid Aldeheri, Christian Bertuca and Nacho Tunion from Ruben Moya and Menahert Crozier, with Luigi Coluccio working his way up to 13th in front of Akshay Bora and Rafael Modanese.
In 16 we have Jakub Raksti from Nicola Kuman, Maximilian Angelar, Iu Yamakoshi, Ella Stevens done in 20 from Giorgi Hernandez, Kini Lazari, Emma Felbermeyer, Nico Lemberg, Leonardo Cesaretti and Dante Vinci. Missing out in the classification are Chimo Zheng, Kasper Agman, Daniel Valberg, Ada Turpenen, and that's it. Actually, we have 4 drivers missing out of this race, unfortunately, from the A versus B qualifying heat for the OK class.
So after the next race, every single driver competing this week will have had at least one drive. But I want to come back to the interview that you had at the post-race there with Maciej and with Alfie Slater. You really do get the sense that there is tension building. Maciej not entirely sure why there was defensive tactics that early into the week from Anatoly Kavalkin, although he did explain to you, obviously, there were problems with the rear tyres. He couldn't quite get them to temperature. There's a little bit of tension. A lot of drivers you were trying to talk to not wanting to converse. There is high pressure on all of these youngsters at this point, and you can really start to feel that brewing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always a bit of a tricky moment when the drivers, are not so much in the mood to talk. And you could easily understand, as you said, when tension is rising, when there's a lot of emotions involved after a race not going according to plan. Keen Nakamura, sorry, on the left side of the picture quickly. But yeah, you know, that's part of the game, isn't it? And that's what we're Rachel Harry here that you can see. But that's what we like to do, you know, is to try to talk to the drivers to have a proper and fresh feedback from what happened on track. And sometimes, you know, as it did for Marcel Gladys and Harvey Slater, just to name a few, it didn't go really as it was supposed to. So the frustration can be felt, and sometimes that frustration means, you know, I don't feel like talking right now. So this will be for later, of course. And if you've missed out on a few drivers, we'll go back talking to them, I'm sure, as long as they bring out good results. But even for the bad results, we like to talk to as many people as we like.
So the only drivers that we haven't yet seen in OK Junior are Groups A versus B, and it's quite a sensational change of the form book. The wet weather qualifying has really shuffled the deck. We'll talk you through the grid very shortly.
Lights out and away we go. Absolute pedal to a medal.
Yes, indeed. In October, the event that all of the drivers are already starting to nickname the Motorsport Olympics. The FIA Motorsport Games taking place on the last week of October in Paul Ricard. But for this man, what an opportunity. Kian Fardin, the Swiss driver. Nobody would have put that driver on the lips of the drivers who could be pole position. But what an amazing effort he gave in the drying conditions of the circuit. Managed to put his kart into pole position fractionally. And we're talking 7/100ths of a second quicker than this man, Jan Petrovsky, managed to do in his group. But keep an eye on this one. Jan Petrovsky, let's not forget, is the vice champion of Europe this year. He was so comfortable in the closing stages. His season didn't really come alive until Kristianstad in Sweden, when he managed to get a second place behind Kavalkin and then took the final in fantastic style at Franciacorta. So it's only in the second half of the year that Jan Petrovsky has really been able to showcase what he can do.
And building on that momentum, is more than eager to finish this season on a high here in Sarno and giving a go for the World Championship.
So here is Andrea Dupé, a very talented youngster for the Sodi Kart team. A little bit of a surprise for him to be on the second row of the grid as well, but great to see that he is, again, making big steps forward as he progresses. And this is, of course, really his first major attempt at the World Championship title. The recovery crew are just getting the truck reset to its original position. Another driver that's really come out of the blocks fighting in this second row of the grid is the Hungarian Martin Molnar, again for Energy Course. There is Martin Molnar. This is the team really to watch this week. They have come out of the blocks. We've always seen they've had some good performances from the likes of Thomas Stolchamanis in the past. But now, Mick Panagada, they've clearly reset and rebuilt everything within that team. They are a force. They could be world champions in both classes this week.
Absolutely. And not so long ago, they won the European Championship in KZ2. With Victor Gustafsson. It was back a few years ago, wasn't it? So yeah, still a good momentum to be built from that. But Energy Course has been for quite a good number of years around the top of the karting world, isn't it? So another strong form to keep an eye on, as the drivers have just had a whistle and they make their way onto the track.
So 7 more laps of the course, and it'll be an interesting front row of the starting grid with Kian Fardin on the faster side, Jan Petrovsky on the slower side, so it could be very interesting off the start. Fardin and Petrovsky, then Andrea Dupé and Martin Molnar, Enzo Tarvanitschkel and Scott Lindblom from Joshua Graham and Andrea Dakin, then Tobias Clausen, Jens Truer, Sandro Perez, Luna Flusha, Max Walton, Griffin Peebles, Guy Albag and René Lammers.
From Elliot Kaczynski, Marcus Silkunas, Marty Ritonen, Oliver Kinmark, Leo Robinson, Nico Lamarli, Kirill Kutskov, William Go, Timofey Mikhailov, Bartley Markman, Sasha Avril and Jensen Burnett. 28 drivers onto the track for the A against B OK Junior qualifying heat right now happening in front of your very eyes in Sarno. And one name that we haven't been used to see that far back on the grid is Kirill Kutskov driving for Birlart, because he didn't have the best of qualifying effort this morning. It's fair to say that a lot of qualifying performance have been, put into the ground because of tricky track conditions. So let's see what he can do from 12 row on the grid.
Yeah, totally. Big shock for the Birlart driver, Kirill Kutskov, to be that far down. But the attitude you've got to take in that situation is, well, there's nothing left to lose because you're down at the back end of the field. You can just charge your way forward, try and make as much progress as humanly possible. He was only just outside the top 10 of the Drivers' Championship in the European category and would have been in the top 10 had it not been for a DNF in the final race of the year at Franciacorta. So let's see how it all kicks off this time. Full start. It's happened a lot over the course of the week in junior. But Kian Fardin, of course, very unusual for him to be in the position of starting from the front end of the starting grid. So the Swiss driver, you cannot really begin to describe the pressure that's mounting on you. You know that you've got the world's eyes on you. And this is not a sport like football or rugby or tennis or cricket or anything like that, where you have a lot of your training, a lot of your development happens behind closed doors where people can't see it. In motorsport, this is your training. This is the middle of your development progress. If you're going to make a big mistake, it's going to be under a very big microscope.
And there's no training, indeed, for starting procedure. They don't do that in free practice or behind the scenes coming to those events, actually, because sometimes they do in gearbox class, for instance, they do a lot of starting tests. It's usual to see that in free practice and qualifying because of the gearbox system that they have. But in their drive class, it's quite unusual. So you'll never see, starting procedures being repeated beforehand. So there's no way to learn than, properly be in the middle of it. So, as you said, it comes always with a great deal of pressure for those youngsters to find themselves in that position for the first time. Then Kian Fardin has another shot at it. He needs to pace everybody down, try to resist that will of accelerating way too soon, and let's see if he can do it right now.
Yeah, it's about trying to make sure that you don't outpace yourself as they come off to the final turn. So onto the main straight. Fardin again, just a little bit quick away. Are we going to get racing this time? Yes, we do. That's fair enough. Fardin moves across to the middle of the road. Manages to get through in front of Petrovsky. A bit of a slide there from Andrea Dupé, but he manages to hold on to third place. Almost has an attack at Petrovsky through the first couple of corners. And as they go through turn 2, they will come up to the S's once again. Through to the left, through to the right. Is everybody going to get through? Well, a little bit of riding of the curbs there for the energy course of Martin Molnar. Doesn't quite go according to plan for him. He's going to drop back several places, but out in front, still okay for Fardin in front of Andrea Dupé and Jan Petrovsky. Petrovsky in the Tony kart, trying to make his move for the lead already. Fardin is very much in no man's land here as Enzo Tarvanitschkul, the Thailand driver who is under a Spanish license for this World Championship. He finds himself getting up into 4th position. Enzo Tarvanitschkul having a very busy time between the European Championship and here in the World Championship title. He's been schmoozing it with the Concorde d'Elegance at Ferrari over the last few weeks. He is a Ferrari man at heart, really wants to drive for them in Formula 1 one day, as I'm sure, of course, does this man in 2nd place, Petrovsky, who has the run on Kian Fardin in a turn 1, dives for the move on the inside line. Very nicely handled by the pole as he gets through into the lead.
Yeah, beautifully made indeed, and a switch for position as it keeps battling on further back as well, with Scott Lindblom is the one who lost the position to Enzo Tarvanitschkul in the opening lap. You can see the battle, how close that is. Jan Perezowski in the lead, Kian Fardin in 2nd, Andrea Dupé in 3rd, Tarvanitschkul, Lindblom. Then we have Gerard Graham, Jen Streur, Griffin Peebles, Luna Flusha and Martin Molnar for your top 10 at the moment. It was a beautiful move indeed. Watch out for further back as well, going through on the inside as a 105 on Enzo Tarvanitschkul, making his way up to 3rd position, isn't it? In front of Adrien Dupé indeed. We're going to keep a good eye on that as well. But it was a good move indeed, because in that turn number 1, it goes so fast onto the right that you need to keep the racing line. There's no point defending too much, and there he goes on the inside. This is Joshua Graham, isn't it, on Scott Lindblom? Scott Lindblom, sorry, on yes, indeed, this is 2 battling along for 5th place indeed, as Andrea Dupé in the meantime lost 2 positions down to 6.
Well, Lindblom and Graham both made the move there into 4th and 5th position. This is both of their first appearances at this. Oh, that's Leo Robertson. Leo Robertson has gone clean off the road there at the final turn. So Leo Robertson off in the final bend, I do believe. Oh no, it's turn 1 actually. That's turn 1. So Leo Robinson gone off at the first corner. The Ricky Flynn driver. Very unfortunate there for Leo Robinson, the Algerian. As up to the hairpin at the end of the straight, Josh Graham is going to make his bid for 4th. Here he comes. Joshua Graham in the Argenti Motorsport colours that he races in the United Kingdom. And what a performance this is in his first ever World Championship weekend. Josh Graham mixing it up in the top 5 as Enzo Tarvanichkel goes to take on his teammate Jan Piotrowski up to the final hairpin. And Tarvanichkel looks really quick here. There's an outside bet that he is going to be world champion. But of course, he has to do all the hard work this week. Certainly seems to have got himself into a good position in time qualifying. He's right up there with his teammate, tried to go the long way round and make it harder for himself. Now he's going to try and knock on the door of his teammate as up the inside Lindblad gets back past Josh Graham for 4th position. But now Piotrowski under big pressure from his own teammate. This is really getting heated at Sarno.
Yes, it is indeed. There was, even by the look of it, a slight touch from Tarvanichkel on the back end of Jan Piotrowski, maybe not, but on the way to the hairpin. And there he goes around the inside, taking the lead. Yes, indeed. Watch out for the door to be open for Kian Vardin. Kian Vardin just took the advantage and got past back in 2nd place. It was a good opportunity taken at the right time for Kian Vardin. The Energy Corsa driver back in 2nd place, certainly eager to do more because he lost the leadership quite early in that race. As further back, we have a beautiful move from Scott Lindblad on Josh Graham. This is happening as well with Griffin Peebles making his way through, keeping a good recovery. Griffin Peebles on his way to what is 6th place at the moment. He climbed 8 positions ever since the start of the race. As this is lap number 5, the time is running out and we have so many drivers in the same mix at the moment. So who's going to win in which order? Enzo Tarvanichkel has the upper hand, but for how long? Because Kian Vardin back in 2nd place has very much the pace, still a bit in his tires. But Scott Lindblad, good recovery for the Swedish driver up into 3rd. As Piotrowski and Josh Graham not far behind. Watch out for the move. Everybody stays in position into the hairpin. That might be a bit too soon. Oh, the battle for 2nd. And it was very close for Scott Lindblad, who tried his bit on Kian Vardin, but it didn't go through this time.
So this is going to be more frustration for Scott Lindblad, who will be shouting at Kian Vardin in his helmet. Why are you defending on lap 5? This is obviously clearly Kian Vardin unable to catch up with Enzo Tarvanichkel, but the rest of the field is now boxed in behind the Swiss. Tarvanichkel has this race already won to a certain extent. Up in front with a canter, 7/10 of a second clear with 2 laps to go. It's going to be very difficult to catch back up again. Lindblad trying to get Kian Vardin out of the way, and that's one way of doing it. Through comes Piotrowski to 3rd place. Vardin won't be happy. Molnar is in 5th, Peebles in 6th place. Can we just make a note of who's in 10th position? It is Kirill Kutskov. It's now in 9th position, in fact, as Dupé has run wide. There goes Peebles, who gets through and has actually got a little bit of a battle on his hands with Lucas Flusha. No, that's Luna Flusha. Luna Flusha right up in the top 6 in her first World Championship weekend. Excellent work from Luna Flusha. We have heard recently Toto Wolff talking about Luna as the one to make the difference as far as the women are concerned. She's doing it right here at Sarno.
Yeah, I do hope that Toto Wolff is watching along as well, or planning to tune in for the rest of the weekend, because Luna Flusha, having that pace, having climbed 5 places since the start of this race, is more than willing to shine here in Sarno. Final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Tarvanichkel building a bit of a gap, 4/10 on those 3 drivers. This is 1:49 happening for the back. My apologies. Griffin Peebles, indeed. Kirill Kutskov and Martin Moha. Kutskov is having the race of his life in between. He's going to try again until the very last corners.
Kutskov is in 6th position. That is absolutely extraordinary. He has worked his way up from 23rd on the grid in 6 laps to be in P6. Here comes Piotrowski, now trying to make his bid back on Scott Lindblad. Lindblad resists. He's doing his very best to close back up on Enzo Tarvanichkel in the final lap to see if he can try and overhaul the Thai racing driver up front. Of course, he is from Thailand, but he's racing under a Spanish license. That's where he lives nowadays. But Enzo Tarvanichkel coming through in fine style out of the final bend and onto the home straight. Enzo Tarvanichkel will open his week with a fabulous victory. Great work for the Tony car. Enzo Tarvanichkel from Scott Lindblad and Jan Piotrowski. That was a terrific race. Kian Vardin in front of Griffin Peebles, the Australian, in his best ever finish in FIA Karting in P5. And Kirill Kutskov goes from 23rd on the grid to P6. That is incredible in just 7 laps. Well done. Absolutely sensational. Good battles out there on the course and some really exceptional work from the drivers. Martin Molnar P7th from Luna Flusha. Joshua Graham and René Lammers. Some great drives in the top 10. Sasha Avril was not far from the top 10 either, having worked his way up into 12th position from 27th and last row of the starting grid. So some amazing performances then in this last of the first races of the week. So terrific stuff then in the OK Junior qualifying heat for Groups A versus B, and a good opener to the week. But Enzo Tarvanitschkul, who is very much following in the footsteps of Alex Albon to be the next young man from Thailand, although he is under the Spanish flag this week, he's doing a great job. Scott Lindblad in second, Jan Petrovski in third from Kian Fardin and Griffin Peebles, Kirill Kutskov in front of Martin Molnar and Luna Flusha, Joshua Graham and René Lammers. Then it is Elliot Kaczynski in front of Sasha Avril, Guy Albag ahead of Jens Trua and William Go. Then Marcus Selkunas ahead of Andrea Dupé. Oliver Kinmark running in 18th position. Then it is Matti Rittunen in front of Tobias Clausen and Andre Adaikin. Jensen Burnett, the Canadian, in front of Nico Lanalati and Timofey Mikhailov for the new Vera Racing team. Then Max Walton and Bradley Mashman in the Shamrock Europe Paralins in 25th and 26th. Two retirements, Leo Robinson for Ricky Flynn on the closing lap, of the race. And then Sandro Perez, we lost the Spanish talent on the opening lap of this heat. So some big drama and some big excitement down there as the drivers are continuing to put on a good show. But this FIA Karting World Championship event, you can see the world flags represented over the circuit here at Sarno. What a fantastic race that was, and a good opener for Enzo Tarvanitschkul. Guillaume Alvarez is down in pit lane.
And we're back live from the Parc Fermé with one of the men of the hour, Scott Lindblom. What a race it was. In the end, you finished just 3/10 from Enzo Tarvanitschkul, the winner. So a good attempt to the win, but there was a lot to do in this field, right?
Yeah, but it still felt amazing. The car was amazing. Pushed as hard as I can. Yeah. It feels like a good result.
Yeah, it is a good result. You can be proud of yourself, you know, starting from 6th, making your way up to 2nd, and then you came close to the victory. So there's a lot of races going on remaining for you. So it's more like endurance, isn't it? But every time you have to give everything.
Yeah, giving everything, always giving everything, but really long race weekend this time here in World Championship. So just try not to crash. It's the only thing.
Try not to crash. Good spirit indeed. Thank you for talking to us, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. You can go. We leave you to your business, and have a quick word with Enzo Tarvanitschkul. Oh, that's a nice gesture. Hope you were able to catch that, Enzo. Nice gesture of you to show that. It's been one heck of a race, but you managed until the end, and that's a win. And another nice gesture. That's what we like to see in motor racing. Fair play between you guys.
Yeah, we did a good race, I think. Speed was there in the first laps, and we went in front quite a fair bit. And then I think when I passed my teammate, they started fighting a bit behind me. And then I just took a bit of a gap and then didn't really have to push anymore from then.
When it's about fighting, so to speak, with your teammate, there's always a bit of, I would say, strategy, or at least what's happening behind your helmet. You know that you cannot do anything too stupid, so to speak.
Yeah, basically, when you're driving with other people and you try to overtake them, you always try to make them lose time. But with your teammate, you try to lose very little time. And also you have to make your teammate not lose a lot of time, obviously. At the end of the day, I think everyone's racing against everyone. So to overtake your teammate is perfectly fine, but you have to know how to not mess up your teammate's race for no reason.
Absolutely. Good words from you. Thank you very much, Enzo Tarvanitschkul. And we'll see you again, certainly, through the course of the weekend. Good luck to you. And let's see if I think we still have a couple of minutes. Let's see if we can have grab a couple of more drivers to give you some insight, guys, from the race we just had. The next one, of course, coming our way very, very soon. The driver is still very busy with the skill proceedings, as you can see. But good to hear from both Scott Lindblom and Enzo Tarvanitschkul, split by just 0.3 of a second on to the line. We have here Jens Treur. Maybe we can have a quick word. Jens, maybe a quick word with us, just to talk about your race. Quick word with you. All right, so Obviously, looking at the results, it didn't go maybe according to plan. As you can see here that you finished 14 on the line. Still good qualifying in the top 10. So what didn't go according to plan?
This race, you mean?
Yes, in this race.
Just was a little bit of pushing everyone, and I got some points I got pushed out, and then everyone can pass me because my tires are dirty, and then yeah, I'm going in the back. So.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of races to go through to hopefully make it to Sunday and the final stages. So it's very much about keeping the tires in the right window, not to destroy them too soon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult, but yeah, just fair racing, and then everything is fine.
All right, thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck for the rest of your weekend. Jens Streuer 14 on the line here in Sarno. As you can see, a couple of the drivers here still at the scale as we go through the rankings, but some of the protagonists that we have battling on screen at the forefront of the grid just passed through us, and you can imagine how busy it is. As I can see just outside from the picture, you cannot see him, but Davide Forri is here with us. Of course, he was competing 2 weeks ago in the KC2 Masters at the World Championship. In the moment, he's here very much coaching young drivers. Davide Forri, multiple World Champion and World Cup champion in the history of karting. Try not to fall, of course. A lot of activity happening here. As you can see, some of the drivers are going through the scale. But I think that will be it for now, Jake, as let's get back to you as we get ready for the next race.
It'll certainly do for now, but you can see that the tension really is still very palpable out there in the juniors. A lot of drivers already complaining after their first heat that they were experiencing some pushing from a few of the other drivers. Obviously, they are referring to the close nature of the battles in this field. It is a non-contact sport, but clearly the drivers trying to use as many skills as they possibly can. Sometimes going over the limit of what is acceptable as far as some of the drivers are concerned. Here is the schedule for the rest of the day. 2 minutes time, we have qualifying heat C versus F for the OK drivers, then junior and OK once again. And then for the rest of the day after that point, it's going to be juniors all the way because there are more junior races leading up to the finals than there are seniors. So to try and make it as even as possible for the OKs to have the same advantage as each other, the junior races will play out for the remainder of the day's activity from about 16:35 onwards, because then obviously there's going to be a whole host of extra races. There is also going to be built into the day a 10-minute break between junior qualifying heat B versus H and A versus F, which is to help the marshals and the officials out a little bit. And that's a very sensible decision considering they've been on the go since 8 o'clock this morning. They have had just under an hour of lunch break, but that's it. And so obviously they're working incredibly hard in very hot conditions here at Sarno. Full credit to the Orange Army around the course here at Sarno. They've been absolutely amazing, and they are doing such a good job to keep us on the straight and narrow. But as you can see, it's very hot and very tough out there, and it's only going to get hotter through the course of the day. Air temperature currently at 27 degrees Celsius. Only going to get hotter. I can tell you it is hotter in my commentary box that I share with Guillaume. It's already into the 30s, 32, 33 degrees Celsius. So that's not exactly ideal, but hey, we're here to give you the show that you want and that you signed up for. And wherever you are watching for, however you are watching from, it is great to have your company. I know we've got viewers watching from all over the world. There is your pole man, Oscar Patterson, for the World Racing Team. He's already opened his account so far this week with a victory in his earlier heat. He's looking so strong, Oscar Patterson, in terms of his morale, in terms of his motivation, and certainly in terms of his composure and resolve. He looks really, really confident coming into this week. Oscar Patterson, definitely one to watch for as far as a potential world champion is concerned. In a year where the Scandinavians are doing very well, only 2 weeks ago, we had our new world champion come from Sweden. It's amazing. You wait 25 years for a Swedish driver to win a world championship title in karting, and then in 2 consecutive years, they have managed to do so with Noah Millell and Victor Gustafsson in gearbox. In the OK category, we are waiting to see if Oscar Patterson can add to that great accolade. Certainly looking good at the moment. He lines up on that front row of the grid alongside the Brazilian driver Matheus Morgado. So Oscar Patterson and Matheus Morgado on the front row of the grid, then from Chu Yan Pu and Harvey Lindblad, Arthur Poulain and Lucas Amalisto from Malo Bollier and Evan Gilter, Gabriel Gomez and Keanu Blum from Ivan David and Olin Galli, then Kevin Quevedo, Sebastiano Pavan, Enea Frey and Giovanni Trentin.
From Gustav Wisniewski, Alvar Sismevara, Alvis Randela, Adrian Valero, Juan Cota Alonso, Ryan Vincent, Vasiliev Michaelidis, Maximilian Ops, Peter Stiller, Oscar Wurz, Mario Schettino, Amir Harris, Yoda Oda Yu, and Yuri Bekika. 30 drivers on the pre-grid making their way onto the formation lap. Do we have everybody in? 2 winners already, Harvey Lindblad and Oscar Patterson, 1 win in the bag, as they're both leading the provisional classification, along with Tuka Taponen. 2 points for Matheus Ferreira, Morgato, Yampu Chu, and 3 points for Maxim Rem and Maximilian Popov according to the previous results. This is your top 8, but still way too soon to make any solid predictions about what might happen. We still have so many races to go through today and tomorrow as well, and by Saturday night we'll have a more precise view of the classification in both classes before the superheat and the decisive grids on Sunday afternoon. So make sure to tune in and stay with us until the end of the weekend, hopefully in those beautiful conditions of South Hitton.
It's definitely starting to get spicy out there as the heat intensifies, and we're racing to the first corner. Good start from Oscar Pedersen. Into second immediately comes Chu, and it looks as though into third we could get Arthur Poulain carrying the fortunes of VDK into third position. Can he hold it on the inside line? Yes, he can. Arthur Poulain is through. Bit of a squiggle there from Arvid Lindblad in the middle of the field as the cart gets sideways, manages to catch it and gather it up, but it got a little bit tricky there for Arvid Lindblad as Pedersen leads the way. The 3 drivers that have won races so far, of course, are Pedersen, Lindblad, and Tuukka Taponen, the reigning world champion. So now it's up to Lindblad to try and get himself back into a decent position. He has lost a lot of ground on this opening lap, down to about 7th or 8th position, I think, looking through the field. It's not been the easiest of opening laps for the British driver at all. But out in front, Oscar Pedersen doing a grand job here in front of the Chinese star, Chu Yanpu. And then in third place, Arthur Poulain ahead of Matthias Morgato.
Lap 1 completed. Let's have a look at the gaps as Pedersen is leading away from pole position. One of the fastest in qualifying, but just less than 0.2 of a second between the 2 leaders as the battle is raging as well. Arthur Poulain is about to lose third place to Matheus Morgato. Into turn number 2, the Brazilian is making his way through, and Arthur Poulain is going to have to fight back against another Brazilian, the very fast Gabriele Gomez, who came to the fore in international karting last year at Campillos. Oh, and we have a trouble for one of the world racing drivers into turn number 1. Let's see who went missing. This is Mario Schettino, I think, or Vasiliev Michaelidis. It might be, yes indeed, 86 from Greece, who's missing on our radar, unfortunately. We'll get back to that as we are here with Oscar Pedersen, Yampu Chu in second. Third place for Matheus Morgato. Arthur Poulain, as we were talking about it, was just overtaken by Gabriele Gomez, and look who's going through as well, Malo Bouillet. Malo Bouillet, the Frenchman, getting around his fellow countrymen, so not the best of start for Arthur Poulain, who was fighting at the top. It lost 2 positions in the course of a couple of corners. So now we have Oscar Pedersen trying to fight his way against Yampu Chu. The Chinese driver is as close as ever, trying to keep Matheus Morgato at bay from third. Then we have a bit of a gap, 0.7 of a second. Gabriele Gomez down in fourth, trying to resist as well from the return of Malo Bouillet, just behind the Frenchman, Arthur Poulain, Only Gali, and Evan Gilter as well, down in 8th. Then we have Sebastiano Pavan and Lucas Samalisto for your top 10. With a couple of battles going your way into the upper part of the classification. Your top 3, 2 different wagons. The first one, Pedersen, Yampu Chu, and Matheus Morgato. Just one of the 3 has 1 win already.
Oh, look at that! Look at that launch from Chu. He came from so far back there to get the move on Pedersen, and that's tightened all 3 of them up now because Morgato has an opportunity to go for his move in third position, but the Chinese driver Chu Yanpu now leads the way. Second place from Oscar Pedersen of Sweden, and the Brazilian Matheus Morgato in third position. Malo Bouillet really is doing a strong job here in fourth position, just trying to keep it nice and tidy. Harvey Lindblad finds his way all the way back in 15th position. This is not good news for him at all. And Frey, the Swiss, he has got himself the top spot. But it is very interesting to see on the inside, Pedersen and Morgato both make the bid then on Chu. Both managed to get through. So it's Ward Racing in the lead, DPK second.
Yeah, you can see that Yampu Chu is in a sort of control mode, isn't he? Because there was, at this point of the race, it's only lap 4 out of 10. There's no way to be too aggressive. And there he goes, Matheus Morgato running inside of Yampu Chu. Beautifully made.
Alvis Rodella has picked up the black flag. Now that is fascinating. I've not seen anything he's done prior to this, but Alvis Rodella has been given the black flag. Now that is a fascinating turn of events then for the number 89, who is currently involved in the battle. Alvis Rodella with Amir Harris lower down in the field, but he's been shown the black flag. So a very odd situation. We've not had any warnings, not had any technical flags. So clearly something has gone wrong there for Alvis Rodella, which we'll have to unpick a little bit later on. But he's certainly been shown the black flag, that is for sure. And very unfortunate there for the Italian. But out in front, Matthias Morgato still leading the way here, having got into the lead from Oscar Pedersen, Chuyan Pu and Malo Bollier, who is suddenly all over them.
Yeah, knowing that the Frenchman only started 7th on the grid, and he was able every time. And there he goes, Jan Puchu on the inside into the last corner once again. Watch out for Mayo Boyer. If the door is open just a little bit, he might be able to get past. Not happening quite yet, but Jan Puchu with the Argenti Motorsport machinery is back into 2nd place, trying to chase Matheus Morgato. And there he goes, Mayo Boyer, beautifully made from the number 50, making his way past Oscar Patterson for 3rd place. And there he goes, the Frenchman having a fantastic pace on his tires ever since the start of the qualifying races. Another Frenchman shying and at the center of Sarno. Evan Gilter from VDK, the fastest on track, is still in 8th place at the moment, quite unable to fight his way through, even though he's only 0.2 of a second behind Onlingali in 7. Oh, and this will be retirement from the 89 from Forza Racing, unfortunately. Yep. That's Alvis Rodella. Yeah, we were just talking about him indeed. So confirmation that he had to come back to the pits within the 3 laps after being shown the black flag, which does not happen quite often in karting. So he's back in the pits, and I'm sure there's going to be some explanations to be made into the Parc Fermé.
I can't actually remember the last time anyone was black flagged before being shown warning flags or technical flags. So clearly, whatever Alvis Rodella has done was serious enough that his race had to come to an end. Vasilios Michailidis is already out of the race, by the way. Not entirely sure what the reason for that was, but he retired on lap 2, I should say. And we are currently having completed lap 6. This is the 7th lap of the race. And we watch a little bit further back. This is a little battle going on between Gabriel Gomez and Arthur Poulain. We are watching there, the talented drivers. This is, there is the 86. That is Vasilios Michailidis, the Greek. So he has obviously been watching from the sidelines up at turn 1. So not entirely sure what the situation was for him, but 3 laps to go. And Morgato from Chu, Bollier, Pedersen, Gomez and Poulain. Looks like Johan David has lost a couple of places on that lap, but Harvey Lindblad has forced his way to climb back up the gaggle of drivers into 9th position, trying to get rid of some of the damage that was done on that opening lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Very much a long game, isn't it? Those qualifying races in the OK class. 3 more laps than you have in juniors. Nothing compared to what we would have on finals day, of course, on Sunday. But at the moment, it's about really finding the right timing to make you attack, to make you move. And Jan Puchu has been building that up for quite a few laps now. Oh, watch out for the back. The number 14 making his whip, making his bid is only Galli on Harvey Lindblad. Lindblad and Galli fighting their way through as well, with Giovanni Trentin further back. They're going to try to chase Enea Frey in the number 8 position, as I think that Evan Gilter in the meantime lost a couple of positions as well. Let's try to see who that is in front. This is Evan Gilter, my apologies. Gilter is much in front in 7th place, and Enea Frey, only Galli, Lindblad. Can see them making their way into turn number 2. There he goes, beautifully made from Onlingali on Enea Frey, who opens the door and run the outside. Can he actually go? Harvey Lindblad and make his bid? Yes, he did. So a positions gained for Harvey Lindblad all the way to, that will be a 9th position, isn't it, into the top 10 for Harvey Lindblad. 10th place still. Enea Frey just made his way past again. So a bit of wheel banging into the middle of the pack here, as this is lap number 9 out of 10. On your picture, the 44, Matheus Morgato, still very much in the lead, but the gap hasn't been extended quite significantly enough for him to feel, comfortable. So this is still 0.3 of a second between the two. Jan Puchu, as you can still very much on his tail. 1 lap to go, 1.5 kilometer. Will it be enough for the leader to retain his lead?
Well, Matheus Morgato really has controlled the pace in this final lap. He's managed to keep himself far enough ahead of Chuyan Pu that he shouldn't be under too much pressure to finish us off. but he's definitely kept it nice and serene out there. He hasn't really pushed the car too hard, kept himself in a decent position, not really got himself into hot water, just keeping himself in the frame here. So a good run from Matthias Morgato. 0.3 of a second now in front of Chu Yanpu. Malo Bollier, such a great performance from the Frenchman, running his way through into third place. Looks like the battle's still going strong between Gomez and Gilter. Gomez appears to have got through on this lap, so up to 5th position from the Brazilian. But his countryman is going to take the line in first position. Matthias Morgato puts himself into the fray here for a victory. Matthias Morgato takes the win then. Brilliant performance. So both Lindblad and Patterson then are beaten in this race, having already picked up wins earlier on. That shows you how even and competitive it's going to be in the World Championship this week, as Patterson is not able to make it. 2 wins out of 2, and nor is Harvey Lindblad, as Patterson slips to 4th. Lindblad recovers to 9th, but Matthias Morgato picks up a win after his 2nd place earlier on. So now he moves into joint 2nd in the standings at this point, with a win in a 2nd place, the same as his countryman actually. Matthias Morgato, 2 points scored, although Ferreira has done so by finishing in 2nd once rather than having 2 races. So technically Morgato is in the stronger position by virtue of the fact that he's scored 2 points after just 2 races, whereas the others around him have only done 1. So Matthias Morgato looking good, the Brazilian in good position for the DPK Racing team on the Kart Republic chassis, and certainly opening his account with a win and a 2nd. You don't get much better than that in World Championship week. Matthias Morgato takes the win then from Chu Yanpu and Malo Bollier. Oscar Patterson in 4th in the end in front of Gabriel Gomez and the VDK teammates Evan Gilter and Arthur Poulain. Olin Galli is 8th in front of Arvid Lindblad, who slips to 9th in front of Sebastiano Pavan. Then Enea Frey and Lucas Samalisto from Yvan David and Giovanni Trentin. Adrian Maliero in front of Juan Cota, Alva Simasvara and Gustav Wisniewski. 19th place going the way of Amar Harris, the Malaysian, in front of Keanu Blum and Kevin Quevedo. Peter Stiller is ahead of Jiri Bacichka, and then Maximilian Obst finishes ahead of Oda Yu, Oscar Wirtz, Ryan Vincent and Mario Schettino. The retirements, well, Alvis Rodella was called into the pits with a black flag, and the Greek driver Vasilios Michailidis was out of the race on the run to the first corner. So problems then for the contenders as they continue to give us plenty of excitement and drama out on the circuit here at Napoli. We are in for a terrific, exciting show as the drivers continue to progress. Matthias Morgato taking the victory in that race. Guillaume Alvarez is down in Parc Fermé to see who he can find.
With the man of the honors, Matthias Morgato, first win of the weekend. Hasn't been that easy with the chase behind you. A lot of other drivers that could have, told another story, but in the end you managed.
Yeah, for sure. Hard week as always, especially being the World Championship. Everyone wants to win. We have really good speed, I just showed. And having Kui behind me, also fast, is a bit hard to stay all the race in front. But I did my best, and yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
With such a high level of competition into the field, those heats, 10 laps is, at the same time, long and not long. So what's your racing spirit? In what strategy do you go through those qualifying races? Give it everything as soon as possible, wait for the right opportunity, maybe in the later stages? What is it?
For sure, we always push, but we try to stay calm because of the tires. We don't want to destroy the tires in the heats. We just be a bit calm, but I think it's the same for many drivers.
All right, thank you very much. Obrigado, Matthias Morgato, for talking to us, and good luck for the rest of the day. And maybe a quick word from one of your fellow countrymen, Gabriel Gomez. A quick word with us, maybe, as you just finished your race. So, 5th place, you can stand by my side, beautiful. So you're sweating, it's very hot in Sarno, especially with the racing suit. But well done to you, another good recovery as
Yeah, it's not a bad race. We can improve for this heat. In the first heat, we was not good, really not good. And then now it's better. We work a bit and we are getting better every race. It's difficult after the quali. I made a mistake in the quali, and then now it's a bit difficult to recover the position, but we continue trying.
What can you work between the races? You said there's progress. What can you work on? Is it the setup? Is it the tire management? Or can you explain that to us?
I think it's both. It's difficult because the time is so short, and then we need to do the tire management, and then we need to change the setup because in the first race it was not good, and then now we're getting better when in the setup, also me with the tires, and let's see for tomorrow.
Let's see for tomorrow indeed. Still a long way to go, a lot of races. Have some rest first, but thank you very much for talking to us, Gabriel, and good luck. Obrigado. Thank you very much indeed. Still very busy, as you can see. The Pantano racing team, the Pantano chassis, the first ever race for the homologated chassis here in Sarno on home soil. Always nice to see, you know, former Formula One names as Giorgio Pantano to build up their own team and going through the ranks of karting. It's not the first one, and hopefully it won't be the last one to do so in the international karting. We have a couple of the drivers busy with the scale, as you can see. But this has been a tricky race indeed for Matheus Mogato, as you could hear. Just 0.4 of a second on the line from Liam Pucciu. Malo Boye. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to talk to him quite yet, the Frenchman, who managed a 4-place recovery up to 3rd. So we'll talk some more about this young Frenchman, Malo Boye, through the course of the weekend, I'm sure. So I actually need to be careful not to be squashed by the carts and the mechanics, because there's not a lot of place here, as you can see, as you can feel, into the Parc Fermé of this World Championship event. So we're going through the last few minutes before the start of the next race, and I'm going to leave it to you, Jake Sanson, to talk us through the next grid, and then in no time we'll be back in the Parc Fermé to talk to some more drivers.
Thanks, Guillaume. It's definitely going to be an intriguing next race. Qualifying heat D versus E in the OK Juniors. It'll see the return to the front row of the grid for Gerasim Skudanov and Chi Newman, as both drivers are preparing for the action. You can just about see Gerasim Skudanov's kart from that particular position. Looking down the pit lane, you can see our pole sitter looking very strong from his grid position. It was really impressive qualifying from the Leclerc by Lennox team, managed, of course, by former world title winner Jordan Lennox Lamb, who has been very much one of the new recruits and one of the new brigade of the senior team principals within the FIA Karting brigade. So always good to see these guys putting on a bit of a showcase out there. But obviously, we're going to get to see quite a lot of intriguing work from the drivers in this fold. And Leclerc by Lennox have definitely come out of the blocks fighting here at Napoli. And Chi Newman lining up on the front row of the grid alongside Gerasim Skudanov. He obviously has a chance to make good performances in this one count as well. But it's a really exciting battle. So on the second row of the starting grid, we have Adam Hideg of Hungary and the Swedish talent Leo Nilsson. They are together on the second row. Third row of the grid, it is the Austrian talent Niklas Schaufler, who is really making big waves this weekend here at Napoli. And then in sixth position on the starting grid, it is the British driver Nathan Tye. There is your pole sitter, Gerasim Skudanov, with his now famous patchwork helmet design. It's very unique to Gerasim Skudanov from the Leclerc by Lennox racing team on the Charles Leclerc branded chassis, which comes from the Birolart Group. So it'll be fascinating to see if he can hold on to his leading position. It's already been a decent mixture of good battles in OK Junior coming into this one. But there's obviously going to be a lot of pressure on the drivers to get a good run. There is Newman Chi, the Chinese driver, who has been very strong to get the ball rolling. But obviously he needs to ensure that he is in the best position as they continue to make solid progress from their starting grid positions. So everybody in a good frame of mind coming into this one, having already had one race so far today. They now gear up for the second. But obviously it will be a very interesting charge forward and some really exciting battles to come for the next 7 laps. Be an interesting one as the contenders make progress. But look at this busy field of drivers. Over 100 drivers competing in OK Junior this week in the World Championship from all 4 corners of the globe. 109 total, only 36 of them will be able to progress through to the final on Sunday. So there's a lot of drivers that are going to be left very frustrated and plumb out of luck. And considering we had 77 drivers competing in the European Championships across 4 weekends. The fact that we have 109 here this time shows you just how popular the World Championship is. Gedizim Skudinov and Chi Newman from Adam Hideg and Leo Nilsson. Then Nicholas Schaufler and Nathan Tai from Jimmy Helias and Stefan Antonov. Marcel Kaspritsky and Alexander Bogonovic from Salim Hana and Ariman Bansal. Tibor Ramakas and Kirill Ditiev.
Then we have Leon Brummer and Zach Drummond, Kipras Jurs and Armando Quintiri, Nicolas Roos and Hedu Robinson, Len Nays and David Cosma Christopher, Renaud Francot and Michael Eder, Giacomo Pedrini and Jensen Burns, Guillaume Bouzard and Jules Caranta. The full French-speaking last row of the grid with Jules Caranta and Guillaume Bouzard unlucky in the qualifying practice. Guillaume Bouzard, you might remember, if you were with us earlier, lost a wheel unfortunately before being able to set any lap in his series, meaning he's going to have to start every race from the back end of the grid. Another disappointment after losing the Academy Trophy title in Le Mans. Not without a fight, and this will be certainly not without a fight, that the young Guillaume Bouzard will see it through this World Championship event here in Sarno. So there was a bit of a word from Nigel Edwards to keep it down a little bit, be cautious, because we want to give this starting procedure the go.
So Skulinov and Chi, Hideg and Nilsson, Schaufler and Tai. Are we ready to go racing? We certainly are. Up to the first corner. Good start from Skulinov as we go into turn 1. A good start there from Hideg. The Hungarian has moved through into second place. A good start too as well from Leo Nilsson, who has managed to work his way to third position. Nathan Tai gets up on the inside of Chi Newman. Nicholas Schaufler trying to cut through at the S's there as well, but he hasn't quite managed to get the momentum, so he slots back into P6, and that is Ariman Bansal. So the Forza driver from India, Ariman Bansal, spat out of the queue in the S's, so I'm afraid it's game over for Bansal in this first heat of the second rotation as far as he's concerned. Gedizim Skudinov trying to dive through. There comes Nathan Tai side by side with Nilsson, and he's made it work. Who's that that's run big time wide? It's one of the Kart Republics up in the sharp end. I think that's Stefan Antonov, who just caught the grass on the exit of the hairpin, and that's cost him several places.
Nathan Tai making his way up to third as we complete lap number 1 here in Sarno. But this is good work indeed from the young man on your picture, Gedizim Skudinov, leading the way in front of the two Sodi Coart. It's going to be tight as they're going for the charge. They're going for the charge. Hannah Majdek and Nathan Tai as well into turn number 1. What a fantastic piece of driving that was. The Sodi Coart against Skudinov indeed, and there was nothing much he could do in that part.
Well, Nathan Tai managed to get past both of them in one fell swoop. You had Hideg on the inside of Skudinov, and Nathan Tai just stormed past both men. So Nathan Tai goes from third to first in one corner. Great move from the British driver, and that puts him into the lead. But his teammate Adam Hideg is going to be just as hungry to take the victory. Here he goes, up on the inside line. Now, is that door going to be left open by Tai? Skudinov is there on the inside line, and he does get through. I assumed as much. Once Hideg got through, Skudinov would try and get the inside gap done as well. So Adam Hideg takes back the lead. He only had it for a few meters on the main straight. This time, he makes sure he holds on to it. But Nathan Tai will come straight back at Gedizim Skudinov at the earliest opportunity. Nilsson and Helias are lining up. Look at the gaggle of drivers still in a long queue. It is going to be very tight all the way through this one as the drivers fly through in fantastic fashion. But it's going very well for the leader. Adam Hideg just hanging on in front of Gedizim Skudinov and Nathan Tai. But Nilsson, Helias, Antonov, and then Nicholas Schaufler and Kirill Ditiev are in tow.
Yeah, that's really what it's about in the Dairy Drive classes, the epicness of those races. The gaps are so tight and the level is so high, as we have Salim Hana having a warning flag from the officials. Salim Hana, the 139, further back in the classification. We'll get back to that in a minute. Is currently in 9th place. But the gaps are so tight and the field is so close that every lap, every corner, you could have something happen. And look at the battle here for the lead. Adam Hideg, Skudinov, Nathan Tai. In the blink of an eye, as the British driver is going to have to get past Skudinov in second and in time soon. And Skudinov goes first. Oh, that was a smooth overtaking piece in the last corner. And he takes Nathan Tai with him. So Adam Hideg goes from first to third in just one corner, the last one. So it's going to have to try all the way again. But Neil Nilsson in 4th place maybe has some other ideas in mind. Look at them go into turn number 2. That was a very fine piece of driving. And it's not the first that we've seen happening this weekend so far. The first of many others to come. Very nice overtaking from those young men from the junior category. But right now, this is Gedizim Skudinov back in the lead with the pressure of Nathan Tai in third. Adam Hideg still holding on to third, but Leon Nilsson was very much there for the taking. And Nathan Tai responds to Skudinov, and the door is open, and Adam Hideg fights back and takes the second places back. So this is Sodi Coart back at full force, 1 and 2. And this is only lap number 4 out of 7. Still some time remaining for Skulanov to fight back. But you can see there's good piece of strategy driving as well from the two teammates from Sodicard, as Heidek and Nathan Tai actually working along each other. As Skulanov in the meantime is struggling against Leo Nielsen, the Tony Kart driver with the World Racing colors on. And you can see him gesturing, actually, Leo Nielsen gesturing to Skulanov. Now is not the time to defend. We need to work together, because you can see the leaders actually pulling away to the point when this will be too late for them to catch up.
Yeah, Leo Nielsen was trying to play the long game there, running with Skulanov, but Skulanov getting through has just given the Sodi karts that daylight between themselves and third place. So obviously frustration from Leo Nielsen. Why did you overtake me? We've just dropped back even more from the Sodi karts. We could have been right on their tail by now, as Tai is now defending from his own teammate, Adam Hideg. Now, what's the cardinal rule in motor racing? You can race your teammate fine, but do not take each other out. And Tai and Hideg definitely hoping to be the one that gives the title to Sodicart. They have yet to win a major FIA karting title in direct drive. Had plenty of success in gearbox, but in direct drive it's a completely different machine. So they have obviously been working very hard to return to the top spot. Nathan Tai gave them a win earlier in the season, of course, when he triumphed at Zuera. But now they want to be world champions, and the only way to do that is smartly. It looks like one of the World Racing karts just drifting off the road there at turn 1, as Nicolas Schaufler has picked up a warning flag.
Talking about Sodicard, you might remember back in Campillos 2020 that we had Evan Gilter at the time driving for Sodicard, and it was one of the first few races, you know, one of those moments when we saw the orange colors coming back to the fore of their drive karting, and you can see them at the front right now, leading the way. Tai against Adam Heidek. Adam Heidek taking the lead on the inside. Oh, that was a close call, wasn't it? As the wheel came very, very close to each other, but Hamad Heidek just went for the move, made his bit beautifully, and as you said, Nathan Tai was smart enough not to fight too aggressively, not to defend too aggressively, because otherwise it would have been, you know, very much trouble for the two. They have to keep that result, but in the meantime, while they do that, Gerasim Skulinov is watching from afar. But if he can actually manage into that last lap to put them under pressure, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, he was able to defend his position whilst also not letting Adam Hideg get too close into him. You've got to be very careful how you balance that aggression. So it's very tricky so far. But is this going to be Adam Hideg or Nathan Tai that takes the win? Tai is currently leading, having kept Adam Hideg at bay. But Hideg is just as fired up and motivated as his teammate. Nathan Tai's got to be very careful. Park the car to the apex. Hideg is going to go for the switcheroo maneuver. They're going to go side by side, and Tai will hold on. He just about hangs on in there in front of his teammate. Very close, but Skudanov will see that the two teammates are vulnerable. Looks like somebody's come off the road just off to the side there. It's Jimmy Helias who has come off, unfortunately. So the Tony Kart driver out of it. Hideg has a look at his teammate. No chance. They drift wide. Skudanov's going to get his chance, but he doesn't quite make it. Nathan Tai is going to pick up the win then in front of Adam Hideg and Gerasim Skudanov. Very close racing to the line. Also between Antonov and Schaufler in front of Tibor Ramakas and Kirill Ditiev. So a lot of shuffling of the deck here, but Nathan Tai picks up his first win of the week to showcase once again just how tough it is for drivers who have yet to be beaten. And Nathan Tai, every single driver here has taken at least one defeat in their first race, but Nathan Tai picking up the win over his Sodicart teammate Adam Hideg when it was critical to stay focused.
One win and a third for Nathan Tai, who makes his way up to 7th in the provisional classification of the qualifying heats as we speak. So that's the results he needed from Adam Heidek. He will be further back in the classification, but good effort indeed. One more lap and that would have been the end of it, because you could see that Gerasim Skulinov only finished one small tenth behind Adam Heidek on the finish straight, on the finish line. So it would have taken maybe one more lap, less than that, for Gerasim Skulinov to try his bit and to attack the Sodicart drivers. So it's always a bit of a tricky situation. You want the win, you need the results, but you cannot compromise a good team effort in the end. They managed not to do that, but it was at the cost of maybe losing that on the edge to Skulinov. But good piece of racing as Nathan Tai wins from Adam Heidek, from Gerasim Skulinov in third, Stefan Antonov fourth from Niklas Korler, Tibor Ramakers and Kirill Ditiev both recovering 7 places up to 6 and 7. Good effort from those two. Then we have Edu Robinson, 12 places gained up to 8. Leo Nielsen tumbling down the way, all the way down to 9. Then we have Jules Caranta, 18 places made up by the Frenchman. I think that might be one of the records so far this weekend. We've had a lot of good recoveries, but Jules Caranta might be certainly one of those at the top. Guillaume Bouzard as well, 16 places made up in the course of 7 laps, all the way up to 11. Such a shame for Guillaume Bouzard that he had his mechanical trouble in qualifying practice, because who knows where he would be standing. But the pace is there very much at the cost maybe of his tire length. That it remains to be seen. Then we have third place, Marcel Kaprisky from Zach Drummond, Kipras Jurs, and Emmanuel Quinteri.
Len Nyes was in 16th place in front of a very disappointed Shea Newman, who dropped all the way to 17th in the end from the front row of the grid. Alexander Bogunovic unable to repeat his win of race 1. Salim Hanna, Jensen Burns, I should say. I do apologise. David Cosma Christopher, Michael Ider, Leon Brunner, Giacomo Pedrini, and then finishing off the field behind him was Renaud Frankert and Nicolas Roos. Problems for Jimmy Helias, problems as well for the Indian Ariman Bansal, who did not finish the race. So more great drama to come with the OK qualifying heat B versus D next on track. Back into the action then for the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship 2022 here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, the Sarno circuit just down the road from the city of Naples. 29 degrees Celsius air temperature, as you can see. It's getting cloudier as well in places, but the wind is actually helping to shift a lot of those clouds away from the circuit. Now, we have to talk about strategy here a little bit, because while the humidity is still high, what a lot of the drivers were telling us going into time qualifying was that they were banking on the fact that today was going to have a fair bit of rain. Now, obviously, we had that at the start of the day and ready for time qualifying as we watched Matthias Ferreira getting himself ready for another charge from the front row of the grid and actually from the pole position. But a lot of the drivers were telling us that one of the significant problems here is that with it being so hot, and particularly in the junior class, I know we're about to look at the seniors, but it does still hold relevance to the seniors. You've got to keep these tyres lasting a long time from qualifying to the end of Sunday morning. So obviously, the wet races, we're going to give the drivers a chance to not work the slick tyres quite so much. But it's dried out in time for the start of the races, and it doesn't look as though, at the moment, we're going to get any more rain. Now, that could end up being a real problem for a lot of the teams that were banking on having a little bit of wet running to basically balance out some of the issues that they were going to have with their slick tyres.
Yeah, tire is always one of the biggest factors the drivers have to take into account. And we talked about it in length in Le Mans because being in France, we had quite a bit of a tricky weather situation as well with the rain coming away and really screwing the tire strategy at some point. And since the drivers at back 2 weeks ago had so many races to go through, up to 7 for some of them in the KZ2 class, it was all about tire strategy. On your picture, Rashid Al-Dahiri wearing the Paralin colors. It's going to be starting from third on the grid, the second row on the inside to turn number 1. A name that we've been used to see competing at the highest level for quite a few seasons now, doing his bit in the OK category. As he's going to have Paolo Ippolito, the KZ European champion, by his side. And the Italian on home soil more than ready to shine as we have 3 minutes left to go before the green light will be given to those drivers. But at some point, indeed, the drivers have to be concerned about the tire wear and how much they can make them function, make them length to extract the best performance out of it. On your picture, Paolo Ippolito, a name you might I've been hearing quite a lot ever since last year, ever since 2 years ago for other events taking place at Lonato that we won't go back talking about. But his name came in the light for the wrong reasons, and after that in 2021 he shone on soil in Adria, went on to win the European Championship, and what a beautiful story that is, coming back from what has been a difficult period of his life, of his sporting and personal life, I'm sure, to finding himself on top of the karting world and ready maybe to give it a go and shine on home soil.
Yeah, I actually spoke to him about that particular incident that we were alluding to last year when he won at Adria. I said, amazing that this has happened after what happened last year. He said, I don't talk about last year. As far as he's concerned, that never happened. And it's amazing that he's been able to turn that misdemeanor around, and now he is King of Europe. It's wonderful how he's been able to galvanize himself into a much more professional athlete. Here is Akshay Bora, the American driver for Energy Course, and what a young talent he has proved to be through the early part of the weekend in qualifying. He's got himself right up towards the sharp end. He'll be starting from 5th on the grid and on the 3rd row for every single one of his heats. And he is one of the busiest drivers in this sport because he's also dovetailing this with a campaign in sports car racing in the United Kingdom in the genetic category. So he's been working very hard to try and balance all of that. There is Ian Eichmans, one of the stars of Belgium, for so long representing the Eichmans Grand Prix team, which is, of course, the family squad. But here this week, he is with the Ward Racing team from Sweden. And great to see him in good position. He can focus purely on his racing. And he is already fighting up at the sharp end. He has a great chance here to win this World Championship week. He's been very strong, very competitive, and ever since getting out of junior last year when he was in the Cosmic Racing department, when we had 3 Tony Kart factory outfits, essentially, because we had Tony Kart, we had Exprit, and we also had Cosmic. They decided to close the latter 2 racing operations to amalgamate everything into just the Tony Kart factory team. And I have to say, the squad does look a lot more organized. There's a lot less freneticism within the paddock between those 3 brands as a result now. You do still get the occasional team such as Forza Racing that runs the Exprit chassis as part of their battle through, and some of the other smaller satellite teams that run Cosmic. But on the whole, the Tony Kart squad seem to have taken a decision for the benefit of the team, and it really does look as though they've got a much stronger outfit, a much stronger operation in 2022, which is amazing when you think that they were the world and European champions last year in Tony Kart in both the KZ and the OK category. So fascinating how they've been able to change their fortunes around a little bit. So out onto the circuit come the drivers for OK qualifying Heat B versus D. Matthias Ferreira and Max Popov, along with Rashid Al-Daheri and Paolo Ippolito, Akshibora and Ian Eichmans from Ruben Moyer and Joel Bergstrom, Menahud Crozier and Freddie Slater from Christian Bratuka and Rintaro Sato, then Caspian Hagman, David Walter, Rafael Modanese and Jace Matthews.
Then we have Maximilian Angela, Francesco Marenghi, Leonardo Cesaretti, Jokubas Bogdanovicius, Simo Zhang, Filippo Fiorentino, Giorgio Hernandez, Arle Kiebel, Luigi Coluccio, Jan Koller, Kini Alazari, Fuji Shota, Daniel Valberg and Joe Turney. A couple of names to keep an eye on from the back end of the grid as always, with Kini Alazari and Luigi Coluccio, two of the many Tony Car drivers that we have in the tent, 17 of them starting from the back end of the grid after a difficult qualifying this morning. Joe Turney, a third man from Tony Kart, having been disqualified for technical infringement at the end of his qualifying practice, meaning he's going to have as well to fight his way through, which he did beautifully in his first qualifying heat. Talking about classification, Matthias Ferreira, your pole sitter for this race, has a good shot in this particular competition because with second place as best result so far in his first race, if he wins, he could be getting close and putting himself into a good position against the likes of Tuka Taponen, Matheus Morgato and Maxim Rem in the upper part of the grid. It remains to be seen.
So off to the final corner and onto the main straight they come. Ferreira and Popov on the front row of the grid. And we're racing! First corner for Matthias Ferreira. No problems at all to get into the lead. A little bit of run wide there as Rashid Al-Daheri battle. Oh! There's been a roll at the back of the grid. Oh my goodness. That is a big one. And that is a big roll, I'm afraid, for one of the competitors in the lower ranks. I think that might have been, I couldn't quite make out, was that one of the Pragas going over? Driver is out of the kart immediately, fortunately, so just a little bit shaken as a result of the roll. I think that's one of the DPKs gone. I think that might have been Fuji Shota in the Drago course that has gone around. It's red flags. So the race has been stopped. It looks like that's a bit of a problem as well for Caspian Hagman in a separate incident. So Caspian Hagman has gone around at the same time. So he's had a problem further back. Now the Swedish driver is actually looking around trying to think, well, are they going to get this race restarted? If we can restart this race, can I get back into my spare kart? So that's going to be an interesting question. I'm not sure what the situation is going to be there for Caspian Hagman, but the red flag has come out. They're all going to be brought back into Parc Fermé. The big question is going to be, can Caspian Hagman restart this race? I think it's fair to assume that Fuji Shota is not going to be able to, because he's obviously got medical attention. If there's any info on that, we'll obviously bring you as we feel appropriate and as we can do. But Caspian Hagman, he's obviously come off a little bit further around, and he is signalling to the pits, you know, can I restart? Can I get back to the pits in my spare kart and restart this race? It's an interesting question.
Yes, indeed. We had the same sort of situation back in Le Mans when the very last qualifying heat that we had on the Saturday after a very long day of racing and behind the mic. It was roughly around 9 o'clock, and because of a situation similar to this, we had to restart the race, a big incident as well, and we had to restart, so everybody was put back into their position, and because we had only completed not even the first lap, which is the case once again here, everybody was allowed to make his way back to the
Thank goodness.
Beautiful picture to see.
Thank goodness for that. Fuji Shota on his feet. He waves to the fans. Oh, that is such a relief. That was a very nasty looking accident indeed in Fuji Shota. He's got some discomfort, maybe a sore rib or two. So he's obviously going to need to be taken to the medical team for a check over, but my goodness, that could have been so much worse for Fuji Shota. Quick reactions from the mechanics and also from Nigel Edwards to bring the race to a stop and to assess the situation. But isn't that such a relief?
Yeah, it is a relief. Actually, I'm almost getting quite emotional myself, actually, to see that, because we had a bit of a scare for that one, I must be honest, because you didn't see that live, but it was happening at the back end of the grid, but it just went rolling. That's the sort of accident that can happen, because at high speed, when you're in the heart of the field going, you know, straight into the corner, sometimes there's a bit of wind banging. If the wheel touch at high speed, it goes rolling over, and he was taking it to a big spin when rolling over into the fences, and this was a nasty picture. That's not something that we like to see in motorsport and karting anywhere in the world. And thankfully, the marshals and the officials on track and the doctor were very, very quick to intervene, and they were able to really get him outside of his misery and take good care of him. And that's a relief. That's a beautiful sign, and I'm sure that must have been his idea to get back on his feet as soon as possible and to show everybody that he was okay. But sometimes it takes longer than that, and it might happen that we have a situation where we don't have any information to give about the state of the driver or who is involved in what way and what's going to happen. But this time around, that's actually one of the fastest recoveries I've seen for quite a while. We could see that, as you said, he had some discomfort on one of his side. You could easily understand that, considering the impact. But he's on his feet, and that's what matters.
Yeah, because the cameras were not quite able to see the beginning of that incident. We could see it from our commentary box position, and you got the two wheels interlocking, and Fujishota airborne for almost half a second as he rolled and flipped and then landed on his back. So it was always going to be a very hard impact there. But great to see that he was able to get on his feet and walk back to the medical center where he will go for checks. Hopefully he'll be okay, and in the best case scenario, he'll be able to take up the start of his later races in the week. In the worst case scenario, he will not. But at least we get to say, he did walk away from what was a very scary incident. Right, now the mechanics have met up with their drivers. It's obviously one mechanic per driver in this sport. And they will go on the trolleys back into the holding area at Parc Fermé, where they will get the chance, or they'll go on to the pre-grid, I should say, once again, and they will reset. Pretty much everybody will not have to do any major changes to their karts because obviously they avoided a big incident. This is not quite in the same breath as we had in Zuera in Spain 2 years ago, where we had that mother of all accidents, if you recall, in the qualifying heats on the Saturday in Senior. And we had about 15, 16 drivers into turn one wiped out on the spot. And pretty much everybody except one driver was able to restart it. That on that occasion was James Wharton, who had his spare kart lined up at the holding area of every single race, except that one. There's always the way, isn't it? You always get it wrong about when to time it. Now there is race director Nigel Edwards, just discussing with Ruben Moya the situation, as obviously the race is going to be restarted. And because we didn't complete an entire lap of the race, my guess, I'm not going to confirm it, but my guess is that we would restart the race from the original grid positions. If that's going to be the case, is Caspian Hagman allowed to start or not? Because technically, he can argue, I wasn't the cause of the red flag. Yes, I had a problem on the first lap, but I wasn't the cause of the red flag. Can I take up the start? So he'll have to discuss that with Nigel Edwards.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to have some answers very soon, because on the track, the recovery team is taking back Casper Hagman, as well as another driver that was involved as well.
No, it's just Fujishota's car.
Yes, that's the car of Fuji indeed, but without the driver being taken care of. So this is Casper Hagman being taken back, and we shall see from the right side of our commentary box if he will be able to take part of this race, will be allowed to rejoin the field. That's likely, but let's wait for confirmation.
So the argument he has is that he has his spare kart, no doubt, probably in Parc Fermé, ready to go. But whether or not he's allowed to start. Now, this is going to be one of those weird technical discussions, really, because he was there under red flags, not moving. There is an argument to suggest that because he wasn't moving at the red flag, then essentially he'll be able to, he wouldn't take the restart because he wasn't moving under the red flag procedure. So an interesting one, whether he's allowed to start or not. But we'll have to figure it out. Obviously, we're under red flag conditions after a roll for Fujishota, who has been escorted by his own accord, has been able to walk back to the medical center for checks. We should be able to get started with racing fairly shortly.
course, then if I can present my country, I like the motorsport games because all nations are there. The vibe is there.
So I think when you include the karting driver in the FIA Motorsport Games, it's like a dream for them. It's like such an important event, such an important race.
For me, representing my country in something that I love doing is really the most rewarding thing, and surrounding yourself with all the others that are coming to fight and do the same. It's a really nice atmosphere, and the feeling is really motivating.
I mean, you don't really get a chance to represent your country with the motorsport. So it was a very rare opportunity for me, and it was very pleased to be there.
I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to meeting everyone. And I think this year is going to be different. It's going to be bigger, better, action-packed, and full of surprises, I hope.
This event is slowly becoming the starting point for many countries for a sport activity.
While preparing for the next edition in Marseille, we saw a lot more interest from the national sporting authorities wanting to be there, having a real team, all dressed in the same way, carrying the flag.
So we will make it as big as we can. Number of categories increasing will mean that we will not be only on the track, we will also have an event located in Gap for the cross cars and for off-road activities. We will have the rally happening on the roads of the south of France. The location with the track of Paul Ricard is just perfect to have something great.
Getting ourselves ready to race once again here in the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship under red flags after a roll at the beginning of qualifying heat B versus D in the OK category for Fuji Shota, the Japanese driver for Drago course. Fortunately, he has been escorted back to the medical center and was able to walk there by his own accord, so it looked far more dramatic than it actually ended up being, but I'm sure he is obviously going to receive the correct medical attention. The drivers are getting themselves ready for a restart here, and obviously there is a slight delay to the schedule as a result of that red flag period. But the main cause for concern was always going to be the safety of the driver in question, and certainly a good call from race director Nigel Edwards and his assistant Pasquale Lupoli to get us under starters orders again very shortly here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, just a few miles away from the foot of Mount Vesuvius. This is a real pressure cooker of a racetrack at the best of times, and today it's really turned out to be a bit of a sizzler once more. And actually that's going to backfire for a few teams in terms of their regular consistent strategy, because a lot of them were banking on the fact that it was going to be raining all day today in the hope that they could have a couple of races with a wet weather tyre on the kart, which means that now obviously they've got to try and keep the slick tyre lasting even further into the week than originally planned. So difficult situations and tough strategies from the drivers to come. There is the Italian in the Praga, getting himself ready for another crack at things, trying to work his way further through the field. That is Francesco Marenghi, who is chatting away to his mechanic. It's obviously a very tricky procedure when the red flags come out, because there's always a little note at the back of the mind of the driver, you know, are all of the other competitors okay? What caused the accident? You can't really focus on that sort of thing. You have to just get on with it from your side. But Matthias Ferreira and Max Popov on the front row of the starting grid for this one from the talented Emirati Rashid Al-Daheri, who goes off third position on the grid, a young superstar from the United Arab Emirates. He was just getting better and better as the weeks progress with Paralympic Motorsport. He lines up alongside the European champion in KZ this year, Paolo Ippolito. There is Akshay Bora, who lines up fifth position on the starting grid. He carries the flag of the United States for this World Championship. He has about 4 nations where he could carry a flag if he chose to, because he's been representing Singapore, India, and the United States over the course of this year. He has a very passionate upbringing and obviously very, very excitable fan base as well from the various countries that he has represented in the past. He has a foothold in all of them due to his upbringing in various different locations. Ian Eichmann's of Belgium lining up alongside him on that third row of the starting grid. We haven't really picked up this story yet, but I want to. In 7th position is Ruben Moya, the Spanish driver who is racing a brand new chassis this week. It's the debut of the Pantano racing team and the Pantano chassis. So that is obviously being masterminded and run by the ex-Formula 1 driver Giorgio Pantano, who was a superstar in karting in his day and certainly knows a lot more about karting than many of us here at the circuit do. So it was always going to be really exciting to see what he would give us as far as a exciting challenge in front was concerned. So we're really excited to see just how well they go. I did speak to him early in the weekend. His attitude was very simple. All I want to do is finish in the final. I want to get one or two karts as possible to the final. So it would be always very interesting to see what would happen there, and if he was going to be able to get himself into himself and the team into a strong position. But Matthias Ferreira and Max Popov, along with Rashid Al-Daheri and Paolo Ippolito on those first couple of rows of the grid. Then Akshay Bora and Ian Eichmann's Ruben Moya and Joel Bergstrom, Menaherd Kroja, and the former world champion in junior, Freddie Slater, rounding out the top 10 at this point. So there is the grid getting ready to be pushed out once again. So we are going to get under starters orders once more. And of course, because we didn't complete the first lap, it will be the full 10 laps of duration. It'll be the same starting grid that we had for the original start. And I'm going to look through the grid to see if Caspian Hagman has been allowed to take up his place on the restart or not for the World Racing team, because the argument is likely to be, well, he wasn't moving at the time of the red flag. So even though he wasn't the cause of the red flag by his own argument, he will be thinking, well, I didn't cause the red flag, so surely I should be allowed to start. So we'll have to double check as to whether or not Caspian Hagman is in the field. He didn't have the best of qualifying sessions in the end. It started well, and then it slowly started to drop away. But we'll have to double check and see if Caspian Hagman is in the field. And I can tell you that it does not appear as though he is. That is a real shame.
Yes, indeed, a real shame, as the drivers are back again onto the track. Rolling start as always, and trying to get the tires up to temperatures again. And this time around, hopefully, we'll give it a go for, again, the first time. Matthias Ferreira against Maximilian Popov, Rashid Al-Daheri, Paolo Ippolito, Akshay Bora, Ian Eichmann's. Pick your number, pick your driver, and let's start the bets, because there's always more than one protagonist able to fight at the forefront. Fuji Shota, Caspian Hagman not with us. Fuji Shota that you saw earlier on his feet, smiling, a bit hurt, of course, a bit shaken up, as always in that sort of incident, but all in well, and that's what matters.
So Matthias Ferreira is going to bring them round to get this race started once again alongside Max Popov. Looks like it could be a good start here. They come off the start on the tram lines. Away we go to the first corner, and it's a great start for Matthias Ferreira as the field jockeys its way through the opening corner. Everyone trying to snake through. This time it's a much cleaner launch, but Ferreira has still got pressure, and it looks as though Caspian Hagman is joining from the pit lane. So Hagman will race, but he has to start from the pit lane. And there's a spinner up at turn one. Up at turn two. Oh! Contact at the front of the field as one of the Paralins goes up in the air. That was Rashid Al-Daheri. He manages to land it on all four wheels, but he got a little bit too close to it on the run for the victory. Matthias Ferreira now leads the way. The kart in trouble is Rafael Modanese, the Peruvian. There he goes, push starts the kart to get going again, and he will manage to get going once more. But it's a big disaster for Rafael Modanese. He didn't want to be down at the back, but certainly out front, Matthias Ferreira, as a result of that little banter with Rashid Al-Daheri, has suddenly got a massive gap at the end of this opening tour. So as they come off the final corner, there is Max Popov trying to fend off in second position from Freddie Stater, who has suddenly come through into third place. Then Akshay Bora, Ruben Moya, Ian Eichmanns, Paolo Ippolito and Rashid Al-Daheri. Up the inside there, Slater through for second.
Yeah, beautifully made for Slater. Popov is going to try to fight back as well, with the Koski driver clipping the curb very aggressively. As Kasper Hagman is driving at the back end of the field, passing way through. But watch out for Popov as he needs to fight back. And here's confirmation of 25 retiring from this race. This is Rintaro Sato, actually, the Japanese driver, son of Takuma Sato. And that's an unfortunate retirement. Another Japanese driver out of this race after the Fuji Shota. This is Rintaro Sato's turn not to see it through. Back with the leaders, Slater trying to get himself as far as possible from Maximilian Popov, but it actually goes the way of Matheus Ferreira, as you said, because of that shunt with Rashid Al-Daheri. Al-Daheri actually tumbled down the order in 8th place. Matheus Ferreira was able to pull away from those two, and while they're battling Slater against Popov, they keep on losing ground. 7/10 of a second still. Oh, and the move being made. 45. Rashid Al-Daheri talking about him on Ruben Moya. This is for 5th place. And he just made his bid beautifully.
Well, this is the best chance Rashid Al-Daheri has had yet of a decent finish in the FIA Karting season 2022. And he's going to take full advantage of it if he gets the chance to showcase it. So the driver's on the back straight. Akshay Bora running in front of Al-Daheri and Moya. Then it is Ian Eichmanns from Paolo Ippolito. And a bit of a run wide there with the hairpin. Didn't quite see who that was going on the grass, but they managed to assert themselves back into the racing line without too much drama. So still the category continues to balance itself out. And the OK drivers still dueling and having a good battle in that mid-pack. But out in front, Matheus Ferreira is losing his position. And that is Rafael Modenese. Having gone off on the opening lap, he now tours in to retire. So a real shame for the Peruvian. But look, Matheus Ferreira is being caught rapidly by Freddie Stater. Slater is right there behind Matheus Ferreira now, so this could be the chance for the British driver to move up into the lead. And what a time to really showcase his skill. All the way through this season, he has been the youngest driver in the OK Senior category. He only turned 14 last month, don't forget. So Freddie Stater with an opportunity to go for the biggest championship of his career as he battles away with Matheus Ferreira. Freddie Stater shakes his fist at Matheus Ferreira. What are you doing?
Yes, indeed. He looks to be much faster. He's arresting the leader at the moment, and Matheus Ferreira is having none of it and shuts all the doors. He's there for the victory as well. It is going defensive, and Freddie Slater finds a bit of a gap and takes the lead for the first time in this race into the last corner. That's what he needed to do. End of lap 3. And you can see him gesturing to Matheus Ferreira. Stay with me, don't just fight back right now. We need to keep on going. We need to actually build a gap because Maximilian Popov is just right behind in 3rd place and is going to go for the move first on Matheus Ferreira. So they might have waited a bit too long since Matheus Ferreira was doing his bit as well. You know, he was going defensive, maybe a bit too much to the liking of Freddie Slater. That just went for it. Move. And it changed indeed. Yet he's losing the position. That's what we expected. We feared it would happen for Matheus Ferreira, losing not 1, not 2, but 3 positions as Akshay Bora and Rashid Al-Daheri as well make their way through.
Yeah, see, he had to let his teammate go because the loss of momentum was gargantuan, and now he's going to lose even more. He's lost 2, 3 more places. Ferreira in trouble here. Really starting to struggle as Ippolito, Moya and Matthews all get through. Yeah, Ferreira's definitely in trouble. Something is wrong, and he's peeling into the pits. A very, very angry Matheus Ferreira. Clearly something wrong. Mechanical problems then for the energy course, and he will be absolutely devastated. So maybe Freddie Slater's gesture in frustration, that wasn't intentional from Ferreira. Clearly something was wrong, the engine misfiring or whatever it might be. But it's clear that he is now out of this one as Joe Turney, who has fought his way all the way to 12th position, along with his teammate Luigi Coluccio, who has also come through the field. Turney sets the fastest lap, and there goes Al-Daheri getting through on Akshay Bora. Bora is going to retaliate instantly and retakes the place. Good racing for 3rd.
Good racing indeed as Coluccio, you can see Matheus Ferreira with the Alpine colors on his suit and chassis in despair. And we're back with the battle. Rashid Al-Daheri going around the inside of Akshay Bora. Beautifully made for 3rd. As they keep on battling. Paolo Ippolito is further back as well. This is end of lap number 6. Al-Daheri, Akshay Bora battling for 3rd. Freddie Slater almost a second in front of Maximilian Popov. If he can actually hold on to first, that will be the first ever win of Freddie Slater at this stage of the FIA Karting World Championship. We're not there yet. Popov's gonna try his bit as much as he can. Al-Daheri still in third. Akshay Bora still something to say in this race. Another fastest lap banged by Joe Turney all the way down. On the way to the hairpin. Watch out for the move coming from the Energy Corset driver. He's gonna try to make for the disappointment of Matheus Ferreira having to retire from this race. Ruben Moya down in 5th, then Jace Matthews, Aaron Ekmans in 8th, Joel Bergström and Luigi Coluccio. Coluccio who managed to recover 15 places, 18 places recovered for Joe Turney. Talking about speed, talking about recovery effort from the Tony Kart drivers. It remains to be seen for Coluccio and Turney having to climb back as many positions as like that in those races. How much the tires will actually have to endure through those races, because let's not forget that they have 1.5 set to go through all the qualifying and all the qualifying races all the way to the final. So it's really down to strategy, but right now, because of the troubles that they had in qualifying practice, they have to fight back. They have to, finish as high as possible in all the qualifying races in order to be well positioned for the qualifying heat. Sorry, for the super heat. And this is the 78, wasn't it, that made his move?
Yes, it's Moya and Bergström.
Yeah, beautifully made into the hairpin.
So they both made. Oh, and that's another problem further back for another of the Leclerc by Lennox drivers in trouble there. Trying to make out who that is from this distance. I've got a feeling that is Max Angelard. So Max Angelard, I think, in dire straits there and in trouble. Yes, it is Max Angelard who has fallen off the track there, and I'm afraid he is now watching from Marshall Post 4. So the drivers continue to battle away as we continue with good battles and good determination, but Slater is your race leader. Second position for Popov. Third is Rashid Al-Daheri. So still they continue to progress as the battles around the circuit. We continue in fine style. The accolades still going strong as the contenders make good work of things. Drivers in position and they run to good proximity. We're going into the last lap, and the contenders running. So a very exciting battle as the challenge continues here on the far side. So the contenders still going strong. Freddie Slater out in first position. Max Popov in second place in front of Rashid Al-Daheri. And then Paolo Ippolito from Akshay Bora and Luigi Coluccio. Joel Bergström ahead of Joe Turney and Ruben Moya. So the battle is raging. On this last lap, the contenders are still giving us plenty of excitement out there on the course. So the drivers continue to make good progress of things as the race continues. But it will be a strong charge forward as the drivers come through. Freddie Slater out in the lead is going to take the victory in majestic fashion here as he holds on in fine style. Freddie Slater comes off the final turn and he will take the victory in the heat. A great charge from Freddie Slater. Good effort, a good drive and a good run. So Freddie Slater works to great proximity out on the sharp end of the field from Max Popov, Rashid Al-Daheri, Paolo Ippolito and Akshay Bora, from Luigi Coluccio, Joel Bergström, Joe Turney, Ruben Moya and Jace Matthews. So Freddie Slater taking the victory in magnificent fashion. Really did a great job in front of Max Popov and Rashid Al-Daheri. It's a great comeback from the Paralin driver from the United Arab Emirates. Really worked his way forward there in third position. Despite the problems on the opening lap in going airborne, he was able to fight his way back into contention pretty sharpishly after. So Paolo Ippolito in fourth position in front of Akshay Bora. Luigi Coluccio fighting his way all the way to sixth position in front of Joel Bergström and Joe Turney. Then Ruben Moya in front of Jace Matthews. A very strong run from the Australian, making his debut here this week in FIA Karting. Harley Keeble in front of David Walter Then Filippo Fiorentino, Christian Bratuca and Keanu Alazzari from Daniel Wahlberg. And then Francesco Marenghi from Menahud Croja, Shimo Zhang, Jorge Hernandez and Jacobus Bogdanovicius in front of Leonardo Cesaretti. And then Jan Koller ahead of Caspian Hagman, who was not able to progress out of last place, unfortunately, off his restart. The retirements, well, Ian Eichmann's came off the kart, I'm afraid. Maximilian Angelard, Matthias Ferreira with mechanical problems. And then on the opening lap, we lost Rafael Modenese, Rintaro Sato, and Fuji Shota after the original red flag. Apologies if there was a break in your transmission. We are back, though, at the side of the circuit at the Circuito Internazionale in Napoli, and we are gearing ourselves up ready for the next encounter. Before that, though, Guillaume Alvarez is down in Parc Fermé.
And we're back live, ladies and gentlemen, from Parc Fermé. As always, Freddie Slater, we find you back, but this time in the winning shoes. So tell us about that. You started from 10th on the grid, and then you managed your way through. It was a beautiful piece of driving from yourself.
Thank you very much. But the first start, I had a really good start as well. Bit more carnage down at turn 1, but then it managed to plan out. But of course, there was a red flag, so I hope the driver is okay. But obviously, the red flag happened. 10 minutes later, another start, and got another really good start. And just chipped away at it. Down at the bottom corner, somebody hit the back of another kart, and I was a sitting person there. So it was a bit carnage in turn 4 when somebody went over the top of somebody, and it was all no momentum out the corner. But we're fast now. We've definitely kept on pushing with the setup and the way I'm driving, and especially how long these tyres need to do. So yeah, we're always learning, and we're getting closer and closer.
Yeah, I have good news for you. The driver is okay. He was on his feet at the before the red flag, so all good news. Tell us a bit about the mindset when you have, you're in the heat of the start, you're heat of a race, then it gets red flagged, then you have to reset all over again, not only the tires but yourself as well.
Yeah, like I just find it okay. Like just get back in the rhythm and just drive and do what you can. Just drive really. No real set. Just get on with it.
Absolutely. Keep focused. All right. Thank you very much for talking to us, Freddie. Good luck out there, Freddie Slater. As we might actually have a word with Ruben Moya, who is, if he's available, Ruben Moya, 9th on the line. Ruben, a quick word maybe? A quick word maybe, talking about your race. Okay, you can come by my side. Ruben Moya, 9 at the end of this race. By the look on your face, I can maybe feel it didn't go maybe according to your plan initially.
No, it's really hard for us. First race in OK this year, very heavy for this category, so yeah, it's really hard.
What's hard? Is it like the fighting, the track, or are you struggling a bit with the setup, or a bit of everything?
No, I struggle to overtake because all the pumps and my hay is impossible to overtake. Twice I tried to overtake, I went almost out of the track. It's really hard. It's really hard.
All right. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, and good luck for the rest of the week. And we might actually have a quick David Walter, maybe a quick word in just a second. Can we have a quick word from you? And the feedback from your race? David Walter doesn't seem very happy about what happened onto the track. Let's see if he can join us in a minute. As you can see, it's still very, very busy indeed in this field. David Walter was 12 in the in. And you can see I'm being pushed a little bit on the side, but still very busy indeed, as Christian Bratuca just by my side as well. So we're going to try to talk to David Walter if he's available, but he seems to be going, and with his mechanic, I already forgot about my invitation, so this will be for later, David Walter. But by the look of it, he made it to 12, and you could feel that it wasn't certainly up to his liking, even though he managed to recover 2 positions, but certainly not the result that David Walter had expected. So we'll get back to you, Jake, and we'll get back down in the Parc Fermé for some more interviews later on.
Thanks, Guillaume. Obviously a little bit delayed in terms of the schedule from earlier on because things have been tricky after the earlier red flag situation. But now we go back in with the juniors once again for qualifying heat C versus F. And that is going to be our next encounter out on the circuit. Anatoly Kavalkin along with Alexander Dalstrom. That is one heck of a front row of the grid, and delighted to see Alex Dalstrom make such a magnificent return to form. So the energy course coming out alongside the Paralymp, driven by the European champion this year in OK Junior, Anatoly Kavalkin, who will lead us out from pole position. And as the track dries out, it gets more and more interesting to see how the race develops. Anatoly Kavalkin along with Alexander Dalstrom, Maciej Gladys and Alper Sanaksoy, Alfie Slater alongside Mattia Kolnagi, then Ivo Besterda and Gabriel Mora, Kilian Josserand and Maxime Verbruge from Marcus Sato and Hugo Martiniello, Thomas Strauven and Tom Calenda from Andy Consani and Toby Dvorak, then Lucas Flusha and Santino Panetta, Arthur Dorisson, Sebastian Garzon, Dino Struescu, Matilda Paz, Emilio Ottolani, Alfredo Ebiapina, Zoe Florescu, Varis Hampus and Valden Papafilippou. So a tough grid of drivers then from all over the world. It's going to be a very interesting situation as the contenders continue to give us plenty of excitement out there on the course. Drivers gearing themselves up. Only 3 drivers have yet to be defeated in OK Junior, having taken just a win from their sole start. Anatoly Kavalkin, Dries van Langendonk and Enzo Tarnvanitschkul, the first race winners. So is this going to be another solid drive from Anatoly Kavalkin to hold on to the position? Certainly Alexander Dalstrom is going to be hoping to give him a run for his money down to the first corner, but you've got to watch out for Maciej Gladys off the start as well, as he is going to be in a prime position. Alper Sanaksoy wanting to make good progress for Tony Kart. Alfie Slater wanting to make up for earlier on. So there's a lot at play. It's a false start. False start straight away. Clearly the driver's not in position yet, and you get the feeling that Anatoly Kavalkin feeling the pressure in OK Junior even more than he ever did in European Championship. But this is the one everybody wants to win. It's a very important competition to all of these youngsters in OK Junior. Some amazing contenders have come through and put on a great spectacle in the past. You've got to remember that it's obviously a very tough situation for them all. They want to run at the sharp end of the dais. They want to be in the front end. There's a lot of great talent that has come through in OK Junior over the years in this category. You've got to remember that there are some amazing talents at this level. The Junior World Championship has only actually been run as an official World Championship since 2010, when it was Jake Dennis, who of course is now a Formula E race winner. Then the likes of Matthew Graham, Henry Eastope, Alessio Lorandi, Inam Ahmed, Logan Sargent and Victor Martins, who are both racing in Formula 3 this year. Victor Martins is the eventual champion. Dexter Patterson, who now of course races in the British Touring Car Championship, the premier category in British racing. And then Victor Bernier, Thomas Tembrinka, Freddie Slater and Kian Nakamura Berta, all world champions before them in junior. Who's going to get the job done in 2022? We're going to get one step closer with this heat to finding out. Kavalkin and Gladys make a great start. Slater goes with them into 3rd position. Not the best of starts from Dalstrom, but he hasn't lost a massive amount of time as he now connects his way through the first couple of corners. Just trying to keep himself out of harm's way on the opening tour, but still asserting himself in that midfield pack. But Maciej Gladys hanging in behind Anatoly Kavalkin. Oh, and there's problems in the mid-pack. We've got a spinner, and everybody else is just trying to avoid him. So problems then on the opening lap as Gladys is going to try and go for Kavalkin instantly, as problems then for the 169 kart having a spin at this early phase of proceedings. That is Santino Panetta, the Argentine. But Maciej Gladys spins sideways, and Alfie Slater bangs wheels with him as he comes through. They've lost the position to the Paralin, the 152 of Ivo Besterda. But I have a feeling that Gladys is going to be very frustrated. Dives back on the inside of Besterda, gets through into the position. No problems at all there, but proper wheel banging again between the Ricky Flynn drivers. And a very furious Maciej Gladys gesturing, come on. Kavalkin is a second up the road already.
Oh, on earth did he manage to stay in the right direction after that spin? Half of that spin, actually. That was quite an impressive momentum. But look at the fight already going on with the Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers. Maciej Gladys, Alfie Slater with Ivo Besterda just in between in sandwich. But Anatoly Kavalkin is pulling away, as you said, 1.1 second into the second lap. But that was quite a moment indeed. Is it a result of some wheel banging, or was it a mistake from Maciej Gladys? It remains to be seen, but he wasn't particularly happy about it indeed.
Do you know what? He's not going to appreciate it because his adrenaline will be pumping and his blood will be boiling. But that is the best comeback in one lap from a sliding maneuver like that I have ever seen in OK Junior. Maciej Gladys was four-wheel drifting through that right-hander. The kart was problems further back. Sodi and Tony Kart connecting there in the middle of that pack. Two of them in trouble. And the Sodi kart has managed to get going again. I couldn't quite make out who it was, but there's problems all the way through. That looks like Andy Consani and Alper Sanaksoy. So that is Aksoy, the Turkish driver, being told to go and wait at the marshal post for the rest of the race to unfold. And it looks like Andy Consani has got going again at the back, but big drama for those two. But yeah, absolutely, Maciej Gladiš in second place, trying to catch back up to Kowalkin. He'll be furious with Kowalkin again for defending on that opening lap, which indeed he was. But Maciej Gladiš getting back into second position. I have never seen anyone recover from a four-wheel drift like that in OK Junior and still manage to get themselves back in as high as P2. That's exceptional driving from the Polish star.
Yeah, hats off to him indeed. And if I get a chance to talk to him just after this race, I'd like to ask him how he did it actually. But let's see in what sort of mood he will be after this race. Let's get back with the leaders. Anatoly Kowalkin again pulling away 1 full second right now on Maciej Gladiš, Ivo Besterda and Markus Slater. Still very much in explanation. Oh, there he goes through. Beautifully made from Ivo Besterda on... yeah, the 106, my apologies. Markus Slater on Ivo Besterda. This is a switch for position for third. Beautifully made for Markus Slater. Then we have Mattia Colnaghi, Kylian Josseron, Alfie Slater all the way down to 7th. From Thomas Stroven, Luca Fluccia and Maxence Verbruge still in the top 10. On the way to the hairpin, watch out on the inside. Beautifully made for Markus Slater on Maciej Gladiš for the second place. So there we go. The chaser has another name. And now Markus Slater is very much on the charge as Alfie Slater actually losing a bit of momentum is having a warning flag. So for certainly, that might be actually the result of what happened with Maciej Gladiš.
It's a good possibility, but obviously a very tricky situation as obviously drivers go for a gap that's there as a racing driver. Another demonstration of it from Mattia Colnaghi trying to get through there on Ivo Besterda. There was a very small gap on the exit coming onto the main straight. And you could see Besterda working, trying to get through past his countrymen there. The two Polish drivers, Maciej Gladiš and Ivo Besterda, both racing each other for third position. Gladiš will not budge. He will not concede to the Paralympic driver if he has any say in the matter. Unfortunately, in hindsight, it's a wonderful thing, but Markus Slater getting past Gladiš the way he did has actually thwarted some of the chance to close up on Kowalkin, because Kowalkin was dropping in pace. Once again, it looked as though those rear tyres are still not quite right in terms of whether it's tyre pressures or whatever it might be. And now Besterda getting his move on the inside of Gladiš, having already picked up a warning flag for his troubles. Gladiš is coming back at him, getting through in the final bend. Nicely done from Maciej Gladiš, no worries at all there. And now here comes Mattia Colnaghi trying to get his move on Besterda in through turn one. This isn't where Gladiš wanted to be at all. He wanted to be battling for the victory up front with Anatoly Kowalkin, and he has had to wrestle his way around this course. He's doing an amazing job considering how much pressure he's been given from other people. He's there in third place, still fighting beautifully as Mattia Colnaghi on the Forza Expert is now desperately trying to get his move on Ivo Besterda.
Yeah, watch out for Mattia Colnaghi as well from 5th place. He's the third driver in that second wagon with the Forza Racing colors on the way to the hairpin for the penultimate time, as there's not a lot of time remaining in this race. Alfie Slater, as you said, doing a great job at keeping everybody just behind. And there he goes through. There's the move as Alfie Slater is losing momentum as well. It's going to be a fight all down to the wire between Besterda and Colnaghi trying to fight back, but Besterda fires back as well on the outside of the last corner. They're going to be side by side on the way to the last lap, 3 by 3. Alfie Slater very much in the mix. Oh, there was a bit of a grass going as well for Besterda, unfortunately losing momentum. But it's going to be a very tight battle all the way to the checkered flag.
Great reactions from Maciej Gladiš. He managed to dive back in on the inside of Besterda to get back into 4th position. And he's got a chance now to get back into 3rd place past Mattia Colnaghi. He goes with him. The Forza driver trying to hold the Lando Norris chassis at bay, but Maciej Gladiš going very well. Here's Kowalkin, who is still losing time here out in the lead, but he had so much of an advantage earlier on. Gladiš on the inside, 3rd position, past Colnaghi, beautifully done from the pole. And Ivo Besterda, his countryman, went through as well. So that's nicely handled by Maciej Gladiš to fight his way back into 3rd position. That's damage limitation as far as Gladiš is concerned. Kowalkin will come through the final turn and hang on for another victory. He had pressure, but he held on to it. Kowalkin takes the win again. Markus Slater in 2nd place. Maciej Gladiš, though, despite everything thrown at him, the pole remains in 3rd position. A good run there from Maciej Gladiš. Besterda 4th from Colnaghi, and Kylian Josseron doing a fair job in 5th position in front of Lucas Flusha, who fought back 10 places. Alfie Slater, Tom Kalenda and Arthur Dorisson, who came up 9. So Anatoly Kavalkin for Parolin, still holding on to his advantage at the moment and making it 2 wins out of 2 so far. The only driver in OK Junior to have done that. But there's still more to do. There's still a lot more to fight for here at Sarno. And a very frustrated Markus Sater couldn't quite catch up to Anatoly Kavalkin. I'm sure Maciej Gladish is going to be a little bit temperamental coming into the pits as well, but he will probably feel like he has every reason to be after banging wheels on the opening lap and dropping a lot of momentum. But he still, despite all of that, comes through for 3rd position in this heat, keeping himself very much in the fight for the World Championship title. Drama building here at Sarno. Anatoly Kavalkin makes it 2 from 2 ahead of Markus Sater. Maciej Gladish fights beautifully in front of Ivo Besterda and Mattia Connagi. Kilian Josselin in 6th from Lucas Fluscher, Alfie Slater, Tom Calenda and Arthur Dorisson. Toby Dvorak in a brilliant 11th place in front of the Colombian Sebastian Garzon. Maxon Verbruge ahead of Gabriel Moura and Thomas Strauven. Matilda Pats doing well for TB in 16th ahead of Alexander Dalstrom and Varis Hampus, the Swedish driver for DR. Then behind them it is Zoe Florescu in one of her best races in FIA Karting ahead of Alfredo Ibiapina from Hugo Martiniello and Dino Storescu. Valdan Papafilippou finishes ahead of Andy Consani. And then we had Alp Hassan Aksoy, and he retired from the race, as too did the Argentine Santino Panetta and Emilio Ortolani. So some big problems then for those 3, but for everybody else, they managed to bring it home. Not everybody in as good a spirit as each other, but certainly in terms of the race action, we've had plenty to speak about. And obviously, the pressure is really starting to get to these youngsters as they want to fight for the World Championship title. And they're going to have a very tall mission in order to do that in some cases. So it really will be an exceptional challenge for the drivers out there. So down in the Parc Ferme, Guillaume Alvarez is going to be talking to a couple of, no doubt, very exhausted but very on-edge racers.
Yes, indeed, Jake. Welcome back from the Parc Ferme with one of the young men on the charge in this race, Markus Sater. 11 on the grid, 2nd at the checkered flag. It has been a good race, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really difficult at the start. I was like P5 and I had to work my way up to P2, but the speed was there.
The speed was there. Oh, let's go through the card of Maciej Gladish, and you can put yourself back into position for everybody to see you and see your smile. Indeed, the pace was there, but still not as close to Anatoly Kavalkin, who just pulled away. So he was up in the lead, but still you managed to stay 2nd, and it brings good positive for you.
Yeah, it was. I was hoping to catch Anatoly, but I didn't find a pace the last lap, so yeah, it was P2. But I'm satisfied.
Satisfied indeed. Looking at your chassis, I saw that you had a big bump on your front fairing. Nothing to worry about there?
No, I don't think so.
All right, fantastic. Good talk to you. Okay, don't get run over. Thank you, Markus, and see you very soon for the rest of the weekend. As we may have a quick word as well with Alfie, another word maybe with the younger brother of Freddie, if he's available. Not the best, not the most easiest of race. Alfie debriefing. Alfie, can I have a quick word with you? A feedback from your race? You can come by my side. Yeah, right here. Yeah, the last few talks with the mechanic was important. Yeah, you can go by my side so everybody can see you as well. So Alfie, tell us about your race. Yeah, let's not get run over by everybody, but in the eye of the camera. So tell us, because this race was not as easy as the previous one maybe. You finished 8th, having started 5th. Was it the way it felt like behind the wheel?
Yeah, it was a good race, fun, but I was with my teammate, just kept going, overtaking, but I'm not going to let him beat me after what he done to me earlier, so I believe in karma, and that's what he gets.
Yeah, because in the first lap of the race, something crazy happened when Maciej went spinning, but you know, miraculously for him, he just stayed on the road. And can you tell us what you saw from your perspective?
He tried to go for the move on Kavalkin. I don't think Kavalkin knew he was there. And then I was behind him. He got clipped at the front, went like that, and then I hit him at the front, and I spun him back round. He kept going, and then I got overtaken. But
so you took the opportunity, indeed, as it can happen, as it will always happen, I'm sure. All right, thank you for talking to us, Alfie, and see you later today, and the rest of the weekend as well. Thank you, Alfie. All right, back to you, Jake. So we have some more racing happening our way until the end of the day, so stay with us.
Well, it sounded a little bit like there was more to the Alfie Slater thing that meets the eye. It almost sounded like he was talking about his other teammate, Thomas Strauven, that he said he believed in karma and decided to dish it out again. And yeah, interesting. Big battles going on here at the FIA Karting World Championship, brought to you by MondoKart.com. And heading out onto the circuit, it is an all newbie affair and an all energy course affair. So this will be an interesting one to start the day. To continue the day, sorry. Kian Varden and Dries van Langendonk, Andrea Dupé and Andres Cadenas, then Enzo Tarvanitschkel and Enzo Nienkotter, from Joshua Graham and Clement Utran, Tobias Clausen and Dimitri Matviv, Sandro Perez and Emanuele Olivieri, from Max Walton and Adrian Ferrer, Guy Albag and Francisco Macedo, Elliot Kaczynski and Jakob Kapanik, from Matti Rittonen, Louis Lebeau, Leo Robinson, Miguel Costa, Kirill Kutskov, Jackson Burns, Timofey Mikolov, Mark Brovko and Sasha Avril from the back of the grid. So interestingly, it looks like there's a bit of rivalry building then at Ricky Flynn Motorsport between Alfie Slater and his current teammate, Thomas Strauven. So that looks like it's getting quite entertaining and quite interesting out there on the circuit. We might have to come back to that story a little bit later, though, because the two Energy Course drivers, who a lot of people might not have expected to be sharing a front row of a starting grid in FIA Karting this week in Sarno, are in exactly that position. So Kian Varden alongside Dries van Langendonk. There is one card missing, I notice, actually. That is the Czech driver, Jakob Kapanik. So I'm not entirely sure where he's gone, but he certainly doesn't appear to be out there on the course. Either that, or he's got a transponder issue. I doubt it's going to be the latter, because obviously they went on top of those sort of things by now. But Kian Varden, pole position. Dries van Langendonk, second from Dupé. And then it is Cardenas, Tarvanitschkel, Nienkotter, Graham and Utran. Are we going to go racing? No, not this time. False start, false start. So the drivers obviously still a little bit under pressure, Kian Varden and Dries van Langendonk, new boys to the front row of the starting grid. But up to this point, of course, we still have to reflect on the fact that Dries van Langendonk has won every single FIA karting race he's ever started. He's only started one, of course, but he did win it from pole position. So starting from the second position of the grid, that completely unmatchable record by anybody in the world of FIA karting that he's held for about an hour and 20 minutes. That might be about to come to an end, but he's certainly put on a good show so far.
Yeah, and it's very nice of you guys to wait for me for the time for me to come back from the parking and to join you in the box.
Say to the drivers, they were clearly waiting for you.
Absolutely, you know, I was running a bit late and I thought, okay, we need the two of them, so let's go one more time. No, joking aside.
Well, the thing I noticed from that interview you did with Alfie was that maybe it was him and Thomas Strauven that were actually having the fisticuffs earlier on then, because he said, karma is paid back, I got him this time. And obviously Strauven finished behind him rather than Mathieu Vanu, who finished ahead of him. So maybe there's a little bit more to the rivalries at Ricky Flynn than meets the eye at this point. So could be interesting to keep an eye on. We'll have to follow it as we go through. But certainly for the Energy Course boys on the front row of the grid, it's very pleasant to see them there. We haven't seen the Energy Course drivers consistently at the front row of the grid this season. But they now have an opportunity to do so. Onto the main straight. Are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we do. Good start from Varden. Hangs on through turn one, and it's not the best of starts from Van Langendonk, but Dupé and Tarvanitschkel make their way forward. Tarvanitschkel to second place with a little bit of support from Andres Cadenas, the Peruvian that's come up into third position, but Tarvanitschkel makes the good bid and gets into second position. The Thai driver who races under a Spanish license for the World Championship, now in a second place in the Tony Kart, chasing down the Swiss ace Kian Varden, and if he wins like he did earlier on, then Enzo Tarvanitschkel looking just as confident in this World Championship week as Kavalkin. He's going for it immediately. Dives in on the inside. Great move from Tarvanitschkel. Up to second comes Andres Cardenas, but I'm not sure even Tarvanitschkel knew he was going for that move until he made that last-minute decision.
Wow, that's definitely what we'd like to see. Beautiful move once again as he took the lead just in one bit. The door was open, even slightly open, maybe half of it. It was enough for him to dive into the hairpin. So that's what we'd like to see. More of that, please, as we've been really relentless. Oh, and a good battle for the back as well between the two for the back. The Argentine Motorsport, this is the 210 of Joshua Graham being put under pressure by, for the back, Dries van Langendonk as well. Let's try to see how it's going to play out. Actually, the young Belgian trying to fight his way back after losing a pile of positions, as Enzo Tarvanishko at the moment with 1 win under his name already, trying to increase his gap, but that's a lot to speak. Joshua Graham, as a result, has a warning flag as onto the hairpin. Watch out for the move. From where will it come? As you can see further back, Adrien Dupé trying to go around the outside to... and there he goes.
He got into second there from fourth. That was absolutely terrific from Dupé.
That was quite insane, actually, because we saw him going around the outside in the braking zone of the hairpin, but by the look of it, with the viewpoint of a camera, it didn't look like he was going to make it until at least one position, and he just went for a little bit of banging on the leader. Tarvanishko must have felt that on the back, but Adrien Dupé is having a lot of pace in his tires and Sodicard, and what a move that was from the 177 of Enzo Nick Carter further back on Tobias Klose. This is a battle for 5th, and he just went on the inside of turn number 1, leaving actually no space at all to the opposition.
Well, what happened to Joshua Graham there? Because it looked like he went wide out of the final turn and has dropped back to about 18th place. He was in the top 5 there, mixing it up. So Josh Graham has ended up getting run wide, and that's Tarvanishko down to 4th. Cardenas is through, Fardin is through, Dupé is through. So they're all managing to get the overtake. Now Fardin's going to get the undercut maneuver on Andres Cardenas to retake the lead. So Kian Fardin back into the lead of this race then. Andres Cardenas having only just taken it. Now it is Kian Fardin that comes back through. Tarvanishko down to 4th place. But look at Dupé. Dupé's going to try and get his run. Cardenas holds him at the line. Dupé trying to cut back through on the inside apex. He gets a little bit alongside him. Can he out-drag him on acceleration? Down to turn 1, he thinks better of it. Decides to go through turn 1, wait for his opportunity into 2. Again, he just decides to wait for his opportunity, but this is big battling. And Kian Fardin is not able to pull away from Cardenas and Dupé. This could rumble all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, it's strange what happened to Tarvanishko. Oh, the 197 from Parolin in trouble. This is Max Walton, the Australian. Unfortunately, he was trying to get back up to speed. A yellow flag into the first sector of the race on the way to turn number 2. We'll get back to that as on the other side to the hairpin. The battle still raging for the lead with Kian Fardin, Andres Cardenas, Andrea Dupé. Wow, and look at that, the Sodicar driver leaving no space at all. They're all fighting 4 in the same picture, but actually that could go the way of Kian Fardin because he's pulling away. Oh, on the outside goes Andrea Dupé on Andres Cardenas, with Tarvanishko trying to find his bit as well and to make a return. Yes, he did.
So Cardenas actually got on the curb and spat the cart out, but he's taken Tarvanishko along with him. Now Tarvanishko gets into 2nd place, dives through on the inside. All of this has given Kian Fardin a clear run up front. He's 1.3 seconds clear now of everybody else, as off the racetrack we have lost Max Walton and Enzo Nienkotter. So Enzo Nienkotter and Max Walton appear to be out of this race. Very unfortunate for them. Nienkotter has come off at the final turn, I do believe. Max Walton a lap before that. So very tricky stuff, but out in front, that is now Kian Fardin leading the race, with Enzo Tarvanishko through to 2nd position. Cardenas, Dupé, Albag, Sandro Perez has come all the way up to P6. This is a great drive from the Spanish driver. In fact, no, he's up to P5 now. Sandro Perez, of course, was out of the race in his first heat on the first lap. So Sandro Perez now getting himself back into the action and fighting to dive in on the inside of Dupé and takes the move. But he runs wide on the exit. Dupé coming back at him. And we've still got Kutskov charging his way forward. Kutskov is all over the back of Guy Albag. He's up to 7th place in 5 laps.
Yeah, fantastic recovery indeed for Kurt Kutskov, up to 7th. As we're back the leaders around the inside, beautifully made from Sandro Perez indeed, in front of Andrea Dupé. We're going to keep an eye on that as well. This is the penultimate lap of this race. As you can see the switch of position, Dupé down to 5th, Sandro Perez up to 4th. And we're not done yet as well for the leader. Maybe it might be all over on the way to what will be victory for Kian Fardin. But let's keep an eye on what's happening behind. Look at how close and agitated this field is. The 125 on your picture further back. This is Guy Albag in front of Kil Kutskov. Following Kutskov as well, the 180, trying to make his bid as well. This is Leo Robinson, my apologies, with the 180, the 171, trying to get around as well. Just in front, we have Guy Albag from World Racing under intense pressure. We're back with the leaders. 1.4 seconds now between Fardin and Enzo Tarvanishko, keeping at bay Andres Cardenas for third, with further back Sandro Perez. With for how long can he actually hold on? One lap is not a lot indeed. Can we see some late corner, last corner, late move? Let's see what's going to happen. But Cardenas is very much on the pace, on a charge. Sandro Perez the fastest in this race. Can he actually try to do something as well? Coming to the latest stages of this race, on the way to the hairpin, nothing to worry about for the leader.
Guy Albag has come off the kart on the last lap. There he is, Guy Albag in trouble on the final tour. He's going to have to push start it to get back home. But this man, Kian Fardin, timing is everything in OK Junior. He managed to get the lead and leave them all for dead so that he could disappear and go and take a victory at a crucial stage in his weekend. So after a third place earlier on, Kian Fardin is going to come through for the win and keep his World Championship weekend going strong. Great run from Fardin. Second place for Tarmanichkul. Third for Cardenas. That was a really strong run for Kian Fardin as he continues to give us plenty of suspense and excitement through the course of proceedings here. And a really exciting challenge. The drivers continuing on their way in this afternoon of purely OK Junior racing. We've had all the OK heats that we're going to have for today. They'll be back in action, of course, tomorrow. But the OK Juniors really starting to intensify the battle a little bit now. And they've given us so much excitement in this course of proceedings. Kian Fardin, that's an important win at an important time. And that really needed to give him the strength of discipline to know that even though he was very strong in the wet, he needed to be strong in the dry as well. And that's exactly what he's proving to be.
It's always good to see, one of those nations that we're not quite used to see winning at the front. And coming from Switzerland, Kian Fardin is one of those few drivers coming to the fore, because Switzerland is, talking of history, not so much of a motorsport country, isn't it, compared to the likes of Germany, France, Britain, and so on and so on. But over the years we've had quite a good number of drivers from there shining at the forefront in all sorts of series, and to see him, on top of the world in the karting of their drive classes is always refreshing. So Kian Fardin, one of the new names up front in the junior class, winning for the first time in Sarno. Enzo Tarvanishkul in second from Andres Cardenas. Sandro Perez, Kirill Kutskov, fantastic, another one recovery of 18 places for Kirill Kutskov. Dimitri Matveev in 6th. Andrea Dupe is 7 from Adrian Benito Ferrer. Then we have Leo Robinson and Miguel Costa. Then Dries van Langendronk in 11 from Emmanuel Olivieri, Tobias Klosen, Clément Autran, Francisco Macedo, and Sasha Avril.
And behind Sasha Avril, of course, we had Joshua Graham, Marty Rittinen, Jackson Burns and Timofey Mikolov, then Louis Leveau and Elliot Kaczynski from Mark Brovko, the last driver home. Guy Albag, Enzo Nienkotter and Max Walton were amongst the retirements. Jacob Kamenik was unable to take the start. We're not entirely sure what the reason for that was. We'll try and catch up with that little news update a little bit later on into the action. It's definitely getting hotter here at Sarno. The air temperature getting up to 29 to 30 degrees Celsius now. It's almost as hot outside as it is in our commentary box. Very nearly. It's catching us up a little bit. But, wow, the pressure really is getting to them, isn't it? You can see the mood of the drivers as they come in. A lot of sweat, a lot of hard work. Enzo Tarvanishkul just negotiating with his mechanic, explaining the situation. It's really getting quite fever pitch now, and this is the sort of the difference in style of driving that you get in a World Championship compared to what you do in the European. In the European Championship, if you have a bit of an issue here, there, or everywhere, it's not so finite. It's not so final, because you've still got an opportunity over the course of the next 3 weekends to try and put things back together, especially with dropped scores. In the World Championship, there are no championship points. You just get in, you do the best you can, you go and win the World Championship. If you get it wrong at any point, it really adds to the pressure because you've literally got one chance and one chance only.
Absolutely, and we got a couple of drivers in both classes who had the qualifying efforts corrupt due to the conditions or mechanical trouble, like the likes of Guillaume Bouzard, or losing a wheel just before setting any fast lap. So that's part of racing, and how cruel that can be. It will really put you, as you said, in a very tricky conditions, forcing you to really get the best out of your tires and fight your way through. One of the drivers that we're going to have the chance to see in action in just a few moments in the junior class opposing Group B versus H is Jan Przewalski, the young vice champion of Europe this season behind Anatoly Kavalkin. We got a chance to talk to him yesterday on the way to the event.
Competing in the World Championship actually means a lot to me. I race with all the best from the world, and here the stars were actually born, so try to be the best and make the best result. The toughest challenge for me was actually the mentality. You need to work on it a lot, all the time and everything with it. But also there was many different things with it. Driving here is obviously a very fast flowing track, a little bit bumpy, but everyone has it the same. As a driver, in the beginning of the year wasn't that great, but in the middle of the year, when it was the Christian start, I started going on the podiums like consistently, and I think that's right now my highest point in my career. We have 7 heats, I think, and 1.5 set of tires, so cannot push all the time to not destroy the tires, and try to stay calm within the 7 heats. We are obviously approaching it from testing many things, engines, carburetors, chassis, and that kind of stuff, but I think nobody is like hard on it, so we stay calm.
Jan Piotrowski and Noah Wolf on the front row of the starting grid for this one then, from Martin Molnar and Peter Regiv. Scott Lindblom and Tame Saleh from Andrea Daikin, Alex O'Grady, Jens Truer and Joel Pajola, from Luna Flusha, Tiziano Monza, Griffin Peebles and Lewis Werrell.
From René Lammers and Simon Reckenmacher, Marcus Silkunas and Gabriele Sano, Oliver Kinmark and Kimitani, Nico Lanolati and Sebastian Kwampeng, William Go and Gilles Pezel, Bradley Bachmann and Marianetto, as well as Jensen Burnett. Do we have everybody here? Tiziano Monza seems to be missing in this field. Maybe starting from the pre-grid at the back end of the grid, or maybe is indeed not taking part into this qualifying Heat B versus H. 7 laps on the board as the drivers make their way onto the grid. Will it be a good attempt? Let's find out in just a few moments.
So they come down the straight, and we are racing straight away. Good start from Piotrowski, but up the inside line. It's a perfect start from the energy course of Martin Molnar. Molnar actually gets the best launch. Piotrowski down to 4th position as Noah Wolf, the British youngster, cuts through into 3rd position, tucked up there behind the, is that the CRG? It is indeed, that's Scott Lindblom. So not the best of starts, and who's that flailing off onto the grass, dropping to the very back of the field. We've had somebody charge off the road there, unfortunately, in the middle of the gaggle. I didn't quite see who that was, but Martin Molnar trying to defend from Scott Lindblom nice and early as Piotrowski gets back past Noah Wolf to get into 3rd position. Wolf is now having to defend his position from Tame Saleh. But as the drivers work their way through on this opening tour, we've had one of the drivers fly off the road in the mid-pack, and everybody else is just trying to get themselves sorted. There's another off. It's one of the energy course carts that's gone off in the middle of the pack. I think it is Andrea Daikin that went off in the first lap. So Andrea Daikin has not come through in the energy course. A very unfortunate end to his race. So problems for a Daikin, and Joel Pajola is the one that has dropped to the very back of the field. There is a Daikin walking in. So problems for Andrea Daikin. His race is over. The race is still battling big time in the second lap as drivers are cutting way through. That's the trouble one of Lewis Werrell getting his way further forward. Jens Truer a little further up is battling away with Lucas Flusha. And, Luna Flusha, I do apologize. That is Luna up in 6th position as Lindblom goes for the lead, and he's going to have Piotrowski getting up alongside, past both of them. Piotrowski goes from 3rd to 1st in one move.
Yeah, fantastic move indeed once again from Jan Piotrowski. Actually, we could say that he went for the bold choice of shutting the door at the start. He just moved to the left side on the way to turn number 1, trying to hold on to Noah Wolf and prevent him from going around. But by doing that, he opened the door, and that's why he went from 1st to 3rd into the opening lap. But then he's back into business, leading again. Scott Lindblom making his way up to 2nd. Martin Molnar is going to have to do it all over again from 3rd on the way to the S's into the 1st sector. Those 3 glued together into the lap number 3. They don't have a lot of time, considering that 7 laps go quite fast in those races, as Noah Wolf is trying to fight back as well, but he lost a bit of momentum. Simon Redemacher having a warning flag. Oh, there was a bit of a tangle, a bit of a push from Scott Lindblom on the way to the braking zone, and taking around the inside. Is going to go for it? No, because Jan Piotrowski shut the door on the way to the corner next. That was very tricky, actually, but the CRG driver saw the bit of a gap, went for it, because that's what you do as a racing driver. But the door was shut immediately, but not this time around. The CRG driver goes around the inside. Can he actually keep the momentum going? Watch out. Yes, it's done and dusted for now. But watch out for Jan Piotrowski. As for the back, we have as well the return of Luna Flucha. That's her actually going around the inside or trying to attack Griffin Peebles and Noah Wolf at the same time as well. And she made it through. She made it through beautifully. And by the look of it, to 1:26 indeed. This is a time silent. My apologies. Luna Flucha is battling just 2 rows behind. But the Czech Republic drivers on their way to potential positive results.
2 karts off the road further back. We had Marcus Silkunas tangling with Bradley Majman. And I think Sebastian Kolping was also involved in that, but has managed to keep going, dropping to the back of the field. But this battle at the top 5 is absolutely intoxicating. Lindblad, Petrovsky, Saleh, Wolf and Molnar, all 5 of them very closely matched. Griffin Peebles now in front of Luna Flucha, the Mercedes F1 Junior. Here comes the opportunity from Molnar, dives in on the inside of Noah Wolf on the Ricardo kart and dives through, and also through that is Tim Saleh. He gets past Jan Petrovsky, the talented German, now makes his way in a 2nd position through turn 1, flat on the floor. And going beautifully at this stage of proceedings as Noah Wolf continues to make good progress. It is a really strong charge forward. So they go through the S's once again. Noah Wolf in 5th position, just in there behind the Hungarian. But Scott Lindblom, now that he's got into the lead, is starting to stretch that advantage up front. And Scott Lindblom looks like he's going to add himself to the winners list. Quite an important one, this, as he's going to be ahead of Jan Petrovsky. But Lindblom out in front, Petrovsky down in 3rd. Can he get through past Tame Saleh? He gets alongside him. Not enough. Molnar tries to get the gap opened up, but it doesn't manage it.
Yeah, it was very close indeed for Molnar, but he's going to have to try all over again in the next lap, maybe, or at the end of this one. But you can see this wagon of 4 drivers with Tiam Saleh in 2nd, Jan Berezovsky being stuck over there. And watch out for the move around the inside. Noah Wolf actually going to try to get around Martin Molnar, and yes, he does, just before turn number 1, and so does Jan Berezovsky on Tiam Saleh. So double switch with Jan Berezovsky up to 2nd, and Molnar losing a place to Noah Wolf in the meantime. So watch out, because we might see some of the switches going away. Simon Regelmacher is responding to the warning flag with the fastest lap in this race. As in the meantime, 2 full seconds for the leader, Scott Lindblom. Nothing to worry in the world, because those 4 are too busy fighting actually, and instead of trying to catch up with the leader into the hairpin, and still very close indeed. That might actually give us a battle all the way to the checkered flag, this one again, once again.
Scott Lindblom is absolutely loving it out in front. He's just been gift wrapped this victory by these 3 or 4 drivers just battling and duking it away. Tame Saleh looking for the dive up the inside of Petrovsky. Petrovsky not making it particularly easy. Noah Wolf has a great chance of something here on the Ricardo chassis. As we go into the last lap, Lindblom's on his own. But Petrovsky, Saleh and Noah Wolf. This is going to be a terrific battle to the flag between these 3. Here comes the move. Saleh trying. Little bit of a nudge. But he can't make the move stick on the inside line. Noah Wolf now trying to get in there along with Martin Molnar. Is the opportunity going to open up? Trying to work their way through the S's, but Noah Wolf still seeking an opportunity here with Petrovsky and Saleh. Definitely adapting to European karting the best way possible. This is his first foray into Europe. He's doing an amazing job at it, just trying to hold it together. He drifts out a little bit wide though, and that's going to be enough for Martin Molnar to skate by into 4th position. So Saleh versus Petrovsky. Are they going to continue on to the flag? Well, certainly Scott Lindblom is, as he runs out in front. Looks like Martin Molnar's had enough on the final lap, and he's tangled with Noah Wolf. Checkered flag comes out. Scott Lindblom takes the victory. Petrovsky and Saleh 2nd and 3rd. And in 4th place, it's going to be Griffin Peebles in front of René Lammers. And Simon Reckenmacher ahead of Luna Flucha and Alex O'Grady, as Noah Wolf collides with... he collides on the last lap of this race with his tangler there, Martin Molnar, who managed to recover and cross the line down in 13th place. But Noah Wolf, the Ricardo driver, bitterly disappointed. A very unhappy moment there for Noah Wolf, who is learning the hard way there in his World Championship week and ends up down in 23rd in the classifications with a last lap retirement. Bitter disappointment for Noah Wolf. It was looking so good for him there. But this is going to be the first of many trips to international motorsport competition for this talented young Brit. Scott Lindblom, though, he can drink in the moment. 7 laps completed, and the CRG driver so strong. There's every chance that Scott Lindblom could still be in for a very exciting opportunity as he continues to make progress here. So Scott Lindblad taking the win in front of Jan Petrovsky and Tame Soleil. Griffin Peebles, René Lammers and Simon Reckenmacher in the top 6. Then it is Luna Flusha making great progress ahead of Alex O'Grady from Oliver Kinmark and Lewis Werrell. William Go 11th in front of Peter Ragiv. Martin Molnar recovers to 13th on the final lap. Jindra Pazel in front of Jens Truer in the Falcon. Then the privateer Kimi Tani, the Brazilian Gabriel Sano, and the Canadian Energy Course driver Jensen Stien Kolpeng, Mario Giamononito and Nico Lanolati. The retirements, Noah Wolf on the final lap after his clash with Martin Molnar. Then Marcus Silkunas and Bradley Majman. And then in the first lap, we also lost Andrea Daikin. There was an on-start from Tiziano Monza. I didn't quite see what the situation was for that. There is going to be a slight pause in proceedings to give the marshals a bit of a breather and actually to give some of the recovery crew a little bit more time to work their magic out there on the course. But it's a tough old week here at Sarno, and it's getting more and more exciting as the races continue. So, time to battle once again for the heats this afternoon. There are 4 races to come in OK Junior, but Guillaume Alvarez is down in Parc Fermé with more drivers to banter with.
Yes, indeed. As we're back here in Parc Fermé in the middle of the action, Scott Lindblad is with me, winner here of the qualifying heat. Scott, first win for you this weekend. A good one because it puts you, up in the top 8 of the classification. So it gives you confidence, I guess, for the rest of the weekend. It's going to be a long one.
Yeah, 7 heats. Oof. I'm already sweating.
That's a lot. Everybody's sweating with the effort.
Yeah, it feels great. Come away with a victory here, but yeah.
You feel quite tired by the look of it because the effort has been, you've been able to increase your gap and to be consistent. Is it what's harder, to fight at the front? No, I mean to stay at the front and try to be consistent for the others not to catch up, or really keep your focus to do the overtaking?
It's really just about keeping calm. Just keeping calm, looking ahead, forward, not looking back too much. Just keeping calm, keeping your head up.
All right, fantastic. Good stuff. Thank you for talking to us, Scott, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you. So we have a bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen, before the pursuit of proceedings, as we're going to have Tame Sally with us. Tame, thank you for joining us. First time we get a chance to talk to you. So in the end, 3rd place for you. So it seems like by the look of it, you were 6th on the grid, 3rd at the end. So it went kind of okay for you.
It was very hard, very challenging to get in front. At the beginning, I didn't have enough speed to catch the people in front, but then slowly, my speed built it up, and then I caught them.
So good result indeed. How's it been so far for you, pace-wise, setup-wise? Because this morning wasn't so easy to find the right tire choice, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're right. Setup-wise, it's getting better. Not the best yet, not the best settings and all of those, but we're trying.
You're trying, that's the way to do it, isn't it? So now I guess it's about resting, thinking about what comes next.
Exactly.
All right, thank you for talking to us. And hopefully we'll do some more during the weekend. Oh, try not to get run over. Thank you very much, and we'll leave you to your business. As you can see once again, I'm being bumped at the rear. They're very busy in the Parc Fermé once again, as we're going to try to have a couple of more reactions maybe from some of the protagonists here from the race. Still very busy with the scale proceedings, as you might imagine. So Scott Lindblad, winner of this last qualifying heat in front of Jan Perezelski, Tame Sally, that we had a chance to talk to just before, as further back in the classification. I was maybe willing to talk to 2 of the unlucky drivers that we had in this race. Of course, talking about Noah Wolf, as well as Martin Molnar. Let's see if we can grab them in just a moment to see what happened and to have the feedback up after what has been a very exciting end of the race, unless they actually managed to get past our attention, which is entirely possible, knowing that, in the meantime, while we talk to the drivers, we cannot possibly keep an eye on everybody and try to grab as many as we can. We'd like to do that, but, we're doing our best, trust me. As we're having a bit of a break, as I told you. In a couple of minutes, we'll be ready for the last 4 qualifying heats of the day, all for the junior category. And let's see if we can have maybe a quick word from, she's running away from me already. Let's see who comes next. Jan Streur, that we get a chance to talk to earlier. And we're going to wait for the last few cars to make their way onto the scale. But I think that, yeah, there's still a long queue, actually, and they're at the very back end of that queue. So I think we might be waiting a bit too long for them to come to our microphone, unfortunately. So we'll leave that for another time. So this was the first part. I mean, there's been a long part of the day so far with qualifying practice in the first of the qualifying races. The OK is done for today. We'll have some more and a lot more qualifying races tomorrow as well. So make sure to tune in for a busy day Saturday as well as Sunday. And I got to say that it's been increasing on temperature here in Sarno, on and off the track, obviously. But you can see that the drivers are being put under pressure, under intense heat as well, having to fight their way through. So I think that we're going to have to let the interviews for another time with some of the protagonists of the end of the race, which is, you know, sometimes I think that I see indeed Noah Wolf. Maybe I can grab him, but still has his helmet on, so I don't think he will be in the mood to talk. So this will be for another time with Noah Wolf. As you might imagine, he must be very disappointed having to retire in the last lap of this race after fighting his way to the top. So we'll try to get to talk to Noah Wolf some of the time, hopefully tomorrow or Sunday, if he makes it through to the final phase, which a retirement is not a helping hand, shall I say. All right, back to you, Jake, as we're going to take a brief before the last 4 races of the junior class this Friday.
And of course, then if I can present my country, I like the motorsport games because all nations are there. The vibe is there.
So I think when you include the karting driver in the FIA Motorsport Games, it's like a dream for them. It's like such an important event, such an important race.
For me, representing my country in something that I love doing is really the most rewarding thing, and surrounding yourself with all the others that are coming to fight and do the same. It's a really nice atmosphere, and the feeling is really motivating.
I mean, you don't really get a chance to represent your country with the motorsport, so it was a very rare opportunity for me, and it was very pleased to be there.
I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to meeting everyone. And I think this year is going to be different. It's going to be bigger, better, action-packed, and full of surprises, I hope.
This event is slowly becoming the starting point for many countries for a sport activity.
While preparing for the next edition in Marseille, we saw a lot more interest from the national sporting authorities wanting to be there, having a real team, all dressed in the same way, carrying the flag.
So we will make it as big as we can. Number of categories increasing will mean that we will not be only on the track, we will also have an event located in Gap for the cross cars and for off-road activities. We will have the rally happening on the roads of the south of France. The location with the track of Paul Ricard is just perfect to have something great.
Back trackside here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli, the FIA Karting World Championship 2022, brought to you with affiliation from MondoKart.com and Mumbai Falcons Racing. It's been a fabulous battle so far here at the Sarno circuit. It's been very intense. The heat has been climbing all the way through the week. If you've only just joined us because you've been busy on your Friday, well, you've joined in almost at the perfect time. It's been a busy day so far in terms of the qualifying heats. It's been quite busy in OK Junior. Dries van Langendonk took a historic first victory in his first ever attempt at an FIA karting heat for Energy Course. Alex Bogunovic then stormed a fabulous last corner dash to the flag to go from 4th position to 1st in the final turn. Anatoly Kivalkin opened his incredible account with a victory, and then Anzo Tarnvanitschkul did exactly the same thing for Tony Kart. Nathan Tai then managed to bang a heat in for Sodi Kart. Anatoly Kivalkin then got a second. Kian Fardin for Energy Course has taken the win. And then Scott Lindblad for CRG was able to do the same thing. There have been some OK heats, 5 in total. We'll talk about them as we go into tomorrow's action because it's OK Junior all the way for the rest of today, as we have an incredible 7 heats per driver in OK Junior, Guillaume. Very, very tough for the drivers out there, especially considering they've still got to make that one set of tyres go the distance from the start of qualifying to the end of the superheat on Sunday.
Absolutely, and the more that we go into those qualifying races and the closer we get to the final, then you can see some of the drivers starting to, scratch their head with the mechanic along on the best strategy to hope for. And it is not unusual to see some of the drivers that we've seen at the back struggling for positions to really get back into speed in the maybe last qualifying race into the superheat. The reason is they decided to go for the second slick of tires that they allowed to use instead of using them for the final. But maybe that switch of rubber could be actually the way to the final for making up positions. As you can see at the on the picture right now, in the background we have the very famous Mont Vesuvius by the ancient city of Pompeii. This is where we are currently in Sarno, the Circuito Nazionale in Napoli, with such a fantastic background all over us actually, with the temperature and the weather back to what it was before, which means summer in South Italy.
A really important week this for Alp Hassan Aksoy. He's been doing such a good job in the Tony Kart team. Over the course of the year, he's had a lot of frustrations, and the Turkish driver has done everything he possibly can to make an impression on this field. He only managed a 3-point score in the European Championships this year, including, unfortunately, being disqualified from the results in Sweden. It's been a terrible year for him, but here at the World Championship, when it counts, he has really risen to the occasion and started to put on a bit of a spectacle. Here's Andrea Dupé. This is his first event of the 2022 season in the FIA Karting paddock. He has had a very strong movement to work his way through the ladder, has Andrea Dupé. Joined the Sodi Kart team just in time for the World Championships. He's had a strong lineage in his native France to work his way forward. A very good young talent to try and storm his way up through the gaggle, but it's obviously been a very interesting one for him so far, and to come into a team that's already quite well established like Sodi Kart, it has been a very impressive one. There is the schedule for the rest of the day. 4 races remaining here this evening, as we have qualifying heat for groups A versus F, followed by C versus E, B versus G, and then D versus H, all at 20-minute increments. And that is going to give us our final dance for the last 4 heats of the day in what has already turned into a very tricky day. We started with a thunder and lightning storm first thing this morning and torrential rain that saw several tents actually getting flooded this morning. You wouldn't think that to look at the circuit now. There's not a patch of water anywhere around the paddock anymore because it's all been dried out pretty quickly. There is Mattia Kolnagi. I'm very impressed with what he's been able to do so far this weekend. Comes straight into Forza, the expert team, the team that is so focused and dedicated to win, that discovered the talents of George Russell back in the day. And I tell you what, he has been absolutely fantastic here so far this weekend, Mattia. On home soil, knows the circuit, and clearly has got up to speed pretty fast.
Yeah, I'm always fond personally about those stories of the smaller private team going against the big ones, because of course we all know about the factories, whether it is the OTK Group, Birel, Car Republic, but when you have like satellite teams such as Forza Racing, World Racing, VDK, very much private structures using the material of bigger factories as well, with a strong technical partnership. It always makes for interesting stories when you have drivers, being really put to the fore from these small structures and making their way up to the front. So here we go for the grade A versus F, as we're going to have Kian Vardin and Alexander Dalstrom sharing the front row of the grid, from Andrea Dupé, Alp Hassan Aksoy, Enzo Tarvanishkul, Matthias Kolnagi, Joshua Graham, Gabriel Moura, Tobias Klosen, Maxence Verbrugge from Sandro Perez, Ugo Martiniello, Max Walton, Tom Calende, Guy Halbach and Toby Dvorak.
Elliot Kaczynski and Santino Panetta from Marty Rittonen and Sebastian Garzon, Leah Robinson and Matilda Pats from Kirill Kutskov all the way down the field, Alfredo Ibiapina, Timofey Mikhailov, Varis Hampus and Sasha Avril. Already been some good charges through the field. Kirill Kutskov has been going through the field like wildfire so far in these first 2 races of his week, and he's going to be hoping that in his third one he's going to have just as strong a performance. But it is fascinating to see just how fast the pace has been in Junior. They have 4 race rotations in OK Junior. Every driver out there has currently had 2 races. So this is everybody's third in OK Junior, with OK Senior already having 1 race each for the, 2 races each for the majority. There are only 2 groups that haven't had that second race, so that'll be an interesting start to proceedings tomorrow. So we're going to see some great battles from the outset here from OK Junior. Their qualifying heat for A versus F. They will come onto the main straight. It's going to be a false start. I saw that quite clearly. There's quite a lot of drivers in the middle of that field that were not still in their tram lines, not in position. It all got a little bit broken up. And so obviously Nigel Edwards, race director, making the correct decision there to send them around again.
Yeah, sometimes you wonder why they go for an extra lap, but that's the official's decision, and you have to respect that, because sometimes it's just down to the pole sitter getting up to speed before the line. But this time around, it was pretty obvious even for the naked eye that some of the drivers indeed were not in position, and the field was way too stretched out coming to the fast finish straight. So here we go one more time. The drivers into the hairpin, and as we were briefly mentioning, we always like good stories about David against Goliath. The small teams that get the big factories, and they produce always very strong oppositions. We had thunderstorms this morning in the sky, but ever since we had thunderstorms on the track here in Napoli, it has been absolutely fantastic piece of racing with so many good overtakings put together by either the junior or the senior drivers.
Now, according to my timing screens, and I am looking down the field, Joshua Graham is missing, as are Guy Albag and Elliot Kaczynski, the 2 Ward Racing drivers. So, yeah, look, there is a space empty where Joshua Graham should be 7th on the grid. So what has happened to the Argenti driver? Have they missed the call to get out there? Obviously, it's a change in format, the 10-minute break, just giving a little bit of a breather. Did they miss the cutoff point to go out to the gate? That could be catastrophic, but we will get underway anyway. Up to the starting grid and into the first corner. Kian Fardin breaking through comes the second place man Dupé. Third is Tentan Vanichkul, and still in 4th place Alexander Dalstrom, trying to work his way through on the opening lap as the whole field cuts through. Just a little bit of pushing and shoving, and there's problems. So there's a spinner further back in one of the Birol Arts. Now that is the 1:14. Is that Kutskov? It is. That is Kirill Kutskov. So his amazing work so far this weekend very much in jeopardy for Kirill Kutskov, who is now down at the back of the grid. That's very unfortunate. Fardin having to move to cover the line on the inside line of the first hairpin, as there's already pressure from Mattia Kolnagi on the back of Alexander Dalstrom. Kirill Kutskov walking away. His race is over barely before it started, as Dupé has pressure now from Enzo Tarvanichko trying to slide out the inside. Can't get through on the Sodi kart, but Kian Fardin, having already won 1 race, would definitely love to win another.
Yeah, 2 hit winners in the top 3, and Andrea Dupé more than willing to put his name as well in the winners list. It remains to be seen. Lap number 1 completed, and 0.2 of a second splitting the 3 on the way to turn number 2. Look at the pressure on the inside. It's gonna go through for Enzo Tarvanishkul, making his bid beautifully on the Frenchman. Tarvanishkul up to 2nd and maybe up to another position if he keeps fighting.
Fardin ran wide in the lead. He had a big advantage there, and it suddenly just disappeared. He ran very wide, as Gabriel Mora has lost about 4 places in his Tony kart. But now Kian Fardin, look, he realizes that he's going to have pressure from Tarvanichkul, who dives in up the inside in the hairpin. No problem at all for Tarvanichkul. That all came as a result of the wobble from Kian Fardin. Problems at the hairpin further back, I think. We've had 2 karts come together at the hairpin, So problems there. It's on the way into the corner rather than on the way out. So two karts in dire straits. Couldn't quite make out who it was. I think it's Matilda Pats and Sebastian Garzon. So they have come together then on the final turn as Fardin is trying desperately to keep Andrea Dupé behind him. Tarmanichkul now has a little bit of space between himself and Kian Fardin. But two drivers definitely out of the race then on that lap, and I'm afraid it is Matilda Pats and Sebastian Garzon as Dupé tries to get through on Fardin. Fardin is protecting still, and Alexander Dalstrom now has a chance to break through into the top three.
Yeah, look at that battle going on. Lap number 3 as the leader is pulling away timidly, and Tarmanichkul not looking over his shoulder to see what's happening behind him on the way to the hairpin. One looking away is Kian Fardin to see where Andrea Dupé might actually be looking to go for an overtaking. Watch out as well for Mattia Colgani. You said just before the start, Jake, that you were impressed by his performance, and once again he's trying to climb as high as possible into the upper part of the ranking, and now putting pressure on Alexander Dalstrom for 4th. The 183 going around the inside to the last corner, but the door was shut by Dalstrom, having to defend, trying to keep an eye as well on Andrea Dupé in 3rd. Not an easy task as well to try to see double, and look at him go as well, as we have Ugo Martiniello for the back, trying to make his bid as well, try to go for the overtaking. Martiniello, let's not forget, who faced a retirement, if I'm not mistaken, in one of his earlier races, so he needs the results, he needs to cover up for the mistakes and the unfortunate retirement of before. Tarmanichkul responding to the opposition. I'm up there, I'm the one to beat, and I put the fastest lap with no worries in the world. So there you go, as Faderbach still the leader to the hairpin. 2nd place for Fardin, Andrea Dupé, and look at the battle going on as well with Ugo Martiniello back in the mix, putting the pressure on Matthias Colnaghi at the moment. This is a battle for 5th, as we have Alp Akshoy, Maxence Verbrugge as well, 7 and 8, trying to get themselves involved.
So Colnaghi getting through into 4th place. Martiniello and Aksoy both got through as well, much to the disappointment of Alexander Dalstrom, who is now dangerously falling into the clutches of Maxence Verbrugge, who is in 8th position in the Kart Republic. They dive through to the first corner. A warning flag comes out then for the 202. So a warning flag then, that is going to be for Sasha Avril, who is cutting his way through the field quite dramatically. There is the confirmation on your screen. So the 134 battling away, Alpassan Aksoy in front of Hugo Martiniello. He's cut through and got it into 5th position. So Alpassan Aksoy, the Turkish driver, still trying to make up progress. But out in front, Enzo Tarmanichkul has a 2.5 seconds on Kian Fardin. This is exactly what he needs to get himself the best possible mindset going into tomorrow. As a lovely dicing move, that is going to be Mura getting through on Tom Calenda. Oh, and contact! 2 karts together then. Oh dear, that is the energy course of Alexander Dalstrom, and he tangles in there with Hugo Martiniello as a result of the chain reaction. So Dalstrom and Martiniello, their race is over. What a shame for both men, and Dalstrom devastated.
And that means another DNF for Hugo Martiniello. He was going so fast with such a strong pace in this race, and once again it all come down to 0. We're back with the leaders as they make their way into turn number 2, as Enzo Tarmanichkul is pulling away 1.8 seconds, so nothing to worry about for the Spanish driver. 2nd place Dupé, split by 1.2 seconds on Matthias Colnaghi in 3rd, and Colnaghi with Alp Akshoy in 4th. This will be the battle that will keep us interested certainly until the end of this race. 3rd and 4th respectively into the hairpin. Oh, beautifully made run inside from the 179. Tom Calendar on Maxence Verbrugge, and the young Frenchman used to be competing with VDK, now with Car Republic, still very much on his shadow. He has a bit more than a lap to try to fight back.
Yeah, this is such a good performance from Tom Calenda, of course, for the TB Racing team based in Germany. They carry the Aston Martin badge on their carts. It looks very classy indeed. But this is such a giant-killing effort from Calendar, who's still going wheel-to-wheel with Maxence Verbrugge as they go into the final lap. Verbrugge managed to get through on the German, but Tom Calenda really starting to prove himself out there on the course, trying to have another crack at Maxence Verbrugge. They both have the same chassis, of course, both on Kart Republics, even though they're in 2 different teams. And this is the TB Racing satellite squad from Germany going head-to-head with the Kart Republic factory effort of Maxence Verbrugge. Another fastest lap from Enzo Tarmanichkul out in front, who is looking so serene out in the lead, has actually stretched well clear of Andrea Dupé. If they can continue this kind of form tomorrow for the young man from Thailand, then Enzo Tarmanichkul looking very comfortable to try and challenge for the World Championship. Then he'll be a little bit aggrieved, I guess, that he can't run the Thai flag on the podium if he does get to that tomorrow. On Sunday, sorry. But Enzo Tarvanichkul out of the final turn and continues the bandwagon rolling as Enzo Tarvanichkul bags his second victory in the bag. Good run from Enzo Tarvanichkul this week. 2 wins out of 3 so far. Andrea Dupé from Mattia Kolnagi. So good performances all the way through. And some great efforts from drivers in the pack there. But Enzo Tarvanichkul holding on to the victory with a fairly decent advantage in the end. 2 seconds flat to Andrea Dupé. It's a wonderful position for the young Thai driver who is based in Spain to be fulfilling. A great opportunity then for Enzo Tarvanichkul. And it will be a great chance for the potential world champion. You don't want to call him that too soon, but he's certainly looking pretty good at it for the moment. Running in second place in the rankings. 2 wins and a second. Makes him the second best driver on aggregated points so far this week. The only driver ahead of him at the moment is Anatoly Kavalkin, who has taken both of his heat wins so far. But he has a race coming up shortly, so that's obviously going to be up for grabs as far as Enzo Tarvanichkul is concerned. And he is actually coming out onto the circuit in the next race. Tarvanichkul from Andrea Dupé and Mattia Kolnagi then from Alpecin-Aksoy. Kian Fardin and Maxime Verbruge from Tom Calenda and Gabriel Mora. Then Tobias Clausen in 9th place in front of the new Australian talent for Energy Course, Toby Dvorak. Then Santino Panetta in front of Sasha Avril, who charges up from the back. Sandro Perez in 13th in front of Varis Hampus. Then Leo Robinson in front of Timofey Mikhailov, Matti Rittunen and Max Walton in 18th position. Alfredo Ibiapina was the last driver home. We had retirements for Hugo Martiniello, Alexander Dalstrom, Matilda Pat and Sebastian Garzon. We also had a retirement on the first lap from Kirill Kutskov and non-starts from Joshua Graham, Guy Albag and Elliot Kaczynski. It would not surprise me at all if those 3 had missed the start of the race due to not making it through the gate in time. So that would be disastrous for all 3, but it certainly dissipates the field a little bit there from what would have been 27 down to just the mere 23. So very interesting battles out on the course so far here in OK Junior. And some good racing from this category. They've obviously given us plenty of excitement and suspense from the start of the day, and they're going to keep doing it all the way through till Sunday evening when the 2 new world champions in Junior and OK are going to be crowned here at the FIA Karting World Championship weekend from mondokart.com and Mumbai Falcons Racing. Excellent stuff so far, and it's obviously been very tight so far over the course of the season. So the contenders have been exciting, the racing has been fever pitch, and Guillaume Alvarez will have a word with the drivers in qualifying heat E versus F.
And we're back here, Andrea Dupé. You can look at me, but the camera is there, so come close to me, don't be afraid. All right, there we go, that's better. And let's try not to be run over by the cars. There's cars all over the place. Names that we see a lot at the front. And once again, you gave us a beautiful race, second on the road. So how does it feel?
Yeah, I feel very happy of this race. I had at the beginning some trouble with the back, but I just tried to be consistent. And
yeah, consistent is the name of the game, because a couple of races today, a lot more tomorrow. It's going to be a big day, but you feel confident with the material with Sodicart?
yeah, I feel very confident. I think I can try to do each race a bit better. And for sure there's a lot of race tomorrow, but we have to go.
Where do you think you can improve? Are there some areas where you think, oh, maybe I could do better next time?
Yeah, maybe on the third corner. Chicane, I'm struggling a little, but apart it's okay.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot, isn't it? We're very fast flowing, we're a bit narrow at the same time, so you're going to have to be careful. Okay, thank you. Merci beaucoup, Andrea Dupé, and see you tomorrow. And good luck for the rest of the weekend. Andrea Dupé from Sodicart, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try to have a couple of other reactions, if we may, before the start of the next race. As we have Sandro Perez coming our way, but I think, yes, indeed, Sandro Perez. Let's try to have a quick word with him, because he didn't have the best of conclusion to his race. Showed some good pace as well. Sandro, can we have maybe a quick word with you? Hi there. Good to see you back, Sandro Perez. You can come with me, come close to me, and In the eye of the camera, as always, Sandro Perez. So tell us a bit about your race, because we saw you fight at the front and then it didn't go according to plan, apparently, at the later stages.
Yeah, it's been a really difficult hit. I think we were battling each lap, so finally I could do a P13, but I have a lot of speed, so I can fight for catch the other positions.
Are there certain things that you need to do better, improve, you think, for the next races, or everything according to plan, you need to do the same as always?
Yeah, we will improve. I think I have to do a lot of things better, so I will improve. I will try to overtake much more, and we will see the next hits.
We will see indeed. Thank you very much for talking to us. All right, good luck for the next races. We might have a word from Leo. First time this weekend? All right, let's give it a go. Okay, let's get your chassis first in the way. No trouble. And then, yeah, you can stand by my side and looking at the camera just in front, the Robinson from RFM. So tell us a bit about your race so far. You look quite exhausted. It's been very hot in Sarno, off and on the track. You confirm?
Yes, very hot.
How is it going so far for you in terms of result? Are you happy pace-wise, or where do you need to progress or make changes maybe?
No, it's not been good today. We had a bad qualifying session, and in the first heat we crashed. In the second one we were okay. In that one there was a crash at the beginning which we had to avoid, so it hasn't been the best of days.
What happened in the first place in qualifying? Was it like you didn't find a clear lap, or?
No, it's just changing track conditions, we just didn't get it right.
All right, okay. Best of luck to you, and keep up with the good work, and I'm sure it will be all right. Thank you very much for talking to us. All right, well, we just made it to the end of the queue, and this means that it's time to get back on track with you, Jake, as I just heard a whistle. So we got 3 more races to go, and then this will be the end of it.
You're absolutely right. I heard the whistle too, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this next one, because it's one back to the grid again for the pole position for Anatoly Kavalkin, the Paralympic star who has led the way so far in terms of his raw speed. 3rd fastest driver over the course of time qualifying, led his qualifying group, but has been the winner of both of his heats so far. Can keep the bandwagon rolling if he stays in the lead position, but obviously that will all very much come down to how much pressure he takes from his opponents around him. Chi Newman is going to be there in position as well to try and fight him out for the first couple of corners. So it's obviously going to be a very interesting one from his perspective from the starting point. But obviously there's more to come, and there's obviously going to be a lot of good battles between the drivers as they continue in fine style as the opening phases of racing remains fever pitch. But the junior drivers have obviously been working very hard, and they will continue to do so. So Anatoly Kavalkin from the front of the grid. Chi Newman will be there on the front row of the grid beside him. Then the Polish star, Maciek Gladish, will be there on the second row with Leo Nilsson, then Alfie Slater and Nathan Tye. There is Anatoly Kavalkin lining up in pole position, the Paralympic star, European champion 2022 in the junior category, hoping to continue his progress here this week as the potential world champion. He has definitely been working very hard at it to try and get himself into that position. In the modern era, no driver, as far as I'm concerned and aware, has won both the European and World Championship in the same season in the OK Junior category. So the competitors gearing themselves up, ready for more drama and more action out there on the course, as the drivers are gearing up, ready for an excellent showcase. The drivers gearing themselves up, ready for more. And the battle is definitely going to be very closely matched out there on the course. There is Chi Newman, ready for his race battle to get underway under starter's orders. It's obviously been a very tough race battle for him. He knows exactly what is to be expected of him in this contest. So still the race battles progress in fine style. But obviously for Anatoly Kavalkin and Chi Newman, it's going to be a very interesting and intriguing battle, as the contenders are still ready to give us plenty of excitement and good battles out there on the course. So as they will get out onto the circuit, keep an eye on Gladish and Nilsson. They both want to continue a strong start to the World Championship battle. So they will hope to continue that with some good efforts. Only Anatoly Kavalkin now has been unbeaten over the course of this World Championship week. So let's see what he can do as the battles continue to progress. Anatoly Kavalkin and Chi Newman from Matej Gladish and Leo Nilsson, Alfie Slater and Nathan Ty, Ivo Besterda and Stefan Antonov from Kilian Josselin and Alexander Bogunovic, then Marcus Sater and Animan Bansar from Thomas Strauven and Kirill Ditiev.
From Andy Kanzani and Zach Drummond, Luca Fluccia and Ermanno Quintieri, Arthur Dorison and Edu Robinson, Dino Strochu and David Cosma Christopher, Emilio Ortolani, Michael Heider, Zoe Florescu Portoelea and Jensen Burns, Fidem Papa Filippo and Jules Carenta. 28 drivers as hopefully everybody is making their way onto the track. Yes, indeed, C versus E, as this is the anti-penultimate race of the day. 17 in total for the first day. It's fair to say, my dear Jake, that for FIA Karting races it's quite unusual to have that amount of races on a Friday. Saturday is sort of usual business, but ever since we got so many drivers competing this weekend and 2 weeks ago in Le Mans, it has made for very, very heavy schedule.
Yeah, it's good to see the flavour of FIA Karting return after obviously having 2 years of the worldwide pandemic and entries and participation obviously having to be limited to those who could make it out of their home nations. But now, fortunately, with the world opening up a little bit more, we're able to get the world's best from every country coming through to make their way forward. And so they come through down the main straight, and it's green. Straight away, Kavalkin holding on to the lead. Gladish gets into second place. No problems at all to get past Chi Newman. And as they race for the second corner, a very positive start for the first couple of drivers as everybody makes their way through on the first hairpin. 2 karts going off the road in the background. So a big off there, someone onto the grass. It's one of the DPK drivers that has dropped back. That's the 182 that has dropped to the back end of the field. That's Alexander Bogunovic, who won earlier on. So Alexander Bogunovic, who won in the damp conditions at the start of the day, now finds himself down at dead last. So again, World Championship week comes to bite. Another race winner. Not everybody is able to run at the sharp end. That's a big run wide there for one of the Sodis getting involved. Was that Nathan Ty? I think it might have been Nathan Ty dropping a long way down the field.
And that will be the second time, because in the opening lap we saw him actually going wide.
Gladish on Kavalkin! He's not waiting around, he goes for him straight away. So Matej Gladish, sorry to cut you off, but that was just from out of absolutely nowhere. Matej Gladish decided he wasn't going to hang around and sit behind Kavalkin any longer. Went for the move, went for the lead in the final turn, and now it's game on, and he's trying to back Kavalkin into Chi Newman so that Chi Newman can make the overtake. This is one in the eye for Kavalkin, who was defending early in his first heats. Gladish is trying to repay the favour.
Absolutely, yet another fantastic move from Matej Gladish on the way to what could be victory in this heat, but he's going to have to contend Anatoly Kavalkin and Genucci indeed. Those three in the same wagon. Look at him going defensive on the way to the breaking point of the hairpin, which is, and it won't work actually because Anatoly Kavalkin is going back, but still, he thought he could actually go back in the lead, but not quite yet. But actually, look at that. Genu actually might actually have the same force in mind. And it could go the way of Alfie Slater as well as Ivo Besterda, 4th and 5th. And they're going to make, and there's the switch. There's the switch for the lead on the outside, the inside of the last corner. There he goes, side by side on the way to turn number 1. And we have Kavalkin back in the lead, taking Chuchenui with him all the way down from 3rd. Is Matej Gladish is going to have to fight back all over again.
Yeah, Kavalkin was absolutely relentless in his bid to try and get through. So the top 4 are almost as they were at the start, apart from the fact that Leo Nilsson is down in P6 behind Besterda. Gladish has a chance to cut back into the lead of the race here, but he's got to work hard first to get past Chi Newman. But his defensive tactics on the first 2 laps was very much, well, you did it to me, Anatoly, so now I'm going to do it back. So Matej Gladish really taking his prisoners there. Didn't quite manage to hold on to the lead at the end of the second lap, but certainly there is a statement of intent there by the Ricky Flynn driver for Poland as he tries to make it known that he is not going to be pushed around. Meanwhile, Chi Newman has got under the skin of Anatoly Kavalkin. He's going to be trying to make his bid on the inside in the hairpin. Here comes Chi Newman, stretches it out wide. Gladish is going to get through as well. Gladish has got a little bit more momentum than Chi Newman. Surely he could take the lead going into turn 1. He does. Brilliant from Gladish. He read the situation perfectly. And now we've got 2 karts, Besterda and Slater, catching up to them as well. Here comes Besterda. He gets through Kavalkin, and Slater's going to try and get through as well. He can't hold on to it as Kavalkin hops over the curbs, but that is exactly what Gladish wanted. He wanted to back Kavalkin into a corner where he knew he could be beaten.
Absolutely, that's what's happening at the moment. Maciej Glady is on the way to first. We're back again, but it's not a done deal yet. With Cegenin just in second place. Marcus Sater the fastest lap in this race. As Kavalkin still trying to catch up as well, with Iso Besterra up in third. It's going to be a great battle until the checkered flag between those three. But in which order? Oh, look at him go indeed as well. He's going to try to close up. Alfie Slater could go as well. Anatoly Kavalkin still putting the pressure on the three in front of him. He's going to go around the inside of Cijenui into the last corner. Yes, he made that bit happen. And he's back in third place. Let's see what's going to happen with his teammate, because Iso Besterra is just in front. Kavalkin down in third. It's going to have to be, and there he goes around the inside of turn number 2. There's no stopping him at the moment, Anatoly Kavalkin, and he had no trouble at all getting past Besterra into turn number 2. Let's see what's going to happen if he is going to hold on behind Cijenui for the battle for the victory potentially. But in the meantime, look at the gap that Maciej Glady has been able to pull. Half of a second, not much. Oh, there he goes around the inside of the hairpin. Beautifully made by the Chinese driver, back into third, and it's all over again. So Besterra is going to have to fight back.
So now Maciej Glady, having opened up that half-second opportunity to Kavalkin, has got to try and hang on to it. But Kavalkin will be fuming that Glady held him up and then backed him into his opponents. So this is going to get personal between these two if we're not careful. Glady and Kavalkin having a terrific run. Glady knows that Kavalkin is there now. The gap is less than it's less than a quarter of a second now. So Glady has got to try and hold on to it. He goes as long into the hairpin as he dares, because Kavalkin is going to be right there for the taking. 2 laps to go. If Glady can hold him off for these last 2 laps, then he's going to take big points off Anatoly Kavalkin, who sets the fastest lap of the race. But this could open things up in the World Championship fight as well. Kavalkin back into second puts him back in the provisional lead of the standings, but he would be beaten for the first time in this World Championship week. So Glady has got to be careful not to defend too much, but he's also got to bring out the aggression to get those elbows out if Kavalkin does go for the move, because Glady has got those crucial few kart lengths to hold on to.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle all the way down to the finish between those two, 4/10 of a second. We're entering the last lap of this race. Maciej Glady, Kavalkin just behind with the Parolin machine. And Cijenui in third, still under the pressure of Besterra and Luca Fluccia, making his way up to 5th. Having started 17, Luca Fluccia. Brilliant recovery from the young Spaniard, as Andrew Robinson is having a warning flag. Final lap, as we're gonna see in which order those youngsters are gonna finish at the end. One thing is for sure, half of a second might be enough for this young man, Maciej Glady. If he doesn't make any mistake, if he keep it cold in his head, then this will be a done deal. He's watching over his shoulder still to see where the rest is. Kavalkin in second. Then we have Cijenui in third, Iso Besterra down in fourth, Luca Fluccia, Andy Kozani, and the rest of the field. Let's wait for the finish, the conclusion of this last lap, but this will be another demonstration of this young man, determination, shall I say, from Rookie Film Motorsport.
He has timed this to perfection, Maciej Glady. He knew exactly where he was going to make his opportunity count, and he has done so, and he takes his first win of World Championship week. Maciej Glady comes through for the victory. Now his World Championship week has started in earnest as far as he's concerned. He's only picked up 7 points from his first 3 races. So an excellent display from the Polish driver. And now he is the first one to beat Anatoly Kavalkin in a straight fight. That is critical because, of course, in all 4 of their remaining heats, he's going to be sat behind Anatoly Kavalkin for every single one of them on the starting grid. So now Kavalkin knows going into this evening he can be beaten, and it's by Glady. That was such an important victory for Glady to take going into the evening, because now he's in Anatoly Kavalkin's head. This could change the World Championship in favor of the pole.
Mind game, isn't it? It's all about it as well, along with the tires and the setup and blah blah blah. But when it comes to the mind games between the drivers, sometimes the psychological aspect might actually have the upper hand on the physical one. So it's all about indeed trying to put the pressure on your opponent, and this could be an interesting turning point for the course to try to crown the world title this year in Sarno. So here's the classification in full. Maciej Glady is winning for 4/10 from Anatoly Kavalkin, from Cijenui in third. Then we have Iso Besterra from Luca Fluccia, Andy Constant, Alfie Slater, Thomas Stroven, Kirill Ditsiev in ninth from Arthur Dorisson. Good recovery from the freshly crowned Academy Trophy winner. Then we have Kirill Ditsiev just in front, Leo Nilsson in 11, 12 from Nathan Tai, sorry, from Zach Derman, Stefan Antonov, and Jules Caranta down in 15.
Wow, very, very close battle between the two drivers there in that mix, and obviously it kind of sets the tone for what is likely to be a very competitive continuation into tomorrow with those drivers in OK Junior. They've given us plenty of sizzling excitement out there, and a race where all 28 drivers came home, so they're certainly improving in terms of their racecraft out there, but obviously it was always going to be very tricky from the outset. Some good performance from the competitors in OK Junior. Now, one of the stories that's building and developing over the course of this week has been one of the newest names to make its appearance as a chassis builder, homologated before this year, and this is their first year of serious competition. This is their first ever event in FIA Karting as a chassis builder, the Pantano brand and the Pantano racing team. And obviously those who know their sport of motor racing and karting very well will have guessed the link between that name and the ex-Formula One driver and karting world superstar Giorgio Pantano, who is here in earnest with his team for the very first time in FIA Karting. We caught up with him after his preliminary run for the battles for his chassis and what he hopes for in the karting outfit's first event.
Well, for us, it's our first year with our new chassis, with my name on it, and we fabricate the chassis this year. Is a world of karting, this one. We come here to compete and see where we are, to be honest. It's our first experience. We don't expect too much, but we try to do our best to make some good result. This is the best situation, the best things to achieve the world champion, and compete with the big manufacturer is always something very exciting, and we are here to learn, to understand what we need to do, what we don't need to do maybe, but for sure a good experience for us. We just take this opportunity, we just make 2 days of a test in OK and OK Junior, and we just came straight here because what I'm telling you, we don't expect too much, we just want to understand where we are, how is our material compared to the top team level and the top manufacturer. Right now is quite complicated to build a chassis because you need to follow all the rest. I mean, the rest means the way you are working with the engine, the way you are working with the tires, what tires you are going to use. Sometimes it's not always the same one. But we are learning this, we understand, we are making 2 models right now, but we'll see with one model or another that the chassis work quite well. Also if you change tires or you not change tires. We are on the right direction, what we'll see. For us it will be good if we have 3 drivers in OK, 1 in OK Junior. For me already if we make the final, it will be a very good result for us because it's our only race in OK and OKJ, and if we achieve that result, it will be great.
So great to hear just a little earlier on there from Giorgio Pantano, the two-time European Formula A champion in 1995 and 1996. One of the few FIA karting drivers to win back-to-back European titles in our sport. Never easy to get them done. Only a couple of drivers have done. The most recent, of course, to win 2 European titles back-to-back. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who has obviously managed to work his way forward and go on into the world of cars. But I know him. He will come back to karting as soon as the opportunity presents itself. He's obviously out racing this weekend, hence why he couldn't be here with us, either in spirit or in person. But there's many a driver who's done it. Of course, George Russell was a European junior champion, of course, in back-to-back years as well. So you really have to be a world-class competitor in motorsport to get it done 2 years on the trot. Hence why it's great to see Giorgio Pantano stepping into team management and chassis homologator in the way that he has done. So there we go, ready for the next one. And this man, Jan Petrowski, still very much in contention to fight for the World Championship title here this weekend. He hasn't got quite as much pressure on the starting grid of this one going into it, as alongside him on the grid he has the young Belgian newcomer Dries van Langendonk, who I have to say has come in as a bit of a whirlwind sensation for this first race. He had a difficult second race, was not able to get anywhere quite close enough to his opening heat victory, but he's certainly proved his point, Dries van Langendonk. The honeymoon period may be over for the Belgian talent, there he is, but he's certainly come into the Energy Course squad full of expectation, no pressure, and he has delivered on his debut.
Yeah, always refreshing to see from a young Belgian, you know, talking about my fellow countrymen, but let's remain neutral, shall we? But no, Dries van Langendonk has been around for quite a bit on home soil, on national series as well, and it's good to see him perform at such a level with that level of confidence with Energy Course at this stage of the World Championship. So he's going to be starting from the first row of the grid with Jan Perizowski by his side. Jan Perizowski, who is yet to have won heat so far, unlike Dries van Langendonk, the first ever that he went into for the FIA Karting World Championship. So plenty of excitement to see between those two, Jan Perizowski against Dries van Langendonk. Martin Molnar, another one to keep an eye on as well for the back, because he didn't have the best of outcome in his last race after tumbling down, after going against another driver. I think it was Noah Wolf, wasn't it? That those two went together into the last lap, and Noah had to retire. But Martin Molnar actually was able to see it through to the checkered flag, but all the way back in the order. So not the best outcome for Martin Molnar. So certainly more than willing to fight back with Andrés Cardenas by his side. Here it is on the left side of your picture, with the Energy Corse, one of the teammates of Dries van Langendonk, obviously, with a pretty nice crash helmet, don't you think? With what do we have here? We have some sort of tire colors as well on the front, as we had some other nice pictures being watched over by the Mont Vesuvius. Before we get back to racing, a quick announcement that we need to make for the drivers. Don't forget to bring back your transponders to the RGMMC awning in the middle of the paddock, because we need them for charging before tomorrow's big program. So once again, for the drivers, don't forget to bring back your transponders for charging before tomorrow's races. Andrés Cardenas, young driver from Peru, just on the second row of the grid. Another nice helmet. There's so many beautiful designs all throughout the grid, whether in senior and in junior. And sometimes some of these crash helmets are being designed according to some of the drivers' racing idols. And I've seen one looking very much like Lando Norris the other day, from young driver Piesel from Republic Czech, for instance. But so many different examples. And 1 minute left. Thank you, Ross, as we get ourselves ready for the penultimate race of today. After that, we have the opposition between D and H, and this will be already time to round things up for today before the big schedule ahead of us tomorrow.
Mount Vesuvius overlooks the Sarno circuit, and you can see that he is very much in his element as he looks over this fabulous, fabulous circuit. It is a very tough place to get right, and a very suitable location for the World Championship week. But now it is time to see how things continue on here at Sarno on the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, in the heart of Italian countryside. This really is quite a spectacular location for this World Championship. You really are in the heart of the home of karting these days. It may have been invented in the United States, but in terms of where the global position of karting is, Italy is very much HQ as far as the sport is concerned, and it's where all of the major manufacturers are based. So obviously a great opportunity to see this country do what it does best. Jan Pestrovsky and Dries van Langendonk from Martin Molnar and Andreas Cardenas, Scott Lindblom and Enzo Ninkotta from Andrea Daikin, Clement Utran, Jens Truer, Dimitri Matviv, Luna Flusha, Emanuele Olivieri, Griffin Peebles and Adrian Ferra.
From Ronnie Lammers, Francesco Macedo, Marcas Silcunas, Jakub Kamenik, Oliver Kinmark, Louis Laveau, Nico Lanalati, Miguel Costa, William Go, Jackson Burns, Bradley Machman, Mark Borfko and Jetson Burnett from Canada. Let's see if we have everybody here on track. Coming out from the pre-grid. Quick word about Italian drivers. We just had an interview of Giorgio Pantano, who used to be one of those names back in the 80s and 90s, where Italy was the dominant country in the world of karting. And I wish we were there to witness it ourselves, Jake, because along the likes of Jarno Trulli, Beggio, Fisichella, and the list goes on and on and on, Italy was on top of the world back in the 90s, and Giorgio Pantano was very much part of it. So a glorious period for the history of the Italian karting and the karting in general.
Yeah, you'll get to see him and his team back in action, of course, tomorrow when the OK drivers come back to the battle. But off the final turn, let's see who gets to the first corner first. Will it be Jan Pestrovsky or will it be Dries van Langendonk, the new boy from Belgium in the energy course? We're waiting for the lights to go out. They do, and we're racing up to the first corner. Good start for Pestrovsky, no problems at all, holding on to the leaders. Martin Molnar follows into second position. Oh, contact, and it's caused absolute pandemonium. An absolute humdinger of a shunt down to the first corner. There's at least a dozen drivers involved in that one. And I think it was just a little bit of wheel rubbing between Van Langendonk, Molnar and Cardenas that really started the chain reaction there. You couldn't really pin the blame on one driver over another. The slow boards are out, yellow flags, no major shocks. Molnar has got through that, so has Dries van Langendonk actually. But all sorts of drivers involved. Cardenas, Lindblom, Utran, Matviv, Olivieri, Benito Ferra. We've also got Silcunas, Kinmark and Miguel Costa all taken off in that one. Several other drivers were involved but got going again. I noticed that Dimitri Matviv has managed to get going again, as one of the CRGs has tried to get going again from the incident and has rolled off the road. So I have a feeling they're going to have too much damage to continue. But what a crazy incident through turn one as everybody tried to stay out of trouble and there were just too many karts in a too small a space. The chain reaction is triggered. It doesn't look as though anybody's seriously hurt, which is the main thing. I think everybody is out of their karts and helping the marshals to maneuver it. So there's only 18 karts still circulating, would you believe? 19 if you count Dimitri Matviv, who is now starting to get going again. But what a crazy start to this race.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest crashes that I've myself, witnessed in the process of a start. We've been used to that sort of, drivers coming together, but in the start is always one of the hardest moments of a race when the probability of that happening are the highest. But this time around, we had up to 12 or 13 cars involved in that tussle, which was caught on camera, unlike the big rollover that we had earlier. But this time, it was a very impressive stunt, wasn't it? And hopefully, as you said, everybody seems to be on foot, which is what matters for now, which is the good news. And we saw actually that 148 of Nico Lalati, the CRG driver, is carrying at the back end of the grid, trying to catch up, but he's going to be shown the technical flag in any minute because one of his side parts has been going loose because of the contact.
I mean, that started on the exit of turn one, so that's probably the biggest turn one incident that I have seen in FIA Karting since Zuera 2020 in one of the qualifying heats on the Saturday in the senior category, which saw it's very similarly, 14, 15 drivers got spat out in all directions, and it was a pretty crazy one. So the drivers coming through then to put themselves back into a competitive position again. Oliver Kinmark has managed to get started again, but he is a lap down as a result of being involved in the original incident. So the only drivers that are not circulating are Andres Cardenas, Scott Lindblom, who is doing such a good job. He had a victory or two in the bag already. And then Clement Utran, Emanuele Olivieri, Adrian Ferra, all three of them having good races so far. Marcus Silcunas and Miguel Costa So big problems there for the drivers. Looks as though we've cleared it, so I think we are going to get started once again. Dmitry Matveev technically has the fastest lap of the race because he was trying to catch up to the back of the field, which he has now done. But I think we are going to start racing this time. Indeed we are. Green, 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 green. And we go racing here once again at Circuito Internazionale Napoli through the first corner. And Pestrovsky holding on in front of Molnar and Van Langendonk. And already they are battling to try and get past Pestrovsky. A little bit of nudging as they went up to the hairpin. Martin Molnar trying to break the deadlock and get through. They've only got 4 laps to try and make a move. And up in 4th position as a result of the carnage is Luna Flusha, the Spanish lady driving a great race at the moment. And the Mercedes F1 Junior right up in the hunt with Jens Struer in 5th position. Here comes Molnar making the bid on the inside of Pestrovsky. Van Langendonk is going to get through as well. So the 2 Energy Course drivers side by side, and they are 1st and 2nd.
It was a bit short, unfortunately, for Luna Flucha, who stays within distance in 4th position. But at the moment, Jan Pierzowski having a hard time holding on to 3rd. Watch out, as we have 6 different drivers in the same picture. Luna Flucha running inside. That is tight indeed, but she can make it through. Oh, that was indeed not particularly efficient. But and this contact on the way to the fast straight. That was a close call, wasn't it? With the 199 having a moment over there. It was Ronnie Lammers that went tangling with Luna Flusha, wasn't it?
That was a little bit cheeky from Van Langendonk. He did not leave a lot of space for Flusha, who was already alongside him. Oh, and problems further back. That is Luna Flusha colliding with René Lammers. Oh, disastrous for Luna Flusha. This was her best race in FIA karting, and she's been spat off the road. Now, I don't know whether that was instigated by Lammers or whether there was an incident with another driver. We only saw the tail end of it. But up the inside, 133, William Go managing to get the overtaking move there. So that moves him up another position, but they are absolutely dropping like flies in this race. Martin Molnar out in front of Jan Pestrovsky, and up to 3rd, Dries van Langendonk once again from Jens Struer. And then in 5th it is William Go ahead of Griffin Peebles, trying to get a move on the inside. That is Adashki. He's trying to get through. So Andrei Adaikin trying to get through from Jacob Kamenik. So a lot of drivers in positions they would not have expected to be in are now trying to battle for a decent position. Matveev up to 13th.
Yeah, absolutely. If you ever find yourself in a difficult position, you pick your race, actually try to make up for ground. But the battles keep on going all over the place. The 133 on the picture. This is William Go under the pressure of Griffin Peebles. This is a battle for 5th place. What a recovery for William Go, as he's going to see the attack, the 159 that we have as well. This is Jensen Burnett. Battle for 8th place on the way to the hairpin. Is actually overtaking all throughout the field. The 192 being pushed a little bit. Andrew Endikin from 7th with Jetson Burnett going around his inside into the hairpin. This is lap number 6 and is going all over the place into this crazy heat. I was watching Nigel Edwards, our race director, shaking his hand in despair in a way of saying this is not the proper way of racing.
They're still nudging a little bit there. That's the Sodi car, the 145 Louis Leveau, the Danish driver, trying to create his own gap on the inside of Francisco Macedo. Just wasn't working there. He had to bail out of it in the end. But you've got to be very careful how you push the limits here. Martin Molnar in front of Jan Pestrovsky. Those two are the only ones who have really got away with this scot-free. Everybody else has been in the wars. So Martin Molnar still trying to pull away from Jan Pestrovsky in the Tony kart, who has got the fastest lap of the race. Pestrovsky would dearly love to get a victory when all of his opponents around him have really struggled. If he can take the 2 points back that he would lose in this one, then that would put him on 3rd position going into tomorrow. He's running out of time to attack Martin Molnar. But if he can make one final dive in the final hairpin, he might just be able to get one over on the Hungarian. But no, Martin Molnar hangs on to it. Pestrovsky is just too far back. Molnar will get the job done in the energy course. Great drive from Martin Molnar. Pestrovsky a very solid 2nd place. Molnar from Pestrovsky. 3rd place for Dries van Langendonk. Then Truer, Go and Peebles. What a crazy race. Almost as many drivers on the sidelines as there are taking the finishing line. 17 karts cross the line to finish. 10 drivers failed to make it. But there were some big names to tumble by the wayside there. A really unfortunate race as so many drivers had a chance to make a real play for it. And it ended up falling apart. But Martin Molnar comes through for a very deserving victory, the Hungarian, in the energy course. He's really worked his magic. Look at the gaggle of drivers on the sidelines, trying desperately to come back later on in the week, but that's DNFs for all of them. What a shame. What a real shame. That could have been so much stronger for them, of course. So a really difficult situation for all of the contenders out there. And not exactly where they wanted to be at all. But obviously there is still more racing to come in the week, so it's not game over for them. But certainly a tough one for many drivers. Martin Molnar taking the victory in front of Jan Petrowski and Dries van Langendonk. Then Jens Truer in front of William Goh and Griffin Peebles. Jensen Burnett ahead of Jacob Kamenik from Dimitri Matviv, who fought his way back to 9th in front of Louis Leveau. Then Andrea Daikin, Francesco Macedo, Bradley Majman, Mark Brovko, Jackson Burns and Nico Lanolati. Oliver Kinmark was across the line but a lap down, and then came the retirements. Luna Flusha, unfortunately after tangling with René Lammers. Enzo Nienkotter had too much damage from the incident to continue. And then the drivers that were wiped out were Andres Cardenas, Scott Lindblom, Clement Outram, Emanuele Olivieri, Adrian Ferrer, Marcus Silcunas and Miguel Costa. The reason they don't come up on your screen is they did not complete the opening lap. So big disaster then for many drivers in the field as the pressure is really starting to get to the OK Juniors in World Championship week. It was never going to be easy to play out, but certainly the pressure is rising amongst the OK Junior fraternity with one race to go tonight. And it's going to be a bit of a clean-up job, obviously, with so many karts to recover from the race circuit. The likes of Flusha, Lammers, Cardenas, Lindblom, Outram, Olivieri, Ferrer, Silcunas and Costa. All their karts at the side of the road up at turn 1. Well, a tough race and a tough battle, but Guillaume Alvarez is down in pit lane with the protagonists.
And talking about protagonists, Martin Molnar, the first win of the day, first win of the weekend for you. So talk us through your race. There's been a good performance coming back from a previous race when it didn't hand up, you know, so luckily for you. So great comeback.
Yeah, last heat I was a bit unlucky, but this heat was good. There was a slow zone after the first corner in the first lap, so it was a bit unlucky, but I managed to get a good restart, and then I managed to overtake and go up to P1, and from there you can say that it was quite an easy race because after I can just drive alone without any stress or something, and yeah, it was a good race.
So that's a good way to end what has been a busy day for you. What has been your feeling so far of this experience at competing in the World Championship against such a stronger position?
Yeah, this day was a roller coaster also of the weather because in the morning was rain, and then yeah, qualifying was good, and it was P3 in group, and then we were starting from P3 and P4. I'm Group B, so I need to start from the outside only one time, and I did it already, so now always from the inside. It's a good thing because outside line always lose some places, and it's easier here.
All right, now comes maybe the hardest part, reset, get ready for what will be the busiest day tomorrow, and hopefully make it to the final.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, have some good rest. Thank you very much for talking to us, Martin Molnar. Let's see if we can have a couple of more drivers here at the time when the drivers are getting ready as well for the next qualifying heat, which will be the last of our program this Friday. So maybe we can try to talk to another energy driver, but let's try maybe the Parlin driver that comes along. And this is Jackson Burns making it in 15, having recovered 9 places. Let's try to have a quick word with Jackson Burns. Could be interesting knowing that he comes from Australia. Jackson, can we have a quick word with you when you're okay? All right, good to see you, good to talk to you. So tell us a bit, because in the end you finished 15, but still with a good recovery, 9 places, so brilliant pace.
Yeah, I just got a little unfortunate on the start and then just made my way up through the restart.
So it seems to me, by the look of it, that qualifying didn't go according to plan, so you have to climb back every heat.
Yeah, but I didn't really expect that much from quali. I'm just here to learn and go back to Australia and be better, I guess.
I guess you have a lot of friends and family members and support from back in the country watching you this weekend?
Yeah, we have like, I don't know, so many people just watching all the Australians try and to get them, cheering them on for the win, and we're just trying our best at least.
Good thing, good stuff. All right, thank you very much for talking to us. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you. All right, you can go. All right, very nice to hear from Jackson Burns from Australia. Okay, we have one more race for you, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you, Jake. The last one for the juniors, and then we'll call it a day. But tomorrow awaits with a lot of races to come.
Yes, indeed. It's looking quite quiet behind you there, Guillaume. Check out the scene as the mother of all cartloads is recovered. That's 9 drivers all being recovered there. Luna Flusha, René Lammers, Andrés Cadenas, Scott Lindblom, Clement Dutran, Emanuele Olivieri, Adrian Ferrer, Marcus Silcunas and Miguel Costa. All recovered from the same bit of racetrack, as the drivers have got plenty of time to discuss who did what to who at the first couple of corners. But I'm afraid in most cases it'll be too many carts into too small a space. You can see just how much damage has been taken by some of them there. All sorts of difficulties from the contenders. Not been the easiest of races by any stretch of the imagination at all. But there was always going to be some tough battles out there. Enzo Nienkotter was the one who managed to get away without too much incident, because Enzo Nienkotter ended up recovering from the accident only to recover back to the pits and obviously have damage left over from the incident. But the tension's climbing, isn't it? The drivers are really starting to feel the pressure and feel the heat of this World Championship. It's going to be an interesting battle for the contenders as they continue into the last race of the day. And that'll put Gerasim Skulinov on the front row of the grid alongside Noah Wolf, the Leclerc by Lennox teammates that were very strong in their individual performances. So Gerasim Skulinov and Noah Wolf that were in the same qualifying group and ended up first and second on the grid. There is Gerasim Skulinov with his very unique helmet design, very distinctive from everybody else, and you can see just how much pressure and excitement he puts into his racing. The Leclerc by Lennox driver going from the front of the grid. He knows exactly what he needs to do to continue his great progression through the sport. And he's obviously going to be putting on a good effort and a good display here at Sarno. We've still got about 3 minutes before the start of the next race. So plenty of time for the contenders to get themselves up ready. Unfortunately, the marshals here are very quick to mobilize and to operate. This boy, I tell you what, we are running out of superlatives for him this week. Noah Wolf came in as an absolute unknown to the European scene. He's cleaned up in many of his competitions in the UK, but this is a big challenge and a massive step up. He has taken it very much in his stride, and the Ricardo chassis has been rare sights these days in the European Championship. Not really run at the front end of an FIA karting field since the days of Moran Kramer's running the Ricardo chassis in the European category of KZ back in 2020 when he won the European title that year. But a fabulous opportunity for Noah Wolf to really chart his way up through the field. There's Adam Hideg, the Hungarian for Sodi Kart. It's great to be watching him make good progress through the karting scene as well. And he's definitely been making this opportunity come alive for him. This World Championship week has definitely been going very strong. And from his perspective, he has plenty to continue to look forward to as the week plays out. So lots of things for him to be positive about going through this very tough situation of a World Championship week. And what about this man, Petr Regiv, another of the Leclerc by Lennox drivers. 3 of them in the top 4 of this race alone. They've really come out to play here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. And it's been amazing what Jordan Lennox-Lamb has done with his boys and girls down there.
Yeah, definitely one of the strongest new names to make it onto the international karting scene ever since 2019 and the rise of Charles Leclerc brand. And Charles Leclerc joined the likes of Daniel Ricciardo, Robert Kubica, and now we have Lando Norris as well among those famous names from Formula One, giving back to the competition that made them learn and made them become the driver they are today. So it's good when the best drivers in the world keeps giving back to karting, which it is a competition where they all come back in the end.
And now we have a 5th one, of course, in Giorgio Pantano, starting this week as a ex-Formula One driver, who is now obviously has had so many accolades over the years. 2 times a European karting champion, 1 GP2 back in the day, raced in IndyCar, raced in Formula 3. He was the German champion in 2000. So you really can learn a lot from these guys.
Let's not forget as well, Ralf Schumacher and Fernando Alonso giving their names to chassis brand those days as well. So plenty of fantastic former or current F1 celebrities giving back to karting. That's what we like to see.
Oh, it sounds like there's a problem with the karts coming out of the pits. Oh my goodness. What a disaster. Now that is a Sodi kart stopping on the way out of the pits. Nicholas Schaufler trying to get round the Sodi kart to try and push it out again. Noah Wolf coming out of the pits now as well. That is one of the craziest starts to a race I have ever seen. The only 2 drivers that got out were Skulinov and Agiv. So I've got a feeling this is going to be a false start the first time around. You wonder how it doesn't happen, and then it happens for the first time in the World Championship. Well, here is the grid. Gerasim Skulinov and Noah Wolf from Adam Hideg and Peter Agiv. Then Nicolas Schaufler and Time Saleh. Jimmy Helias and Alex O'Grady. Marcel Kaspritsky and Joel Pajola. Salim Anna, Tiziano Monza, Thibaut Ramakers and Lewis Werrell.
From Leon Brunner, Simon Reckenmarker, Kipras Jurs, Gabriel Sano, Nicolas Roos, Kimi Tani, Len Neyes, Sebastian Karpen, Renaud Franco, Chitri Pezel, Giacomo Perduini, Marianetto and Guillaume Bouzard. A total of 27 drivers, and I do think that we have everybody except Marianetto. Yes, we do have Marianetto, who is late to the party, but that's something quite unusual. I can't remember for the past few seasons having seen that just outside of the pre-grid, but as it turns out, Adam Hideg just went for a stall, but hopefully for him, he's back into the group. You can see him on the left side, the 119 from Sodi Kart.
See, now we've got Skulinov and Wolf on the front row of the grid again, and they have backed to the field right up to give them all the chance to compete. You come close to seeing that a few times with mechanics desperately trying to get out of the way and a kart stalls in the middle of the field. I've never actually seen it happen, so the fact that it happens in the World Championship week, rather unfortunate, but I think everybody just about got away with that without too much drama. So we came close to a very nasty incident, but as the sun sets here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, we go racing for the last time today. Good start from Skulinov. Into the first corner comes Hideg in second position. Third comes Schaufler, and he gets himself nicely into third position. What about Wolf? He's slotted into 5th place behind one of the Tony karts. That looks like Jimmy Helias to me. And now Noah Wolf losing another position as he drops back in behind Time Saleh, the Kart Republic driver from Germany. So the field works its way through. The light is fading, but the speed is definitely not dissipating as Skulinov heads the pack from Hideg, Schaufler, Helias and Time Saleh.
Here we go into this opening lap. Watch out in the corner zone. Beautifully made by Adam Hideg, taking the lead. At least by the look of it. Yes, he made that through. The 119 is back in contention. So that stall in the pre-grid was just a tiny bit adventure. Nothing to worry about for the Sodi Kart driver from Hungary. And now is back into business. And it means business ahead of the 129 of Niklas Schaufler. Watch out, are the 4 drivers, up to 5 drivers in the same picture completing this opening lap. As we're going to see another switch. Watch out for Niklas Schaufler going around the inside. And yes, he made that bit beautifully, as well as further back. Skulinov battling along with Time Saleh.
Niklas Schaufler has been threatening to hit the front of OK Junior ever since he came into this category this season. We actually caught up with the DPK mechanics earlier and we said, obviously you've had some good talent in your awning over the last couple of years, including Nikola Tsolov, who is actually here this weekend watching. We said, how good is young Niklas Schaufler compared to Nikola Tsolov? One mechanic was known to be said, he might be faster. Very interesting. On the inside, big lunge from Skulinov. Saleh tried to get past both he and Hideg in the same breath, and at the end of the incident it works out. So Saleh gets through in a second. Helias managed to get through them into third position as well. So Skulinov is down to P4 and Adam Hideg is down to P5 in the Sodi kart. In fact, he's even further down than that. Hideg has had a problem and drops all the way down the order. So Adam Hideg has had a real problem, down to the result of that problem. And now you can see the squabble. Noah Wolf into turn 1 trying to keep the squabbling pack behind them at bay. That looked like Lewis Werrell trying to work his way through on the inside, as well as the talented Marcel Kaspritsky, and he's managed to get through, so has Werrell, and it looks like so too as several others. Problems making their way. It's very, very hectic, and the cluster effect really shuffles the deck. Wolf is down to 11th, as several others are going to drop down in pursuit.
And you can see that the light is dropping a little bit all around the inside. Skulinov as well trying to resist from Alex O'Grady and Salim Hanna on the way to the hairpin. The 168 making his way through. Thibaut Ramakers actually trying to find his bit through that very agitated field. as we're about to conclude lap number 3. I was going to say, you might have noticed that the light is decreasing as we're getting close to dark actually here in Sarno, and there would be no light open onto the track, unlike what we had in Le Mans, for instance, 2 weeks ago. We're not there yet. This is the last race, and it's about time for the program to conclude, otherwise we'll finish in dark time.
Well, the difference is there are only 2 circuits in the world that are homologated for nighttime running, namely Le Mans and the Sakhir circuit at Manamah in Bahrain. So we certainly wouldn't be able to run under the floodlights here because there aren't any. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Schaufler in front of Saleh. They've broken clear. Skulinov, O'Grady and Salim Hanna. Then Tibor Ramekers. It's about time the Belgian had some good luck for a change as he runs up in the top 6. There's the move from 190. That is the Forza of Alex O'Grady, the Irishman, getting through along with Salim Hanna and Gerasim Skulinov. So those two have managed to get past the Leclerc by Lennox driver. Sebastian Kalpeng has got a technical flag there. That is a real problem for him. So that puts his race very much over. Here comes the challenge from Salim Hanna, the Colombian, who is under the tutelage of Juan Pablo and Sebastian Montoya, who look after him in fantastic fashion. So through the first corner, putting on a good spurt of speed. It's going to be an interesting challenge for Nicolas Schaufler to hang on there in front of Team Saleh. Saleh is looking really hungry. 2 Kart Republic chassis gunning for the victory. Alex O'Grady on the Expert for Forza has worked his way now into 3rd place in front of Salim Hanna and Gerasim Skulinov. With Tibor Ramekers, they're in P6. So let's see how this continues, but Schaufler under big pressure.
Yeah, he just made a tiny bit of a mistake outside of the last turn before the hairpin, and then it goes around the inside for Team Saleh. That was a mistake. He was expecting to have the door open and to go for the maneuver, and he just did that brilliantly as a warning flag for Nicolas Roos, the 128 for the back in the classification. But we got all switch as he was preparing that for the past few laps. Team Saleh who just went for the move, and let's see if Nicolas Scholler, who just made his bit already, he showed everybody what sort of wood is made of, which is a good sign for the lot of other races that we have to come tomorrow. As we're back with the second wagon, Salim Hanna, Alex O'Grady, Tibor Ramekers, Gerasim Skulinov, all in the back, around the inside. Oh, there's a bit of a trouble for the Forza Racing driver, the 190 of Alex O'Grady, trying to fight back and contain the assault of not 1 but up to 5 or 6 drivers behind him. So you can feel that everybody is hungry for the last race. This is here that the difference can be made, and points, the last one, can be collected before tomorrow.
Well, watch out for the 205 in the black TB racing machine. That's Simon Rechenmacher. He's really started to get himself into the mix there as well in P6. And Rechenmacher, one of the newest drivers in FIA Karting, really starting to showcase his speed and skill. He's actually just got past Tibor Ramekers to get up into 5th position, leaving Ramekers very much in the trail of Skulinov. So it's going to be interesting to see how they finish up. But now that Saleh has got through into the position past Schaufler, this will be an interesting final lap to see if Schaufler can come back.
Yeah, I like the way you say it, the record marker. It sounds familiar, from some of the drivers from Germany. I won't tell who, but...
There is a bit of a ring of familiarity, isn't there? Still the battle's raging. In through the midfield, they are still squabbling down at turn 1 as the leaders are going through. So Saleh, Schaufler, Hanna, O'Grady, Rechenmacher and Ramekers all having a good battle for it, as Guillaume Bouzard, 56.7 for the Luxembourger, trying to work his way forward. Schaufler still has an opportunity to take back the lead of this race, and he knows it. He doesn't want to rush the maneuver, but he does want to set up a bit of a charge onto the back of the German Team Saleh. If he can get close enough, then he's going to challenge. He had a little think about it there, decided in the last moment to bail out. He has got one last chance in the final hairpin. He's going to be close enough. Can he send it to the inside line? Yes, he does, but Saleh measures it. He can't quite get the undercut though, so Nicolas Schaufler steals the win in the final turn. Great run from the Austrian. Nicolas Schaufler, the BWT back driver in the DBK Racing Kart Republic. Great work from Nicolas Schaufler. He's been threatening to take a victory all season long. That was not gifted to him. That was not handed on a plate. He wrestled with the opponents, got through to the victory, and totally deserves to bow out of today with his first win.
Yeah, that's the sort of victory you have to fight for until the very end. These are the most beautiful success, whether it's qualifying race or a final, but this one is long to be remembered. But beautiful result indeed, into the last corner, just a few meters from the start finish straight. Beautifully made from Nicolas Schaufler, but Team Saleh had it coming. He was leading all the way down, and Unfortunately, it was a bit too tight. It was a bit too late for him. The door was open. There was nothing he could do after that. He could have maybe tried to fight back, but I don't think he had quite the momentum he needed to take the slipstream. Otherwise, the straight would have been too short for him to try to counter-attack. But we've seen photo finishes before as the drivers make their way back to the pit for the last time today, as here's the classification in full.
So Nicolas Schaufler stealing the win then on the final turn. Tame Saleh from Salim Hanna and Alex O'Grady from Simon Reckenmacher. Thibaut Ramakers, Gerasim Skudinov and Jimmy Helias from Lewis Werrell and Marcel Kaspritsky in front of Tiziano Monza, Guillaume Bouzard, who fights all the way back to 12th, Leon Brunner and Kimi Tani.
From Nicolas Roos, Adam Heidek, unfortunately finishing all the way down to 16 as he was on the second row, so something definitely wrong with his Sodical machine. Then we have Lynn Nace, Renaud Frankot, Noah Wolf. Another disappointment for the British driver. Again, I gave him a quick, handshake before coming to join you, saying, try to make up for the disappointment of the DNF earlier. And he was, really positive about his chances for this last race. But unfortunately, once again, it didn't go his way. And he finishes down in 19th. From Jedri Pezel, Joel Porola, then we have Maria Neto, Kipras Yurs, Giacomo Pedrini, Gabriel Sano, and two drivers missing, Peter Agev and Sebastian Campueng.
So, fascinating battles here at the Circuito Internazionale in Napoli. Mount Vesuvius has been looking over things in fantastic fashion all the way. And we are going to continue for 2 more days of great racing here in the FIA Karting World Championship, as brought to you by MondoKart.com and Mumbai Falcons Racing. It's been a great day of racing so far. And as Lando Norris once coined, it's Friday then, but Saturday, Sunday. That's when it's really going to get busy. See you tomorrow.